to be happening in this part of Polk County. So Rich Mountain is in the path here. You've got Sugar Creek, Arkansas. Looks like Mountain Fork. So it's this area. This is going to move into Scott County. Hopefully we won't have to stay on long, but I will tell you a couple of things today. We have an enhanced risk of severe weather across Arkansas that does include a tornado watch that includes the Little Rock area till 7 o'clock tonight. So we're going to have a fairly active afternoon. We've got all the ingredients out there necessary for severe weather here in the natural state. So we're going to be tracking this until 2:30 today. I should say at 2:30 today, Symone Thomas will be on THV 11 Plus, and we're on THV 11 Plus right now, I hope, as well as Facebook and our other platforms. This is pretty dangerous because folks are out and about. They've got egg hunts and family activities going on this afternoon, and we knew this was going to be the case as storms develop in eastern Oklahoma and move into western Arkansas. So again, there's your polygon that does include Acorn, Arkansas, just on the very outskirts, and this is for that northwestern sliver of Polk County this afternoon until 2:30. It's right at 1:56. So make sure you have your safe place ready to go. Let's make sure that we have the necessary items in those safe places. I know it's Easter Sunday. This is not supposed to be this way, but unfortunately it is. Again, if you live in western Arkansas, Polk County, then down the road a bit, you got Montgomery County, Scott County, Yale County. If you can pick us up in those counties, you're going to be in the path of this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at any time. And the atmosphere is primed for that with low-level winds as well as a lot of wind shear. There's a possibility of large hail with these storms and some damaging winds with these storms as they move to the east. Now, if there's any good news with it, as this line moves to the east, it's going to be out of the way pretty quickly for western Arkansas. Symone, let's go back to a little bit more of a statewide vantage point. Let's take a look at what else is going on, because we have other storms that are popping up and developing that have become severe quickly in northwest Arkansas. And our friend Scott Covert is up there, I'm sure, right now getting ready to pop on with these storms. But there is a line that is developing in eastern Oklahoma, and that line could have some individual cells like the supercell thunderstorm that's moving into Polk County, Scott County, then up the road eventually Franklin County, possibly Logan and Johnson counties. That line is going to move to the east. Again, tornado warning for Polk County right now. That is going to be until 2:30 this afternoon for those of you that live in Polk County. All right, so with that in mind, there's not much else happening yet, but we are beginning to see spotty showers and a few thunderstorms develop in west central and northwest Arkansas. This is going to be an afternoon where you folks that live in this part of the state, and at this time while we watch this storm, Symone, let's pull up our risks of severe weather today and our modes of severe weather that we're expecting, so that folks here in this part of the state know what's going on. And the enhanced risk dips down through Little Rock, Conway, Little Rock, and points to the north of us. So this is the severe weather outlook for the day today. It's a possibility of a brief, strong tornado that could occur in that orange shaded area, long track possible, EF2 or stronger in this area. But just because we have the yellow area, we still have the potential for a tornado here. Hail up to quarter size in a good part of western and central Arkansas. And the other concern that we have, winds of 60 miles per hour or greater. So everything's kind of coming together today for the potential for not necessarily a widespread outbreak, but some severe thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes today. So back to Polk County, and I realize that the storm is not quite there yet, but it is going to impact the Rich Mountain area. So if you live in Rich Mountain and around Polk County, heck, Mena, you're not in that polygon, but you're just to the east of where that polygon is located. And there is that storm that National Weather Service put a tornado warning out for this storm. And Symone, if we can, let's take it from the vantage point of the Fort Smith radar to get a better perspective of this storm. And we will also take advantage of our other products, our Storm Track 11 products, and look at the wind fields. Need to pull it up from Fort Smith to be able to see that. But there it is right there, and it is just going to skirt that northwestern part of Polk County. There's Highway 270. Here's Acorn and Mena. There is our polygon, and it's racing to the northeast at 50. The storms are coming together quickly this afternoon, and that's why the National Weather Service has put out that tornado watch tonight until 7 o'clock. And while we take a look at this, let's pull the watch box up too. Look for that, Simone, pull it up. Let's get to it and show that watch and show you who's in that watch, and that does include the Little Rock metro area as well as a good part of central Arkansas. That's a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight that encompasses the western half of the state right there. And I think what we're going to see happen, and it just depends on the speed of the line moving into Arkansas. Some counties in eastern and northeastern Arkansas will be added, and they'll have a tornado watch from 7 o'clock on tonight. There's Pulaski County, Faulkner County, Perry, Garland, Saline, and Grant in central Arkansas till 7. The storms are now entering western Arkansas. And quite honestly, looking at the latest radar that we've had, at least projected future radar, those storms are pretty much on track and on time, and they will move quickly to the east. At least the line will, with cells within that line moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So again, here it is, 2:01 till 2:30. We'll see that tornado warning until 2:30 for Polk County. And the cell was located 26 miles west of Mena, moving northeast at 50. Of course, you could get some large hail with it and some damaging wind gusts. Again, this afternoon, for those of you that have plans on being out and about with the family, just keep weather aware. Make sure you have ways to receive severe weather information. 2 warnings in northwest Arkansas as we speak. Those warnings in and around the Fayetteville area. But again, Polk County, and there's the line. We're getting, if these cells develop out ahead of that line, that's also a concern, these supercell thunderstorms. This is where the front is located. Once it moves through your region today, the weather will certainly get better. Just a scattering of some showers and storms here across west central Arkansas and the River Valley. There we go. That's what we're looking at. And that right now is near Zafra, Oklahoma. And I know, say, man, you're way out in Oklahoma. Polk County is our responsibility, and we certainly don't want to leave them out, especially the Rich Mountain area west of Mena. The storm is going to be grazing that northwestern part of Polk County here this afternoon within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Okay, so here it is, Sunday afternoon, Easter Sunday. You still have a couple of hours before these storms begin to impact the central part of the state. So you might want to wrap up your lunches and just kind of make sure that you've got a way to receive those severe weather warnings this afternoon. Make sure you have ways to receive the severe weather information as we keep a close eye on this. Simone, let's go and find a better vantage point and find out if we can find a couplet in our velocity range here. If this will reach from the Fort Smith area, getting away from radar, but we want to give a better idea of where there could be some rotation. There's the Zafra area. This is not really showing that well. Is this from Fort Smith? Okay, it's from Fort Smith, all right. So we're not really seeing a tight couplet. It may be because it's that far away from the radar. Let's go back to Little Rock radar.
The en-route tool, there it is picking up a little bit.
Let's go to Storm Track 11. Let's go to Storm Track 11, Mr. Perry, and we'll take a look at that. There you go. That's the area that we're talking about here. This is just to the southwest of Mena. This is our area of rotation where we see those greens and blues come together. So this is our en-route tool. We'll follow that along, and there's that area of Polk County, Rich Mountain area that will be impacted here in the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. And then that cell moves into Scott County, and as weird as it seems, Scott County is in the responsibility area of northwest Arkansas and Scott Covert. So we'll let that go. We'll go back to programming, but at 2:30 today, we'll have a special streaming with Symone Thomas on what we're expecting for the rest of the afternoon. Here's that area of rotation, the area of concern. Let's take a look at it on velocity, Simone, on Storm Track 11, and see what we can pick up here.
It's a little bit better over here.
Okay, so yeah, the en-route tool really helps us with when we're looking for couplets. We're looking for the area of spin within that severe thunderstorm. And it's just not, I think we're so far from the radar, we're not really picking it up that well, but it is certainly there. And if you live up the stream here, northwestern parts of Polk County, you're going to be impacted. Let's take it back to our en-route mode and just follow along with the updates. By the way, the cell is tracking to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And there it is right there in Oklahoma, tracking to the northeast. There's Black Fork. You got Waldron, Scott County. To give perspective, Mina, you're just out of the box, and this storm really appears to be moving more north-northeast than true northeast. Out ahead of a line, here's your line, and that's where we're going to find some very strong wind gusts. Again, once that line moves through your area later today, then the weather will indeed get a lot better. But that's the area that we're tracking and of concern. That's at extreme eastern Oklahoma. That will move into northwestern Polk County and will impact this area near Rich Mountain. If there's folks out and about in this area, maybe you got Easter plans, you're out at your egg hunts or maybe your lunches, then you do need to keep aware of this. Polk County under a tornado warning, and it's wrapped up here. Haven't had anything confirmed. Let me go back to the National Weather Service site and see if they have anything. Okay, they're saying that the warning is going to continue as of 2 o'clock, but the circulation is broadening out. That's certainly some good news. But large hail is also a possibility with this storm, as well as some damaging wind gusts. Let's go back to our reflectivity mode on one of our radars. Let's go back to Max 1. And we've got the track still on here. Here's some of the areas that are going to be impacted out of Oklahoma into northwest Arkansas here very soon. And that area of spin is right about here, just west of Zafra, Oklahoma, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. We'll be impacting Beauchamp, Tin Top, Arkansas here by 2:30. So it's these areas, Rich Mountain, this area right here. Let's go back to reflectivity, please, if we can. Our reflectivity mode will take a broader perspective of the state. This is just one storm. I'm expecting more to develop today. And if you look closely, there's a little bit of a bending there. Look for that bean shape. Showers may begin to develop here around central Arkansas. This is where the frontal boundary is located out ahead and along that front. We're going to see some strong wind gusts and the potential for a tornado or two. There's the Fayetteville, Fort Smith area. They're keeping an eye on that line that may produce some 60+ mile per hour winds. And there's that one lone cell out ahead of that line that is going to track into Scott County, and then eventually Logan and Sebastian, Franklin counties here. All right, so that's the warning that we have. Polk County once again, and it is tracking to the northeast. Looking for any updates from the Weather Service on this. Haven't received one just yet, but hopefully it'll be out of the Polk County area. Looks like it's getting awfully close now to the Polk County border. And here's Scott County, here's Polk. And right now, you can see that the polygon looks like it has shrunk just a little bit. It's going to track across northwest Polk County. There's Mina, here's Acorn, up the road, Waldron, to give you some perspective. This afternoon, again, folks kind of let their guard down. We've talked about the aspects of severe weather today. Make sure that you have your safe place ready to go. Make sure that you've got something to put over your head in your safe place. And just stay weather aware this afternoon. You know, these storms will pulse up and down. They'll go through their cycling stage as they move to the east-northeast. No confirmation of anything on the ground here, but it is going to move across that part of northwestern Polk County. That is our responsibility, and then crossing into Scott County, Arkansas. Have you seen anything additionally, Simone, from the Weather Service on this?
No, they haven't given any more updates. I would not be surprised, though, if they possibly cancel it early, because the rotation doesn't look like it's doing any strengthening. So we'll hold on here until they decide to cancel that warning, or if it weakens. But that polygon does cover Scott. Here's Polk County. It's western Arkansas. We want to give them equal amount of attention as folks in Scott County, or any of the counties here in central Arkansas. If there's anything, it's right in here. Still watching that storm out of, eastern Oklahoma into northwestern Polk County, and it's going to move over the Rich Mountain area. Let's put a track one more time on that, Simone, if you don't mind. I'll step back and you can put a track on that for me. And give us who else is in the path of that. I'm gonna take this out past the polygon a little bit. Okay. So Mountain Fork, you have about 5 minutes. The Mountain Fork neighborhood, Fugel, not for 219. You have about 219. Rich Mountain, you have about 12 minutes. Black Fork, you have about 15 minutes coming up. And yes, this is all in, again, northwest Polk County, some of southwest Scott County.
Okay. And Rich Mountain is along Highway 270 in this area. That's an area of concern.
in Polk County. Here's Mena. We get a lot of people in Mena that say, hey, can you help us out, provide us a little bit more in the way of some forecast information for Polk County and Mena. So popping on here this afternoon, Sunday afternoon, interrupting Easter. Yeah, there you go, Mena. Just to your west, there is a tornado warned storm. If there's any circulation, it's going to be right in this general area. A little far away from radar to really pick up any tight couplet, but if we go back to Storm Track 11, we can give you a good idea of where the rotation
with
is.
This latest scan, it's
that's right there on the border, Arkansas-Oklahoma border. And anytime we see an uptick, this is northeast of Zafra, but anytime we see an uptick in color within the blue, then there's a pretty good bet that it's either trying to develop a tornado, some strong rotation, or maybe there is a tornado here. So that is going to track right over the Rich Mountain area, just west of Mena, and with it moving 50 miles per hour to the northeast. This is a great way for us to be able to show you where rotation is within the storms. So this is going to impact and move over Rich Mountain in Polk County, and that is in western Arkansas. Scott County here. Here's Waldron. I tell you what, you folks, if you pick us up here, and again, this is the responsibility. We talk about where our signal reaches and then where the signal overlaps in northwest Arkansas. You're going to hear a lot more about this storm and how it impacts Scott County from our friends in northwest Arkansas. Scott Covert, KFSM, our sister station there. We'll be talking about that. We're concentrating on the Polk County part of this, and it has shown some signs of maintaining, if not getting a little bit stronger. And we're due another update here shortly. But right now, it's just to the northeast of Zafra, the area of concern. So it's getting ready to cross over into Polk County. There's Potter, Arkansas, Mena to the west, Mena that should stay just to your west as it moves to the northeast. So with that in mind, let's take another brief shot of the state and talk about.
Updated.
Okay, now it's over the Arkansas-Oklahoma line, just to the west of Potter, Arkansas. Okay, good. Hey, this is Rich Mountain. So it is going to move over Rich Mountain out of Polk County and into Scott County. Y City up the road, Bowles up the road. So there it is. This is the area that could have a tornado. The National Weather Service hasn't said anything as of recent, so they're probably going to keep this going for Polk County and not dissipate, or at least keep it going, not cancel that tornado warning. Broader perspective, we're going to go statewide. Let's go back to Max 1 and take a look statewide. And if you're just joining us this afternoon, I do hate to interrupt coverage, but I anticipate that we're going to have a few more tornado warnings today as we go back to reflectivity. The reason is the storm system that has been stalled out over northwest Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas is finally moving, and it's moving to the east. It's going to tap into a very unstable atmosphere today. Most of the strong winds aloft are going to follow the area of surface low pressure away from us in northwest Arkansas into southern Missouri. But we have enough of the ingredients left across central and north central Arkansas that the Prediction Center has placed us under an enhanced risk of severe weather today for the possibility of a strong long track tornado. This could be the beginning right here in western Arkansas, Polk County, and it's going to track through Scott, Logan County, Johnson, and then eventually into Newton and Searcy counties later today. This line is pushing to the east, and this is where we find the front. Once the line moves through your area, you're going to be fine. Out ahead of that line, though, we do have to keep an eye on cells developing that could be those individual supercells that could, in fact, bring some large hail and some localized damaging winds and possibly a tornado. And it looks like a couple of more cells are trying to come together south of that area near Sevier and Little River counties. But our lone tornado warning till 2:30 this afternoon. Mena, you are not within the polygon warning, but Rich Mountain is just to the west of Mena. Potter is on that polygon, or at least the line, and the cell that could contain the spin right now crossing into Polk County. Moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. We picked it up great with our NROT tool. We can go back and utilize that again on Max 1 to show you folks in northwestern Polk County what's going on in your neighborhood.
And Max 1 or on Storm Track 11?
I'm sorry, Storm Track 11. I'm sorry, our NROT tool is on Storm Track. And if there is a tornado, it's where that little triangle is. And that is now within Polk County. So the area that's just west is probably going to be allowed to be canceled or be expired. This is moving to the northeast. It's closing in on Rich Mountain. Here's Mena, Rich Mountain, up the road, Waldron,
Cawthron, Arkansas, you're going to be in the path of the new warning. If it maintains and is held together, the National Weather Service will more than likely issue that. We'll turn it over to our friends in Northwest Arkansas if that occurs. But on the other side of Scott County, you've got Logan County, you've got eventually Johnson County, those counties in west central Arkansas that we take care of. There you go. If there's anything happening, it's within this blue area, possibly a rotating wall cloud, a brief touchdown. Let's take a look at our debris signature, Symone, and back it up inch by inch and see if we may indicate where a brief touchdown may occur. There's a lot of noise here. It's hard to really pinpoint, but with our debris tool, we'll try to pinpoint if anything is touched down out here.
I don't see
it would be north of
anything that really
Zafra.
looks favorable.
No, doesn't look like anything is happening there. All right. So we'll get away from that and go back to our current radar setting on Max 1, and we'll pinpoint once again that storm has now moved into Polk County, northwestern Polk County, taking the lightning off. Here's Acorn and Mena. That storm is just to your west, Mena, moving to the northeast at 50, and is soon going to be crossing over into Scott County. I do want to make a programming note. Once this moves into Scott County, we'll step away here, but we will continue to track on THV 11 Plus, and what you can do if you have a Samsung Smart TV at home right now, you can download that app for free, and you can follow us if you've got family here. We'll be sure and keep you up to date, or through Roku, Amazon Prime, Fire Stick. You can pick us up on THV 11 Plus, and if you happen to be out and about, your phone app will take you directly to streaming us live. There's that storm in northwestern Polk County. Tornado warning in effect until 2:30. It's currently 2:16.
It says somebody is typing, so an update is on the way.
Okay. An update.
They're about to say something.
Okay. Well, we'll hold off until they say something. There you go. This is the area that we're talking about. Highway 270 near Rich Mountain, getting some heavy rainfall, possibly some large hail with this storm. But our main concern is that it is a tornado-warned storm, and we're looking at the possibility of it broadening out, weakening a bit. That would be some good news. But it's one of those storms that we'll have to keep a close eye on today, because the atmosphere just has all the necessary ingredients for more tornado warnings. Polk County, Rich Mountain, along Highway 270. The storm is going to move right over the top of you. And once again, let's go back to Storm Track 11 so that we can see the area of concern here. It doesn't appear to be as impressive or intense as it was a few moments ago, but if there's any spin, it's right here in northwestern Polk County. Scott County to the north. Here's Mena. Mena, you're not in the path of it, but folks that live along Rich Mountain, Highway 270, traveling to the west, you're going to be in the path of this storm as it moves to the northeast at 50 miles per hour.
National Weather Service says they're going to continue with the warning, so it is until 2:30.
Okay. We will keep it here. As soon as it hits Scott County, we'll go back to THV 11 Plus, and we'll update you from there. Here's what we could do. Symone, I tell you what, I'm going to keep it on Storm Track 11, and you utilize Max 1 until this storm, moves into Scott County. Build your sequence for the streaming that's coming up in a few minutes, and I'll walk everybody through this, and we'll go back and forth between Max 2 and this, Perry, just to let you know. And with Max, and I need to get set up here myself. We thought we would see some severe weather today. At 2 o'clock was about the time we would see some storm development, and lo and behold, here we go, right at 1:30, a half an hour early, the National Weather Service kicks out a tornado warning for our friends here in Polk County, southern or southwestern Scott County. This storm is going to be traveling to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. The Weather Service is providing us a little bit of extra information, so let me provide this to you. All right. Black Fork is in the path. Quinn-Wilhelmina State Park is in the path. Rich Mountain, Mountain Fork, Shady Grove, Arkansas. Take cover. You're picking us up in Polk County. Let's play it safe. Although it may have gone through a weakening stage, it could strengthen up once again. If you live in this part of Polk County, you're in the path of a potential tornado. Tornado warning is in effect until 2:30. It's 2:19. At 2:30, we should see it move into Scott County. And you know what? They may extend this on up a little bit farther to the north of Scott County. You got Logan County, Sebastian County,
You're getting into the northwest Arkansas territory here with this storm. But this is the area of concern just to the northeast or northwest of Potter, west of Mena. Movement is to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. This afternoon, the atmosphere does appear primed for severe weather, large hail, possibly tornadoes, and the northern half of the state has the best opportunity for seeing tornadoes. We talk about this hatched area in the northern part of the state. The hatched area indicates a strong tornado possibility within that region that could be an EF2 or stronger, so we're keeping an eye on that. You might want to turn off her mic just briefly. I think she's having to step away. Okay, so this is once again the area we're talking about. Why don't we go back to Max 1 real quick and just give you a broader perspective of the state. We've got other warnings occurring. This is where we find the frontal boundary. Out ahead of the front, a supercell thunderstorm has developed. These things happen. Supercells may develop out ahead of that line, and those would be concerning because you could have tornadoes, you could have some large hail and some damaging winds. More storms trying to come together over Sevier County and Little River counties, but it's this one here in Polk County that is west of Mena, moving into Scott County here in the next few minutes. 2:21 in 9 minutes. That warning will more than likely be extended to include Logan County, Sebastian, possibly Crawford counties. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings are lining up here. But what happens out in front of that line? There could be some individual cells. This is the area of the state that has the best potential for severe weather today, including tornadoes. We have a slight risk of severe weather over about the southern half of the state. And with that slight risk, you could still pick up an isolated tornado. It's not uncalled for. That's why we want you to be as safe as you can. Let's go to Max 2 real quick. I've got a pretty good idea. I'm going to step over here real quick. You guys keep looking at Max 2. Let me move this down just a bit. I do have this storm on Max 2 in Polk County. Let me pull it down just a little bit. And you can see that the area of concern is right there in northern Polk County that is poised to move into Scott County. And just looking at what's going on in velocity. And if you can, let's go back to Storm Track 11. I've adjusted that just real quick. Right here, this would be our area that is really of concern. Here's Black Fork, you've got Mena. This is our tight couplet that is coming together. They're keeping this warning in place until 2:30 this afternoon in northern Polk, Scott County, Waldron. If you pick us up in Waldron, if you pick us up in Y City, these areas are going to be next. And we'll see if the National Weather Service continues this warning for Scott County. 2:22, 8 minutes left, a little less than 8 minutes left. Tom Brannon joining you this afternoon, Symone Thomas as well. We're going to be streaming this afternoon throughout the afternoon on THV 11 Plus, free download for your television. If you have a Samsung Smart TV, one of the newer models within the last couple of years, then you can download the app and you can stream along with us. If we happen to go back to programming, we're still going to be streaming these storms as they move from west to east across the state this afternoon. Hail about an inch in diameter is possible, as well as a tornado. What you're looking at is the potential couplet, the area where the spin is located. Here is the outline of Polk. This is Scott County, and this is the polygon. This red area is where the tornado warning is located. Here's Mena. There's Potter. That storm is just west of you, Mena, and it is moving over Highway 270. Along with moving over 270, Queen Wilhelmina State Park and Rich Mountain. Real quick look at Max 1. I do want to take another look at storms now in the state. And within the next 30 to 45 minutes or so, this line is going to move very quickly. Surface low pressure along with the front moving away from us. Most of the upper level wind shear, or the strongest winds aloft, will move in southern Missouri, but we still have enough of the influence of strong winds to provide us with large hail and possibility of tornadoes down in central Arkansas later today. You can see some cells try to pop up. There's Newton County. You've got some down around Howard, Sevier County, also Little River. There is our polygon that is in effect until 2:30, 6 more minutes, waiting for an update from the National Weather Service, and we haven't seen it. These things will go through a cycling phase. They will broaden out a bit, and then they'll tap in to an environment that is conducive for strengthening. If the storms to the southern flank of that were a little farther to the north and could grow a little bit more. It may rob this storm of some of the necessary fuel that it needs to keep going. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings are lining up from Benton County, Washington County, Crawford, Sebastian counties. This box is more than likely going to be extended into Logan County, Scott and Logan County, if you live in Logan County. And this is going to take a path very close to Mountain Magazine State Park if it holds together. Let's go back to Max 2 real quick, if you don't mind. And here it is. The cell is now beginning to leave Polk County, going into southern Scott County. There's the outer edge of that polygon, and they just extended that warning. Continues to demonstrate organization. Warning is favorable, or at least in terms of the environment. The tornado warning continues for northern Scott or northern Polk into Scott counties at this time. All right, so Rich Mountain, Queen Wilhelmina State Park in Polk County, that's this area right here. There's Acorn along Highway 270, Rich Mountain and Queen Wilhelmina State Park. Black Fork Mountain Wilderness is also another area. Beauchamp, Shady Grove, Bowles, and that polygon carries into Scott County. And here's Waldron, Highway 71 near Waldron, Arkansas. So at 2:30, we'll let this cell move into Scott County, and we'll stay here on THV 11 plus, but we'll go back to our normal CBS programming at 2:30 when this warning expires for northern Polk County. Let's make sure it gets out of Polk, goes into Scott. No, Scott County has a little bit of a different responsibility, so we'll let that go back to the folks in northwest Arkansas. I'm sure that our friend Scott Covert is firing up and on air there to cover this in Scott County, and we'll take care of the counties as they get closer into central Arkansas. There it is, the area that we're looking at. Let's go to Storm Track 11 and see if that tight area there, that's the area of spin. Here's Highway 270. It is now moving over Highway 270. Again, we've got the outline of Polk County. Here's Scott County. For perspective, for what you need to know, Mena, you're not in the path of this. You are on the eastern side of that polygon. But folks that live up toward Waldron, Hahn, Arkansas, Bowles, Arkansas, Y-City, you are going to be in the path of this. And there it is right there. Very strong rotation, possibly a tornado. And that's why we've got tornado warning this afternoon. More warnings are going to be coming down as well today. Keep it right here. THV 11 is 227. We just had a radar update, and the area of concern is now beginning to straddle the Polk, Scott County area. This is what it looks like on Max 2. Let's go back to Max 2 real quick. We've got Polk and Scott County up on the screen. Here it is. There is southern Scott County, Highway 270. There is our severe thunderstorm or tornado warned thunderstorm. It is moving to the northeast. Waldron, you're going to be in the path of this in Scott County. As soon as it's finished with Polk, we'll go back to programming, but we're going to stay on THV 11 plus, so you can follow the storms this afternoon. Max 1 will show you the storms that are occurring in the state right now, and here they are with severe thunderstorm warnings all the way into northwest and western Arkansas. There's our tornado warning. Just to look up the road, you've got Franklin, Johnson, Logan counties would be next. Here's Newton County. We may see that storm get close to Searcy County if it holds together in the next few minutes. 2 minutes from now, we're heading back to programming, but we're going to keep it here until 2:30. Scott County, you're under a tornado warning, and then we'll keep an eye on these other storms as they pop up over west central and southwest Arkansas. Once again, we're going to take a little hop. Let's go back to Storm Track 11 for the latest. Okay, well, let's go back to Max 2 then. Simone's looking at what's happening in the atmosphere with the SKU-T chart. Here you go, Scott County. The storm is about to pull out of Polk County. If there's anything spinning, it's in this area here. It's moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, and soon Polk is going to be out of this warning, roughly a minute and a half. So for this time that we have remaining, I will say that we will be popping in once again this afternoon on THV and THV 11 plus. You can also follow us on the THV 11 app. We'll have break-ins as necessary, as Easter afternoon is going to be very active. Y'all keep an eye on the sky. Keep weather aware, because these storms are going to be popping up this afternoon and moving very quickly. You don't want to be caught in the path of one of these without having a safe place to go. Been talking about it the last few days, and now we're beginning to see some of this come together. There's our tornado warning now. It's about out of Polk. It's moving into Scott County. The cell's racing northeast at 50. And if you have friends or family that live in Waldron, Arkansas, they're going to be in the path of this cell. 229. here at 2:30. We'll stay with THV 11 Plus. In fact, I feel fairly confident that we can let you go back to THV 11, go back to our regular programming. We're going to stay on THV 11 Plus. We'll work Symone into the picture, and we'll track these storms for a while this afternoon. So let's go ahead and go on back to THV 11, and we will keep it here on Plus. All right, once again, good afternoon. Meteorologist Tom Brannon with Symone Thomas. I'm going to bring Symone into the picture here. We're going to be tracking storms for a while. This is going to be one of those afternoons where you've got everything in place, all the ingredients are there for severe weather. We've got our tornado warned storm that is expiring in Polk County, but is going to extend into Scott County. I'm going to let Symone take over things here and let her tell you what's going to be happening this afternoon. And thank you for joining us. If you've been on THV 11, welcome to THV 11 Plus. We should also be on Facebook and YouTube. Symone, I'm going to let you walk us through what's going on, so take it away.
All right, so the latest tornado warning that was issued, of course, is moving now more so into Scott County. A little bit of a slither of Polk County left in there, but the real area of concern is starting to get north of that Highway 270. Once this storm kind of gets out of Polk County, we're going to take a step back and instead of nowcasting, do a little bit of forecasting to talk about the rest of the afternoon and evening, because if you've been following along, we had a stream scheduled for 2:30 anyway to talk about what's to come. It just so happened that we got a little bit of action before we started to see the actual we got to our actual stream. So again, the latest tornado warning that was issued by the National Weather Service came down just a few moments ago. And again, that's for mainly Scott County, but a little bit of that northwestern tip of Polk County. And that's because we have seen some radar indicating a little bit of rotation with this storm. Now, if we can take it to Storm Track 11, Perry, we are looking at our velocity tool or the live winds tool on Storm Track 11. Not a super impressive couplet, but what I would assume if we were seeing any rotation, it would be just north or right along that Highway 270 mark. I'm going to take this to our NROD tool and again kind of straddling that Highway 270, getting into the Scott County, Polk County border. That's where we would be seeing that radar indicated rotation. So again, once this rotation gets officially into Scott County, we'll kind of step back and do a little bit of forecasting to talk about the afternoon ahead, because as you've heard Tom say, we're shaping up to see a bit of a long afternoon, and we hate to have this on a holiday where people are out and about, but that's why we've been trying to talk about this for a few days to make sure you're ready for this. I know people are traveling. Hopefully you've already done those Easter egg hunts and you can get to a safer place, because through the rest of the evening, this line that all of this is associated with will be moving through central Arkansas. Now, it looks like based off of what we have on Max 1, that area of concern is moving more so into Scott County, but based off Storm Track 11 right now, it does still have it in some of Polk County. So again, we're just going to kind of follow this. Again, if you're just now joining us, we are tracking a tornado warned storm right now that is in the northwestern tip of Polk County that'll be moving into central Scott County. I meant to turn this on winds, forgive me. That is moving into central Scott County. It currently has a tornado warning through 3 o'clock, but the funny thing about this part of the state, Polk County is in our responsibility, but Scott County falls under the responsibility of Northwest Arkansas and our sister station up there with Scott Covert. So that's why I say once the area of concern gets into Scott County, we'll take a step back and look a little bit more at the forecasting aspect of what's to come through the afternoon. So again, if you're just now joining us, we're going to take a wide view of the state and we're going to switch this back to our live radar so you can see what's happening. It's really this line of storms that is knocking on our door in northwestern Arkansas. I'm going to take a few things off so this isn't as busy for you. Okay. So it's this line of storms again into west central northwest Arkansas that we're tracking. That storm system and cold front that we've been talking about that stalled out in northwest Arkansas Friday into yesterday, it's starting to make that trip east. And as it does so, we're going to see more of these warnings coming down into central Arkansas. We're going to look at, we have a tornado watch right now currently in effect until 7 o'clock for the western half of the state. Now, this is the area of the state that has the greater risk of severe weather, but you'll see getting into some of northeast, maybe even a little bit of north central, northeast Arkansas, there could still be some potential there. So I would not be surprised if we close in on 7 o'clock and at least some of northeastern Arkansas see some type of at least severe thunderstorm watch issued later on. I'm going to be here through the rest of the evening. I know Tom is sticking around for a while. So as we get more of these warnings, we will be here to track it. But as we break down the severe impacts and what we're expecting, where you have that hatched area for the tornado risk, that's where we could see a strong EF2 or greater tornado, which is why there is a little bit more of a concern. And again, that extends about as far south as Faulkner County into northern portions of Pulaski County, kind of including North Little Rock, the Little Rock metro areas north and west of that. And again, we do still have that tornado watch. This was issued around noon. That's going to be in effect until 7 o'clock. I'm going to take this back to radar right quick to just check in on where we are. It looks like that tornado warning is pretty much fully out of Polk County now. It's in central Scott County. And again, Scott County is in the responsibility of our sister station in Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Arkansas. So right now, the central Arkansas coverage area, we don't have any active warnings. We are still, again, watching these storms because as these storms that are lining up producing these warnings across northwest and west central Arkansas move east, they'll give more concern for us here in the central Arkansas coverage area. So we're going to take this now. I just showed you again the severe outlook based off the impacts what we're tracking. I think with what we have in front of us right now, the tornado risk is probably the greatest because that's the only risk where we have a hatched area. Following behind that is going to be those damaging winds, 60-mile-an-hour greater winds. Of course, in the orange shaded or enhanced region, that's where you're going to see the greatest concern. But Pulaski County, the Little Rock Metro, even down to Jefferson County and Pine Bluff or into Camden and down towards Arkadelphia, we still have some potential there for some of those strong storms. So we'll walk you through in a second what radar could look like through the rest of the evening. But there is also a bit of a flooding concern with this, primarily in northwest Arkansas. They've been getting a lot of rain dumped on them this weekend as that storm system has just been hanging out in that part of the state. But as this actually starts to move east, we have a marginal flood threat across central Arkansas and areas further south and east. So what I'm about to show you now, this is our tornado risk and radar. This is the significant tornado parameter that you see indicated by those colors. If you watched the stream yesterday, I did kind of explain a little bit what this tool does for us, but what these colors do, they're following a scale. So grays being the lowest of the scale. Once you get into the yellows and the oranges, there's a little bit more of that juice there. What this is plotting for us is the probability of being able to see a strong tornado, strong being EF2 or greater. Now, just because you have storms matching up where you have a little bit more of that higher tornado risk does not necessarily mean we'll immediately see a tornado, but it does kind of indicate that the ingredients are there. So right now, kind of line it up with what we're actually seeing on live radar. We have that line of storms moving out of eastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas. In northwest Arkansas, there is a little bit more of that yellowy orange, indicating a little bit more tornado parameter versus what we're seeing in, say, a Hot Springs or a Little Rock, where it's closer to those grays and maybe even lighter grays. We're going to take this forward to about 4 o'clock. That line now starting to impact more of the Arkansas River Valley, some of west central Arkansas. You know, we're starting to see portions of Montgomery and Garland County could likely be getting impacted by some storms, or Pike County into Clark County starting to be impacted by some of those storms. Taking this forward a few more hours, I think once we get into the 6 o'clock time frame, we could see that line starting to be almost directly overhead us in the capital city in the Little Rock Metro, you know, across central Arkansas up to Cleburne and Van Buren counties, down through Faulkner and Pulaski and down into maybe even Grant to Dallas County, and again curving towards the southwest. If you take this forward just a little bit more, the closer we get to sunset, that line starting to move, into central Arkansas and further east. And again, that tornado watch is in effect until 7. And right now the tornado watch is currently for the western half of the state. So by 7 o'clock, if you live in Polk County or Montgomery County that's seeing the action right now, you're going to start to see your severe threat decreasing by 7 o'clock. But if you live further east in, say, a Pulaski County or a Lonoke County or a Jefferson County, you still got a little bit of time to go that you need to make sure you're weather aware. Also, a little bit farther to our northeast, Jackson counties, Woodruff counties, around 7 o'clock, the storms are starting to approach you, which is why I say would not be surprised if we see another watch issued for some of our more eastern counties later on into the evening. But taking this forward again through the 10 o'clock hour, when hopefully you're checking in with us tonight on THV 11 at 10 o'clock, that main line is closing in on the Mississippi River, on those easternmost counties. That is indicating, of course, that that storm system and cold front is moving east of central Arkansas. We could still see some rain in central Arkansas, but I think if you're west of that main line, your severe threat is starting to decrease at this point. But again, some of our neighbors in the Monroe County or in Arkansas or Drew or Deshay County, you still have a little bit of a window to go. By 1 o'clock, I would say the stronger storms of that line starting to move out of the state, but we are still left with a little bit of spotty to scattered rain coverage across the southeastern third of the state. And again, the tornado threat, though, after midnight is really starting to move out of the state. So I really say between now and 7, taking this back, for areas west of the Little Rock Metro into the Little Rock Metro, 7 to even about maybe 10 o'clock, closing in on 11 o'clock, you have from the Little Rock Metro to areas east. So again, this has been a fairly active afternoon. We're actually going to bring up this map that also highlights where what times you need to kind of stay weather aware. We've adjusted this a little bit from last night just because we saw a little bit of action starting ahead of 2 o'clock. If you were in west central Arkansas, originally the time frame was 2 to 6. We did bump that up from noon to 6 because, prior to 2 o'clock, we already saw our first tornado warning, but definitely closing in on 4 o'clock, central Arkansas, going to start to see some things shifting. And then east of central Arkansas, closer to 7, closer to sunset, things start to change a bit for you. Now, something that I pulled up over here, if you give me a second, on Storm Track 11, please. Something that we often talk about that can inhibit severe weather development is what we call the cap. Now, this is current time, current being closer to 3 o'clock. Over in Montgomery County, we're going to pull up this QT. This kind of gives us a visual of what's happening in the atmosphere above our location. So I pinpointed this to be in Polk County, almost right over the city of Mena. I've talked about this before in streams when I've had Brooke with me, what to look for when you're looking for what we call the cap. So this chart to your left hand side, we have that red line and that green line. The simplest way to explain that, in an unstable environment, which is what we need to support a tornado, that red line has a leftward slant. So as it is going to your left, it's going straight. Once you get those little notches in that red line, that's what we call that cap, which acts as that lid that kind of inhibits those storms being able to bubble up. So here, approaching 3 o'clock in Polk County, there's not much of a cap there, but what I want to show you an example of where we are tracking still a capped environment, taking us over to Pulaski County in Little Rock. There is a little bit of a nudge here between 1,000 kilometers and about 2,000 kilometers above our heads, where it's slightly curving rightward before it starts to make that leftward trend again, which indicates a small lid, a small cap. As we get into the afternoon, though, we are going to see that start to weaken a bit. I'm going to take this forward an hour for you to see that notch gets a little bit more pronounced before we start to lose it. So this time that we're looking at right now is closer to 5 or 6 o'clock. It's a little bit more indicative of what we see in Polk County right now, which is why we say a few more hours to go between here and central Arkansas where things can start to be a little bit more reflective of what we're seeing in west central Arkansas. I'm going to even take this to Yale County to kind of give you just another example of what this looks like. This is current time, 3 o'clock. Not much of, just very slight, but not much of a cap. As you take this forward a couple hours though, that line is almost making that perfect slant to the left, which, you know, again, is just showing that environment is conducive of producing some severe weather. We're going to take this back to Max 1 because that's getting very technical, but, you know, you've heard it. I'm trying to bring back things you've heard as mentioned before that can inhibit whether or not we see a tornado develop or the severe weather ingredients come together. But, you know, the further east you are, there is still a little bit of that cap. We've been able to see that cap break across some of west central Arkansas because they've seen a little bit of breaks in the clouds. You know, that line of that cold front moving through, that frontal passage moving through also helps break down that cap. So even if it's not necessarily seeing breaks in the clouds, as that front approaches, that's going to help break down that cap as well. But we do have the THV 11 weather impact alert in effect now until midnight tonight. And again, the further east you are in the state, the closer to midnight you'll need to stay weather aware. If you're somebody that lives in a Polk County or in a Yale or Perry County, you're not going to need to stay up until midnight. I think if you're in that part of the state, probably closer to sunset, but to encompass everybody that we have responsibility over from now until 7. And again, that's for that concern for strong to severe storms. The best thing you can do right now is just make sure you have multiple ways to receive warnings. We are already under that tornado watch. And again, if you haven't seen this map, we're going to bring this back up. We are under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. for the western half of the state. But do not be surprised if you live in a White County, Cleburne County, Independence, Jackson, or Woodruff County, if you see at the very least a severe thunderstorm watch issued before the evening is out. Could be another tornado watch, but at the very least, another watch could be possible for northeast Arkansas. It looks like we just got a tornado warning for Yale County. Yale County is in our responsibility. So we're going to take this back to radar and talk more about what's currently happening. We had a moment to talk about the forecasting of it, but now that we have a new tornado warning, we're going to take our attention back to this. And I think Tom is over here at the wall.
We're going to take it back to THV 11. We'll go back to THV 11.
With it.
So Tom is joining us again. We're going to join back on THV 11. We're going to stay on THV 11 plus, but we're going to hop into programming now on THV 11 because we've got this newest tornado warning out for Yale County.
Okay. Say when, Perry. Just a very small area.
It's a small
Yeah.
chunk of Yale County, but
Well, okay. Thank you, folks, for rejoining us here at THV 11 and THV 11 Plus. Told you we'd break in if any part of our warning area has a tornado warning. Symone Thomas joining me this afternoon. Yale County has now been placed under a warning, and it's just that very western area, very western tip of Yale County this afternoon. The tornado warned storm that was in Polk County is now in Scott County. It is moving to the northeast at 50 and has shown some signs, according to the National Weather Service, has shown some signs of holding together or possibly even intensifying just a bit. So here we go. If you live in Waveland, which is in that extreme western tip of Yale County, and then there's Logan County. Here's Boonville, Arkansas, Logan County. And there's our area of concern, Scott County, that will soon move into Logan County. It's overlapping viewership. Just to give you a little bit about that, counties like Yale and Montgomery and Polk are within our viewing area. And we want to make sure that they have what they need to know so that they can protect their family. And I think we just shifted our radar back to the Little Rock radar, and you can quite clearly see there is something spinning here.
I shifted it to Fort Smith. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Fort Smith is a great vantage point. We have a little bit of a better view of the supercell thunderstorm, and it is a supercell thunderstorm capable of some large and damaging hail. And it's this general area that we're keeping a close eye on. If we can take a look at our velocity mode, we can find the couplet
if there is one here, now this is holding together quite nicely. There you go. Just to the west of Waldron, Arkansas is where we're finding the tightest couplet, or the tightest area of spin within this supercell as it moves to the northeast. Again, 50 plus miles per hour. The storm is still in Scott County, but will be impacting Yell County down the road, and then from Yell County, once again, those counties north of Yell County and west of Yell County, Johnson County, you're more than likely going to be in the path of this. And there's other cells we'll get to here in just a few minutes, but a tornado warning does include a part of western Yell County and Logan County. Here's Boonville. If this storm continues its track, it's going to go through Boonville and then eventually up toward the Mount Magazine area. So a very popular spot this time of year. Might have some families up there. The interesting thing about this is that the cell developed in Oklahoma and is tracked into Polk and Scott. Now it's holding together and really looks a little more impressive. This afternoon, there is an enhanced risk of severe weather for central and northern Arkansas. And even though we have a slight risk, you can still see a tornado. So we're going to keep an eye on this as it moves to the northeast at 50. Waldron right now being impacted by this storm. You've got Golden City, Grayson, Boonville up the road at 318. And then Magazine at 325 on up just a little. Driggs and Carbon City. So everybody within this polygon is going to be impacted. The area of rotation and concern is just to the west of Waldron. Here's Highway 71, and we'll move over Highway 71 probably within the next couple of minutes or so. Again, the potential is there for a tornado. We have not heard report of a tornado, and let me correct the movement, northeast at 45 miles per hour. Capable of producing a tornado near Waldron. So it's just to the west of Waldron, moving to the northeast. It does impact a part of our THV11 viewing area. And we do have a sister station in Fort Smith, KFSM, and I'm sure that Scott Covert is on board there. He's got his hands full with storms in northern Arkansas at this time. Let's go to Max 2 briefly. I want to show what's going on the broader scale. We have come to the point where we knew that Easter Sunday would be an active one, and it is turning out to be so. Every one of these boxes represents severe weather, or at least severe weather occurring in southwest Arkansas, Howard, severe, Little River counties, severe thunderstorm warnings with these storms intensifying, tornado warning all the way into Logan and Yell County, and even more counties up there in western and northwestern Arkansas. Let me pull that up for us real quick here. I'll show you that. Show you those counties that are going to be impacted here on Max 2. There we go. This extends all the way into Missouri. A tornado warning here that's close to, if not southeast of Fayetteville. That line is moving to the east. This is going to be impacting areas of the THV11 viewing area. Here it is, 2:52. We're closing in on 3 o'clock. The line is moving east quickly. The storms within the line are racing to the northeast, 45 to 50 plus miles per hour. Let's go back to Max 1. Where Symone has this dialed in to where we find the area of rotation near Waldron, moving to the northeast. There's Highway 71. Here's Boonville. Upstream, you've got Sugar Grove, Magazine, Mount Magazine, Blue Mountain, Driggs. And if we can, Symone, if you have Storm Track 11 fired up, maybe we can take a look at the rotation tool on Storm Track 11 and get a better idea of the area that we're looking at. It doesn't appear as impressive, but there's the area of concern near Waldron. Why don't we put it on our velocity mode from this vantage point? Certainly a lot of wind with this storm. Hard to pick up a tight couplet, but if there's anything, it's near the Waldron area. Are we looking from Fort Smith with this one?
Yes,
or are we looking
we are.
from Fort Smith? So just from there, there's your polygon. There's Driggs, Arkansas, Paris, Arkansas, Boonville. This is going to track near Subiaco, Paris, and over the Mount Magazine area. I always like to look ahead and warn folks ahead of time because we do have the ingredients this afternoon for tornado potential in Arkansas. Not trying to scare anyone, just want to make sure you're prepared. That's why we're here on Easter Sunday. There's a lot of events and activities that your family may have. Maybe you're outdoors enjoying things right now. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's warm, it's humid. It's getting ready to be stormy as well. All right, back to Max 1 we go. Again, we've got this tornado warned storm. Scott County that is going to be in Logan County and the western flank, a very small end of Yell County, Waveland, Arkansas. Although you're not in the polygon, let's play like you are because in the next 30, 45 minutes or so, this polygon may be extended to include more of Yell County and then up the road, Polk County. So if you live in Polk County, there's a pretty good bet, Pope and Johnson County, I should say, that you're going to be included. Johnson County is within our viewing area. Yell County, Pope, those parts of the River Valley are areas that we cover. This line is going to move to the east very quickly today, and within that line, we're going to have the potential for severe thunderstorms, and those severe thunderstorms could produce tornadoes today. That's why we have the enhanced risk and have the, the atmosphere that we have. Everything is kind of leaning toward that for this afternoon, especially over northern and central Arkansas. Symone, if you don't mind, let's. I want to pull up the tornado watch and on Max 1 if we can, and let's let folks know who's under that watch till 7 o'clock, and that includes the western half of the state, Pulaski County, Faulkner County, Saline, Grant County, Dallas County. That line is right now positioned in west central Arkansas from close to Franklin, Madison counties, Logan, Scott, down to Polk. It's moved out of Polk County, but more activity trying to develop there over the southwestern part of the area. Once again, tornadoes are possible, large hail, and especially some damaging wind gusts. Let's go back to Storm Track 11. We're keeping an eye on this. If there's anything rotating, is right here near Waldron, Arkansas. The National Weather Service locally feels confident enough that the cell is going to hold together. There's nothing to compete around it, the environment around it. So that is why we have the tornado warning in effect, and the storm looks like it's going to maintain. It's going to hold together, Symone. Looks like it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service, for a second I'm going to take this back to base reflectivity, because they said in a recent update that they're also watching a small storm to the southwest of this warm storm. So I'm guessing this storm in Polk County, they're watching it to see if it's going to organize some more as it moves northeast as well. So if this organizes a little bit more, we may have another warning downstream later.
Southwest of Warren Star. I bet it may be this one, this area here. Again, once this line moves out of your way, everything to the west begins to settle down. That's where we're finding the frontal boundary. And things are picking up speed this afternoon. This line is going to move quickly to the east. Here in the last hour, it has moved from eastern Oklahoma into west central Arkansas. The area of blue would indicate some rotation, but could also indicate some areas of some very strong wind gusts within this tornado warned storm. There's also more wind here south of Greenwood. Our concern is over the Waldron area, if not just to the north of Waldron. We have seen the colors tick upwards a little. We go from blue to green to yellow. Haven't seen that low here in a while, but it's in an area, it's in an environment where you've got a supercell thunderstorm, you've got strong rotation. It's in an area that could strengthen and become prominent and produce a tornado here down the road. There's Logan County. Here's a little part of Yell County that's prompted us to come on the air this afternoon. I do apologize for interrupting your programming this afternoon. Anytime we have a tornado warning for any part of our THV 11 viewing area, we're going to break into coverage on THV 11. You're also watching us on THV 11 Plus. If you want to follow us on YouTube, Facebook Live, we're also there as well, tracking tornado warned storms this afternoon. Live, let's go back to Max 1 and show you that line in western Arkansas. Mr. Kovic's got his hands full up south of Fayetteville, tornado warned storm here. Our responsibility, Logan, Yell County, and soon to be Pike and Montgomery counties. Pike's in our viewing area. Montgomery, although you're not under a warning, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for your area, and I would imagine that's going to be extended to include Montgomery and possibly Pike County. Something else of note, little cells are beginning to pop up along I-30 southwest of Little Rock. This is how things get started. You've got cells that develop into supercells. This could happen. This is a supercell thunderstorm in Scott County that is going to move over Logan and eventually Yell counties. That tornado warning remains in effect this afternoon. Severe thunderstorm warning was just also issued, but that tornado warning remains in effect this afternoon. And I don't see the timing. But
till 3:30.
3:30. Thank you. Oh goodness. All right. Sometimes that happens, folks. All right, so that's what's going on currently. This is Max 1. Let's go back to Max 2, give you a broader perspective of the tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. If anything, you'll get some damaging wind gusts. And yeah, there's that area, that severe thunderstorm warning that has been posted. And it does have a lot of real estate involved. If we go to Max 1, Simone's got a better viewpoint of it than I do on Max 2. But Max 1 will show you the system number 1 that will show you what other counties have been added to that severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you. Mr. Perry, if you don't mind showing us there. Oh, thank you so much. There's Johnson County. Now, Johnson, we're keeping an eye on this storm as it tracks to the northeast that may provide another tornado warning. Logan County, Yale County, western Yale County now with that severe thunderstorm warning. And this afternoon, it's a little bit different. It's warranted to break in, at least from the standpoint of family events and activities going on out there. You might have an egg hunt going on or a family picnic going on. We want to make sure that you're aware of what's going around your area. Stay weather aware. Make sure that you've got your safe place ready to go, your important papers, your medicine, a helmet, something put over your head in case your county gets placed under a tornado warning. At this time, central Arkansas, west central Arkansas, there is a tornado warning for Yale County. There's Logan County and the one for Scott. The first one has now been allowed to go away, but we've got that main polygon here and another one that's just a little farther to the north. And again, once that line moves through your area, the weather is going to improve dramatically. It's all been kind of building up. We've had a couple of days and nights where storms have been severe to our west, and now it's our turn here in Arkansas today. Unfortunately, it's happening on Easter Sunday. But severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect, lining up from northwest Arkansas all the way down to the southwestern part of the state. Simone, anything new?
Nothing new other than just an update they added for the severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay. So severe thunderstorm warning, that's what's new here. There's the area of the tornado warning. Let's go to Max 2. Let me give you kind of an update on what's going on this afternoon as we await new information. The tornado watch till 7 o'clock, and I think that we'll probably see an extension of this, at least for eastern and northeastern Arkansas. Pulaski County, if this is new and you're just turning on the TV or maybe watching us on Plus, Faulkner, Pulaski, Perry, Saline, Grant, Hot Spring, Garland counties in the central Arkansas area are under a tornado watch until 7. The enhanced risk of severe weather for Little Rock, Russellville North. So the storm that developed into a tornado warned storm evolved out of Oklahoma and is now in Scott County and Logan County. It's beginning to enter an area where you've got more ingredients to work with. The upper level winds are a little stronger. You've got surface winds. You've got upper level winds out of another direction. You've got wind shear. This is the area of the state today that is primed for tornadoes, and at that, a long track tornado cannot be ruled out. That's indicative of that dashed line within 25 miles of a point. A strong tornado is possible. Hail up to quarter-sized or larger, and the most primed area, prominent area, would be the yellow area, and winds 60+ miles per hour. All of that said, the whole state really has a threat of seeing a strong to severe weather. This is the way this line looks by 4 o'clock. I think this line is going to be a little farther along. This is really what it looks like now, or at least it's close to it. So 4 o'clock, and this is the tornado risk today. We're on the low end right now, but the best area of tornado parameter is over north central Arkansas, although really the whole state has it. Let me advance it a little bit further. This is taking you through 7 o'clock tonight. That line moving through central Arkansas, the parameter is still there, might get a little bit of an uptick over southern Arkansas. So the ingredients are there for the potential for a tornado or two this afternoon. And that's why we're on here. It's a tornado warning for a part of our viewing area in Yale County. I'm going to pull it back up here in just a moment. Yale County is under a tornado warning till 3:30. And the counties around Yale County have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And that's with these polygons extending out. So an active afternoon is certainly beginning to unfold. All right, Simone, do you have anything?
The National Weather Service just kind of gave the update that the tornado warning is going to continue until 3:30. So again, this is the same warning we've been following. It does look like they took off a little bit of who all is in that polygon. They made it a little smaller to account for where it is.
Okay.
And that would be right now over northern Scott County. There's a little notch here. This would be the inflow area. So
I'll actually put this on the live wind for you.
yeah, put it on velocity mode. Northern Scott County into Logan counties, and you really don't see much of a couplet there, but there might be enough here. They're going to keep this warning going. This part of Yale County is under the tornado warning as well as a severe thunderstorm warning. And anytime we have a part of our viewing area under a tornado warning, we're going to pop in and let you know. You're joining us on THV 11. We're on Plus today, THV 11 Plus, as well as other platforms, YouTube and Facebook Live this afternoon. And we are tracking storms, a line of storms moving through western Arkansas. Supercell thunderstorms out ahead of that line are embedded within that line with the potential of producing tornadoes. And right now, south of Booneville, here in northern Scott County, between Waldron and Booneville, this is the area of biggest concern where we could have some rotation, strong rotation. Let's go to our NROT tool. Let's go back over to Storm Track 11. And, you know, and we can zoom in just a little more here, Simone,
Yes.
in that area.
Oops, wrong way.
That's all right. It's just not as impressive looking from this standpoint. If we go to velocity, maybe the velocity could show us a little bit of something different. If there's something in this area here, it looks broad, it looks spread out a bit. But they say they're going to continue the warning. As soon as they discontinue the warning, we'll go back to programming on THV 11 because this is going to stay primarily over say Scott, Logan counties for a little while longer. Then Johnson County, you'd be next if they extend that warning. And what you're looking at, Tom, what's all the colors? What do they mean? The blues and the reds? Well, this is how we find those wind couplets, those the rotation within that supercell thunderstorm. And we look for those that are very tight. This is very broad right here, so there could be some very strong straight line wind gusts and possibly some hail. We can turn on one of our hail protocols over there, Simone, and we can see if we have some large hail. Doesn't appear to be
Doesn't
much.
appear to
So
be any hail.
wind and possible tornado. Let's go back to Max 1. This is what reflectivity looks like. And yeah, the supercell, and it's this bending area right here of concern on the border of Scott and Logan counties and a little sliver of Yale County right here. This cell moving to the northeast 45 to 50 miles per hour.
It looks like they're typing in the National Weather Service chat.
Okay.
Warren Storm
Some
has
weakening.
exhibiting some weakening.
That's good. We like to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime you've got competition between storms at one supercell here and more storms to the south, taking away some of that unstable air, the rich unstable air that it needs to keep going, that's a good thing. If these things would line up and become more linear, you'd still have a tornado potential, but you become more of a strong wind threat instead of a tornado threat. So we'll keep an eye on that. They may decide to end that warning early, and if that's the case, we'll go back to programming. This is a very small part of western Yale County, and they have ended it.
Okay.
That is certainly some good news. So they're deciding to end that. So here's Scott County, Logan County. This storm is moving to the northeast. We will take you back to programming here on THV 11. Simone and I are going to be back on THV 11 Plus and YouTube. So we'll take you back to programming. I'm going to let you update everything, okay?
Okay.
All right, good afternoon once again. Severe weather possible this afternoon. Hi, I'm Chief Meteorologist Brannon. Symone Thomas here this afternoon as well. And I'm going to turn things over to her. Thank you for joining us at THV 11 Plus, as well as YouTube and possibly on Facebook Live this afternoon, where we're going to be in and out of tornado warnings for a little while longer today, Simone. I'm going to let you update us on what's happening. We got a significant line of severe storms from northwest west central and southwest Arkansas. Take it away.
Yeah, and the good news is we don't have any active tornado warnings. The warning we were just tracking impacting portions of Scott County, Logan County, and Yale County. Yale County being the reason we broke into programming. They just canceled that early. So right now it's just this line of severe thunderstorm warnings. But what we've been tracking is through the afternoon and rest of the evening, this line moving east with the storm system and cold front. We're going to see more of this activity moving into central Arkansas. Now, just before we got that Yale County warning, we were kind of forecasting through the rest of the afternoon of what we're tracking. The bottom line, what we're seeing right now to our west is going to start to impact us here in central Arkansas, closing in on locations like Pulaski County along that I-30 corridor within the next hour to 90 minutes. So hopefully you've gotten your Easter egg hunts out the way, you've gone to brunch, you've done whatever, you can start to make your way home over the next 30 minutes or so to, you know, just be parked and settled, so as things start to change over the coming hours, you'll be a bit safer. We are going to take you back to see this tornado watch that we're under, the western half of the state, currently under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. Now, do not be surprised if once we approach 7 o'clock, some of northeastern Arkansas, so White County, Woodruff, Independence, Jackson counties, maybe even seeing a severe thunderstorm watch or another tornado watch for that part of the state, or even some of southeastern Arkansas, you know, getting into Bradley County and Drew County. We'll see a little bit of that tornado potential picking up there closer to the 7 o'clock hour. So I would not be surprised if over the coming hours we see an additional watch issued for more portions of the state. Would you agree, Tom?
Probably so. I think this is kind of the beginning stage. We'll see that watch extended into eastern Arkansas eventually. Things have settled a bit with the tornado warnings, but we're going to have more this afternoon. There you go. That's what we're looking at right now. I'm sorry, Simone, I'm answering questions that have been sent my way. So just keep going.
Okay,
keep going
so my
here, okay?
apologies.
No, you didn't know I was doing that. That's all right.
So again, breaking this down by severe hazards, right now it looks like the tornado threat is the biggest hazard we have in front of us, especially with us having this hatched risk, which indicates significant severe potential. And what that means is in that orange hatched area, which does include northern portions of Pulaski County, getting into north central Arkansas and northwestern Arkansas, there lies the probability of a strong EF2 or greater tornado that could stay on the ground for a little while. So this is why they issued that tornado watch a little bit in advance. It was issued at noon, and we're going to see that in place through the next couple of hours. But you do see that includes portions of White County into some of Cleburne County and a little bit of Independence to our north, which is, again, why I would not be surprised if we saw those watches get extended later on. Now, the hail threat is a little bit lower compared to the rest of our impacts, but we do still have the hail threat there. Quarter size hail is all you need for a severe thunderstorm warning. So far with the severe thunderstorm warnings we have seen, the hail has not been quarter size or 1 inch just yet. It's mainly been for that wind and for the tornadoes, which the wind threat is a little bit higher, you know, where we have that orange or that enhanced risk in north central and northwest Arkansas. That is more of a concern. We are also, though, tracking a flooding risk, primarily for northwest Arkansas, where we have that slight risk, and that's just partially due to the fact that this storm system has been parked over northwest Arkansas for most of the weekend, dumping rain on a lot of the same places. But as the system finally starts to move its way east, we could see some heavy rainfall at times in some of those severe thunderstorms. So there's a marginal flood threat for the rest of the state. But we're going to take this forward a couple hours to kind of talk you through the afternoon. What we're looking at is our tornado risk with the HER model. That HER is our high resolution model that kind of takes us through the rest of the evening. So this has us at 3 o'clock, which that line, honestly, I would say based off of current radar is just a tad bit east of where the model is pointing this out. We always tell you the models are never perfect. It gives us an idea of the trends, but obviously from what we've seen so far, that line of storms is just a tad bit farther east. I think Where it has that line at 4 o'clock is closer to where that line is currently. But as we take this forward a few more hours into 7 o'clock, we see that line setting up again across central Arkansas, you know, some of Independence County and a little bit of White County up into northeast Arkansas, starting to see those storms. We do still have a little bit of that tornado potential matching up there. We maybe see a little bit of an uptick in that tornado potential to our south in Ouachita and Calhoun County, which I think are some areas that are not currently included in the tornado watch, which is why I would not be surprised if over the next 2 to 3 hours we see more counties extended into that watch. Taking this forward now to 10 o'clock, which hopefully at 10 o'clock, you know, you'll be planning to watch us on THV 11. That line, the main storms of that line moving east of the metro, but we're still tracking some thunderstorms in the metro, but the tornado risk is really shaping up to be east of the metro, with that spike again a little bit closer to the Mississippi River, so not quite our coverage area where we see that highest tornado risk lined up, but that's still not to say Arkansas County, Prairie County, Monroe County, some of those storms in that part of the state couldn't give us a little bit of trouble closing in on 10 o'clock. By 1 o'clock, really looking to see the severe threat winding down in our neighborhood, moving east of the Mississippi River. Maybe a few showers left over if this model holds true, but I do think once we get to midnight, things are going to be a lot calmer for us to go to bed with a little bit of peace of mind. But we're going to take this back to live radar. I don't think we have any active tornado warnings right now, but a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are impacting some of our counties. I think the latest warning to come out is for portions of Johnson and Yale County. That storm producing the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, not quite quarter-size hail, but a little bit of hail is possible.
Yeah, I wanted to take a little radar tour real quick. I let Simone grab a little drink of water there and talk about what's going on just west of us here. Let's go back to Max 2, Perry, and there you got that line, but this is the area that I'm keeping a close eye on because we have had the tornado warned storm in Logan County, and it's currently over Logan County now. Paris is getting a pretty good downpour, possibly some wind. This yellow box area is the extent of the severe thunderstorm warning, and that's now western parts of Yale County, covers up Logan and Johnson counties. Let's hope that another tornado warning doesn't come down. But they are going to spin up and down throughout the day, especially as we head toward the heat of the day. We've got more ingredients, we've got more parameters, wind parameter, more turning in the atmosphere the farther north you go from Little Rock. So even though we've had a tornado warning in the slight risk category, we could still see a tornado warning in the enhanced as well. And that enhanced area includes Polk County, Conway County, and part of Yale, Johnson counties. What you're more than likely getting out of this is some strong wind gusts and even some hail. I'm going to take a little bit of a closer inspection here in southwest Arkansas. If you live, you're picking us up there in Montgomery County. Here's Mount Ida. There's Pike County, Daisy, Arkansas. These storms are moving to the east-northeast. Montgomery County and Pike County, I would imagine you're going to see at least a severe thunderstorm warning in the next few minutes or so. And keeping an eye on the cells, try to develop along I-30 corridor, Garland County, Hot Spring, Clark County. The area to the west, once you get to, let's say, Mena, DeQueen, you're out of the severe weather threat. And that's good news. This is where it all began in Mena earlier this afternoon. And in northern Arkansas, closer to the area of low pressure and the upper level little spin of low pressure, the short wave of low pressure that's going to be moving through that area. This is where you find more wind energy from the surface aloft that could provide stronger wind gusts and even the possibility of tornadoes. So yeah, you've got it all going on there in northwest Arkansas, strong wind gusts. They've also had a tornado warning not long ago. And I've just heard moments ago that up toward Joplin, Missouri, they had a tornado warning and a possible tornado there near Lamar in southwestern Missouri. So that's the afternoon that we're faced with on Easter Sunday. We still have a ways to go. Wouldn't be surprised if more cells develop here over southwest and west central Arkansas and over southeast Arkansas. The movement of that line is to the east. The cells within the line are racing to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And notice everybody that's in an orange box
is under a severe thunderstorm warning. These warnings are going to go into effect until 3:30, and we'll keep an eye on these cells here. I'm concerned about these moving into more of an environment that would allow for more spin, and that would be in Montgomery County and eventually Garland and Yell County. So that's a little radar tour for you. We'll let Symone provide more updates. Symone?
Right now, nothing new from the National Weather Service. I did take a look at power outages. The good news is that part of the state where we're seeing the activity, we're not tracking much of any power outages, which is good. Right now, the warnings we've been seeing have been for that base level 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Would not be surprised though if over the coming hours things start to change. So Scott County right now, where we have a lot going on, only 2 people with power outages, which is really good considering, you know, we've had some tornado warnings in this county. We've had some severe thunderstorm warnings. Yale County, no people out. Logan County, nobody out. Polk County, nobody out. So we're in good shape right now when it comes to power outages. Want to actually try to utilize some of these cameras we have on iDrive Arkansas website. So this is, well, this isn't a good view. This is in northwest Arkansas in one of those storms that is severe thunderstorm warned. You can see it's coming down. Those 18-wheelers carrying those cars are going a little too fast for comfort on those wet roads. But, you know, things are quiet right now in the capital city, and we'll take a look outside here in the capital city. Things are fairly quiet right now, but that will be changing in the coming hours. As you just saw, our neighbors to the north are dealing with those heavy downpours, those severe thunderstorm warnings. We're seeing a few breaks in the clouds right now in the capital city, which really is not the best on a day like today. That is helping destabilize the atmosphere to give us an environment conducive for some action. But Tom and I are here. We're going to be with you through the evening, at least through the rest of this tornado watch. If we're lucky, maybe the tornado watch doesn't get extended, but I'm not hopeful about that.
Well, it's probably going to be extended for a little while longer anyway, till 7 o'clock through central Arkansas. You know, one of the good things that could come of this is that this line actually develops, or a line of storms instead of the individual cells. But even within the line, you've got the potential of some strong wind gusts, and you could have a brief tornado develop. And with the supercells, if they have something to compete against, they don't like that. And that's why those tornado warned storms here in over northern Arkansas have been allowed to come down from being a tornado warning and just a severe thunderstorm warning. That's a solid line there. That's an impressive line. Madison County, Franklin, and it's just to the northern tip of Logan County. This is the cell in Logan County that was tornado warned down in Polk County. If that's all that we have, that's fantastic. But you know, we might see 1 or 2 more this afternoon, and especially in this region that is within the enhanced risk. Already reports of tornadoes in Missouri. We've had 2 tornado warnings here in Arkansas, but I'm going to keep an eye on this area. Clinton, let's say if you live in Clinton, Russellville, Conway, Searcy, Batesville, Mountain View, Mountain Home. You folks this afternoon still have another few hours to go. This area of the state has a little bit more parameter for tornadoes. Very concerning, enhanced risk with a hatched area here that would indicate the chance of a strong or EF2 tornado within 25 miles of a point. So keeping an eye there. We still have the risk of severe weather in southwest Arkansas, just by virtue of having a lot of instability out there. And this frontal boundary lifting that instability and forcing thunderstorm development. So strong storms here, capable of producing some strong wind gusts. And yeah, anytime these cells begin to individualize, if they break away from that line, that is something we will certainly be keeping a close eye on, especially Pike and Montgomery counties. But Symone, this line is moving very rapidly now to the east. It was about 1:30 that first tornado warning came out. Here it is. We're closing in on 3:30. So within 2 hours, the line has moved out of eastern Oklahoma into west central Arkansas, and the warnings are still in effect.
The good news is, looking at our NROD tool, not much rotating in this line. just kind of taking a wide view of that line on our Storm Track 11. A little bit of rotation in the Carroll and Madison County storms, but Logan, Yale, Scott, we don't really have any rotation happening in that line right now. Maybe a little bit in southwest Arkansas, but it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot.
No, and that's good news, but we still have a ways to go this afternoon. Hopeful that nothing happens, but just know that the ingredients are there, the parameters are there for severe weather, whether it's a damaging wind gust or hailstone. And I think that the bigger threat today is going to be the wind and the potential for tornadoes. Less hail, more wind, and a little bit more of a chance of tornadoes. Get a little sip here. Every one of these yellow polygons is indicative of the severe thunderstorm warnings extending from northwest Arkansas through west central Arkansas, Yale County included in that, Logan, Johnson County, and Howard County, along with severe and Little River counties. So the line is here and it will continue to track to the east. Here's what it looks like on Max 1. And this is a really good perspective of those storms lining up. And you can see that a couple of cells that have our attention in Howard County and Pike County. And right now, Pike County is not under a warning. A little surprise there, but we'll see if the National Weather Service extends this warning that would include Pike and Montgomery, and then on down the road to Garland County. We're roughly about 2.5, maybe 3 hours away from that line being in central Arkansas. And there are signs that, looking at the forecast information, that the line breaks apart a bit and we lose some of the cape or some of the storm fuel and the wind energy, and those storms may die back a little bit after 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. That being said, for the next 3 to 4 hours, we still have the potential for storms that could be severe. Symone?
All right, now it looks like right now the National Weather Service has just been issuing some special weather statements. So they issue a special weather statement when the storm has some strength, but not enough strength for a severe thunderstorm warning. So they just issued one for that storm that's impacting portions of Pike County into Clark County, Garland County, some of Scott County. So it looks like, that southernmost portion of that line. Kind of zoom in on this. This is that area here between, say, Daisy up to Mount Ida, and then kind of extending into, again, Garland County. They've issued that special weather statement because those storms in that area, as it's moving east, it's strong, but not strong enough for a severe thunderstorm warning. So what we're seeing right now, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. What we need for a severe thunderstorm warning is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So that storm has a little bit of strength to it, but not enough right now to warrant a warning. Now, looking east of that line, we do have some of these storms trying to develop in the I-30 corridor of the state, down into Clark County and then up into Hot Spring County and then into Garland County right now, just east of the city of Hot Springs, or right on top of Hot Springs and moving along Highway 70. So, these storms right now, not warned or don't have any warnings, but these storms right now out of ahead of that line have open field to just grow and develop. So I would not be surprised if we start to see some things change with these here in the next hour or so. Okay, this new severe thunderstorm warning they just issued, I think it's to the northwest of this for portions of Johnson and Newton, Pope and Boone County, so up in this part of the state. So still not technically our coverage area, but really just paying attention to this line coming out of southwestern Arkansas, as well as these more isolated, discrete storms that are developing along that I-30 corridor, because they don't have anything competing with it right now. They have that room to grow and expand as they move into this environment that is further conducive of that thunderstorm activity. That's really the main update I have right now. If anything changes over here with any of our power outages, we'll be able to talk about that.
I think what I would like to do, let's look for power outages. Ryan, are you up in the booth? Ryan Cope, our producer up there today. You were up there with us. Let us know if you have any power outages to pass along. It's 3:27. We are planning on having a newscast tonight. Newscast is at
5:30?
5:30, yes.
5:30. I get them confused sometimes. 6 o'clock. I know that we have to do a little bit of forecasting. So here's what I would like to do to give Symone a chance to put together a forecast for you at home. I will take care of things for a little while here, and I'll walk you through what's going on. Symone, why don't you go ahead and work on 1 over there, and I'll work off a 2 and Storm Track 11, and we'll take care of what's happening weather-wise here. So here we go. So it's 3:27 right now, and luckily we don't have any tornado warnings, but we still have this impressive line of storms expected today. Let's back up a little bit. You go back to this frontal boundary that was stalled out over northwest Arkansas, producing quite a bit of rain. Flash flooding was a potential there. The boundary interacting with these waves of low pressure, it would meander back and forth. We had severe weather last night and the night before in Oklahoma and Texas. And now we're beginning to see more of a push to the east with a frontal boundary that's been stationary now becoming a cool front. And that boundary is now in western Arkansas. And once you see the area of inflamed weather move through your region, then you're out of the severe weather risk. It's just going to take a little bit of time to do so. I'm going to put us back on a state. I got to put the glasses on, folks. Thank you for hanging out on YouTube and Plus this afternoon. I want to make sure that we, address your needs the best that we can. And as long as we can stay out of tornado warnings, we won't have to go back to THV 11 and interrupt golf. I don't like interrupting sporting events, but we want to give you a platform to kind of keep an eye on what's going on weather-wise, especially since, let's face it, it is a big day. It's a big family day. And, folks started off today at church. Maybe you had sunrise services. Some folks may even have, growing up, had a little egg hunt before church. And then after church, we ate the eggs. I think people still eat hard-boiled eggs. Anyway, family activities happening today, family picnics, family time. And we have to deal with this, and we're all dealing with it the best that we possibly can. Something that's encouraging, these storms are not getting stronger at this time, that's good. But most of the severe weather parameter enhanced risk is really from Little Rock north. And once that line moves through, you can start taking counties out of the way. The line is moving to the east. Cells within the line are moving to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. All of the orange boxes and polygons indicate severe thunderstorm warnings for those areas, and they're really lining up from southwest Arkansas into northwest Arkansas. There's a break here in Montgomery County. Those storms are strong, and the Weather Service puts out these special weather statements. They remain just below severe limits, but they may uptick and become severe. In fact, while you're looking at the statewide radar, I'm going to see what the National Weather Service has to say. They continue a severe thunderstorm warning for Logan, Johnson, Scott, and Yell counties until 3:45. It's 3:30. So these areas are under severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. And then down the road, you're getting into the Van Buren County. You're getting into Searcy and Newton counties. There's Polk County. Not much going on here yet, but the Cell and Yell County and Logan County will be moving into that region here shortly. And then in southwest Arkansas, Howard, Sevier, and Little River counties. And these counties are the responsibility of the National Weather Service in Shreveport. You get into Pike and Hempstead, Nevada, Clark, more toward the central Arkansas area. And this would be a good thing if this would develop into just some general rain shower activity to kind of steal away some of the energy from the storms this afternoon. So we're hopeful that's going to happen. Okay. And one of the lightning activity, there's not a whole lot of lightning with these storms, according to the National Weather Service. They look at these things and they utilize them and move them forward with other events that may happen. I'm happy to report that if we see this become nothing more than a bust and we get a couple of tornado warnings out of it, nobody's going to complain about that. But all too often what happens is you have things sneak up on you, and you get a surprise rogue severe thunderstorm. We had one this morning at 7:30, keeping an eye on it. It was the tail end of those storms in Oklahoma last night. that were very strong, but it maintained its strength and its rotation as it moved out of Franklin into that northwestern tip of Johnson and then again into Madison counties. It was that one little rogue storm. There were no watches in effect. Sometimes these things happen without having watches around you, but we have the tornado watch in effect right now. That is until 7 o'clock. So that's good news from the National Weather Service. Okay. As of 3/28, they're keeping an eye on that cell that's to the west of Mount Magazine. That's that Logan County storm that might have a little bit more rotation. So I'm going to go there. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit on this cell in Logan County near Paris and Mount Magazine. And see if we can pick up a little bit of that rotation. There it is. It doesn't really look like much. And there's competition from this cell that's cutting this one off, but this would be the area that we're talking about. Let me see if there's any kind of rotation. See if I can pick up a couplet with this storm. Maybe a little here near Paris, just a little, not much, not really that strong. I mean, in terms of not really picking up that much rotation. Storm Track 11, I'm going to take a walk over, but Storm Track 11, if you don't mind, I want to adjust. Well, you know what? I can do it from here. Let me go back here. I do want to pull up. That's not what I want. Let's see here. Where is it? Okay, Washington County, Northwest Arkansas, 2,000 folks without power. That's what I want to see right there. All right, we're going to go closer to Logan County this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. THV 11 Plus. There is Paris and Subiaco. Let me see if we can find something on velocity. I don't see much there. All right, so maybe it pulsed up and it pulsed, or it kind of came back down again. Of course, that would certainly be some good news. This is Storm Track 11. That's velocity. This is, I'm sorry, that's our reflectivity. This is our velocity mode. And this is the NROT tool, or the rotation tool, that shows potential areas of rotation. And what I see just by looking at this, it's just not that impressive. All right, so Mr. Perry, if you don't mind, let's go back to Max 1 this afternoon. Max 1, if you don't mind, and we'll take a look at that line once again. And here it is. Yeah, the line's moving to the east. The cells within the line are moving to the northeast. I'm a little concerned about that area there north of Daisy. There's Pike County, Montgomery County. Looks like it's trying to break off and become more supercellular in nature. There's our severe thunderstorm warning for Scott County, Logan, into Yell counties, and a few showers trying to pop up here. And I'm going to turn on our lightning display here on, and you know, go to Max 1 since they have control on that one. Max 2, I'm sorry. And I'll turn on lightning and we'll see how much lightning we have with these storms, because a good indication of how strong a storm is the lightning. And you get lightning concentrated. There's just not a whole lot of lightning with these storms. And there's one or two flashes here, but you get into the areas of stronger storms that are intensifying, and you'll see a big cluster of lightning. Not seeing that, so I think it's probably just more wind than anything else, or at least more wind energy. Oh, look, now it comes down. There you go. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning this afternoon. Let me give you the specifics on that. That just popped up. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hot Spring, for Yell, for Perry, Montgomery, Garland, Polk, Clark, Scott, and Pike. Yeah, mentioned a moment ago that there wasn't a whole lot happening with the Pike and the Montgomery County storm, and now the warning has been extended. Notice how far it's extended out. This is until, let's see here. This is going to last us until 4:15. I think I said that. It's 3:36, so this has got about a 45-minute leeway here. So 4:45, let's say that it's in Hot Springs by 4:45. That's all I had to do was look up here. 4:45, that would mean if it maintains its strength, it might be extended into Pulaski County, be here by 6:30, 7 o'clock, if you're wanting to put a time on it. So if you are watching us on Plus or the app, and you know, I've got a family, we've got our family over, we're going to hide eggs in the backyard for the kids, and we live in Little Rock. You got a couple of 3 hours to get that done before that line moves in. You're not under a warning, but that warning extends into Clark, Pike, Garland County, Montgomery County, upwards to Perry
and Yell counties. Symone Thomas is also here this afternoon, kind of doing double duty. I'm getting her up to speed, or she's getting us up to speed on the forecast. And once we get this mess out of the way, it does look like it's going to be an active week this coming week. Maybe not as much with strong to severe weather, but with some rain, some gentle April showers possibly. Of course, we can't have nice things. They'll probably have a little thunder and lightning with them, but April rain, April showers. Need some rain, knock that pollen down, folks. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Primary concern is going to be winds in excess of 60 plus miles per hour. Just to give you an idea, the line extends from Fourche Valley to near Mount Ida to Corinth. Movement is northeast at 55. The line moving east, but cells moving to the northeast at 55. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail with these storms here. And look at the lightning. You know, the storms are just not that impressive, but a lot of wind with the storms, but not a lot of lightning, not yet. But that could change as the storms move into a more favorable environment this afternoon. As you can see, we do have the showers in Saline County, Garland County, Hot Spring, and Clark counties. So these showers continue, but the stronger storms are just to our west. I'm going to take us a little bit broader here. Bear with me just a second, and I will make sure that we have, there we go, take it out, take a statewide viewpoint. Thank you for hanging with us this afternoon. Some folks watching a little weather coverage. If you're watching golf on THV11 but found us on THV11 Plus, this is where we're tracking weather this afternoon. And we've got a broken line of storms that just, you know, for lack of a better way to say, I think the line here in northwest Arkansas is a lot more impressive than what's happening in west central and central Arkansas. Not that I'm trying to get it to be more impressive, it just looks that way from the way I'm looking at things. The severe weather risk has ended in Waldron and Mena. It has ended in Fort Smith. It is coming to an end in Fayetteville, Springdale, Bentonville, Rogers. Oh, there's a new warning that's popped up that covers Yell and Polk counties and Perry County. So we're getting closer to central Arkansas. And that severe thunderstorm warning, there's part of it that's till 3:45, a part of it to 4:15. Let me see what the Weather Service has in terms of length of time there. Yeah, several warnings in effect for different line segments, continuing to examine for tornadic potential. Okay. And warning strategy will follow accordingly. So there you go. Got the severe thunderstorm warnings, and if any of these cells break apart, become a little aggressive, they'll put a tornado warning on them. Severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, for Yell, for Perry, for Pope, Logan, and Conway counties. And that those warnings are in effect this afternoon. I think those go through until 4:15. So more 4:15 severe thunderstorm warnings. Hope everyone's having a great Easter, happy Easter, that you're able to get out and about with your family. Maybe you took a morning walk after church or before church. We're able to hang with the family and hide Easter eggs. Of course, most of that's now come to an end west of Little Rock, but here in central Arkansas, activities abound, and even in eastern Arkansas. Not much going on except for a few showers. A solid line of severe thunderstorm warning boxes extending from northwest and north central Arkansas all the way down into southwest Arkansas. Little River, Severe, Howard, Pike, Clark, Hot Spring, Garland, Montgomery, Perry, Yell, Scott, Logan, Johnson, Pope, Franklin, Madison, Newton, all the way up to Boone and Carroll. Looks like a little area there. That one, no, that's yellow, looking at the monitor. So lots of counties with these line segments, severe thunderstorm warnings. The wind is going to be the primary concern, wind gusts of 60 plus miles per hour. It is 3:41, streaming on THV11 Plus. And if I had YouTube pulled up, I could answer some questions. Unfortunately, I don't have YouTube pulled up. But Ryan, are you still up there? Are you producing up there? If you could pull up YouTube, the THV11 YouTube account that we are streaming with as well. And if there's a question there or two that I can answer, I'm happy to do that while I'm here. Why not? What else are we going to do, right? So if you could do that for me, I would appreciate it. I don't have a way to do that right now. But I will walk you through our weather concerns for the day.
Tornado watch in effect. Already seeing some counties being eliminated from that, but a tornado watch is in effect till 7 o'clock tonight for all the counties in yellow. That does include a good part of central Arkansas. Pulaski, Faulkner, Conway, Perry, Saline, Garland, and Hot Spring counties under that severe tornado watch, till 7 o'clock. The severe weather setup today. There is an enhanced risk of severe weather. We talk about the levels 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 5. A couple of weeks ago it was all northeast Arkansas and it was 4 out of 5. Well, it's enhanced, and Little Rock, North Little Rock, Sherwood, Jacksonville, Cabot, Searcy, Russellville, Conway, Vilonia, Greenbrier, Heber Springs, Batesville, Clinton, Russellville, Paris, Mount Magazine, all of these areas under that enhanced risk, a bit of an uptick. The rest of the state, it's a slight risk of severe weather. And here are your modes of severe weather we're talking about for the rest of the day today. Anytime you get an enhanced area with these hatched marks, that means there's a greater potential for significant severe in that area. In this case, a long track tornado in the dashed area. Long track strong tornado, EF2 or stronger tornado, could occur in this area. It's more likely here. It still could occur in the area in yellow. Hail up to quarter sized or larger, quarter to golf ball sized hail in the area of yellow, and winds of 60 plus miles per hour or greater, really concentrated over the northern 2 to 3 rows of counties. And I have seen those line segments moving through northern Arkansas have a little bit more wind energy aloft to deal with. Yep. I think we're looking at this line. The forecast models sometimes don't do a great job of timing. They might be a little behind. I think Little Rock area here, it's 345. Just judging by the severe thunderstorm warnings till 4:15 and 4:30 in Garland County, probably around between 6 and 7. Let's go with that unless that line slows down a little. But that's what we're expecting, between 6 and 7. This is the tornado risk this afternoon, and it's still very low. It's a little higher over the northern part of the state. The tornado risk in this gray area means low. So the parameter is there. Let's move it along. That's for 4 o'clock. Here it is, 3:45. That line gets a little bit closer to central Arkansas around 5 o'clock. The southern extent of it begins to fall apart. For a change, it appears as if southern Arkansas still might see a strong to severe storm, but we really begin to focus our efforts here in north central and central Arkansas for the potential for tornadoes and some damaging wind gusts. That's 5 o'clock. The parameter's still there. We move along. This is for 6 o'clock tonight. It's breaking apart south of Little Rock, but we're still holding strong here. Everywhere to the west by 6 o'clock, Russellville, Harrison, Mena, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, the severe weather threat is no longer. And that will carry that weather threat all the way through 7, possibly 8 o'clock. There could be a little bit of an uptick here over southeast Arkansas around 8:30 tonight. Storms should be out of the way, should be lessening by 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Let's hope. Let's hope that is the case. So I'd say between 6 and 7 here for central Arkansas. Next question, Ryan. Okay. Storm timeline. For those of you wanting to know the timing of the storms, we're seeing it now through 6 o'clock. This dashed area, those storms are right now up against that line. 4 to 10 o'clock, 3 to 10 o'clock, central Arkansas. More likely, though, in Little Rock between 6 and 7. So anytime as early as 4, but as late as 10. So that puts the sweet spot around 6 to 7 o'clock. And then in eastern Arkansas, as early as 7, as late as midnight. Sweet spot between 7 and midnight. Let's go 9, 10 o'clock. So that's kind of the way we break down the storm timeline for you. For those wanting to know more about it. And we don't try to pinpoint exactly the timing. Number one, it's impossible to do. But number two, sometimes the line segment may slow down. Maybe the front slows down a bit. So we try to compensate for that in terms of time. So right now, western Arkansas, where that line is located, that's where we're seeing the storms. And those storms are getting closer to central Arkansas. And these line segments could produce some damaging wind gusts of 55 to 60 plus, maybe some hail. I think the stronger and more impressive line of storms is moving through northwest Arkansas. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the off the windshield just real quick, the auto query, so we can see this line a little bit better here. Right there, this is where we're more than likely seeing the stronger wind gusts. There's a solid line here that breaks apart as you get into Johnson, into Logan and Yell counties. Johnson, let's hope we can get out of this one without having a tornado warning. You get into Yell County, line segment, and then Montgomery County, and this is where I get a little more, those cells, all those strong to severe, they're a little more individualized. Mount Ida, you're getting a pretty good shot of wind right now. If you're joining us in Montgomery County, severe thunderstorm warning. Pencil Bluff, Mount Ida down to Norman along Highway 270. Strong thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms occurring there, and also down to around Daisy. I've often been told that the best time to go to Murfreesboro to find diamonds is right after a rain. Especially in the morning hours, you can see the sun glistening off of the top of the soil, and you can see the little diamonds shimmering and shining. So keep that in mind. Maybe you want a trip to Murfreesboro to the diamond mine to pick up a diamond. Yeah, a little advice there. Strong to severe thunderstorms here. Strong storm near Bismarck, Arkansas, in Hot Spring County. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning, Bismarck, but it's not for the cell on top of you right now. It's for this mess out to the west of you. Garland County, Hot Springs is under a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as the Village, Jesseville, Fountain Lake. Looks like you might be just out of it, Fountain Lake, but it's everything west here. These storms could produce some strong wind gusts, maybe even some hail this afternoon, but more likely wind gusts, and we'll keep an eye on them in case they start to break apart and get stronger supercell thunderstorms. So the Village, you folks still have a little ways to go, and to break it down, Lake Ouachita here, you got Lake Hamilton to Lake Catherine. Rolly Hoyt might be watching us from Plus. Maybe he'll send me a message if he is down here at Hot Springs. And a few scattered showers that are popping up here and around Pulaski County and Saline County, and this activity lifting to the north-northeast. So we have an outside vantage point we can take a look at real quick, Perry. Just a westbound vantage point. I want to point out that we haven't had, rain much lately. There is a lot of pollen, a lot of haze out there. And I tell you, it would be nice if, Ryan, take it and lean that camera up if you can. See more of the sky. You can also see more of the clouds. This is the westbound shot looking at the state capitol, and you can see the base of some of those cumulus towers as they build, but there's a lot of haze, a lot of pollen, and we really do need to get some rain in here to knock that pollen level down a notch or two. That's what it looks like on this Easter Sunday outside, appearing westbound with some cumulus towers growing out there and some showers developing around central Arkansas. Back to Max 1 we go. Thank you for joining us on THV 11 Plus and also YouTube this afternoon. Tom Brannon with you. Simone is taking care of the forecast for you. I hear her microphone is open now. It was? No? Just briefly. Just wanted to say hi, see what's going on in her world. Live radar, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect from Pike County, Clark County, all the way into northern Arkansas. The greatest threat of severe weather, again, over central and north central Arkansas this afternoon. We're going to stream this afternoon until around 5:30, hopefully, and even through 5:30, hopefully, which is only an hour and a half away. Hopefully the weather will settle down a bit, but I have a feeling we're going to see it go up a notch. As we work into the heat of the day, we've got more parameters to work with in central and north central Arkansas. There are those spotty showers trying to develop out ahead of our main line. And again, these are all areas that are under severe thunderstorm warnings. The line is moving to the east, northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And let me do this. I'm going to put it in motion for you and just show you how quickly things are progressing over the last hour or so. And we're on max 2, gentlemen, max 2. There we go. Thank you. And there it is. Line is moving to the east. Showers and thunderstorms, some embedded heavier storms capable of producing some damaging wind and some hail. And you can see all of those counties there from Clark County, Pike County northward, severe thunderstorm warnings. If you just now found us on THV 11 Plus this afternoon, thank you very much for hanging out with us. I am Tom Brannon. Symone Thomas is also here today. We are tracking the Easter storms that are moving across the state at this time, just to give you an idea of what the state looks like. THV 11 Plus, if we have a tornado warning, we'll also take it on our parent station, THV11. THV11 Plus you can also access through your phone, through your iPhone, or your other phone devices. What is it? What are the other phones? I've been with iPhone and Apple for so long. What is the other one? Anybody? Okay. That's how I can tell they're not listening to me. That's all right. Anyway, what you can do if you're watching us on your phone is you can download the THV11 Plus app on your television, Samsung or Roku, Amazon Fire. You can download there and stream along with us. It's free, and especially when we have severe weather, we'll be on THV11 Plus like we are this afternoon, tracking these storms. And I hesitate to take us away, but I know at some point Perry and Chris are going to need to put together the 5 o'clock news. You guys, gentlemen, just let me know how long you need for that to happen and when a good time would be for you guys to put that newscast together. Okay, so by 4:20. So is 4:30 too late? Okay, so we'll keep it here till 4:30 unless we get a tornado warning. I hope we don't. And then at 4:30, I'm going to get off of THV Plus and let them put their newscast together, because they do have to have a backup plan in case we have severe weather we're tracking today. We've got to have a newscast at 5:30 today. You can watch us on THV 11. Brooke Buckner, Symone Thomas, and Nick Luttrell will have all of your news and information. And as far as sports is concerned, if you're a Razorback fan, it was not a great weekend for the Hogs, losing to the Texas A&M Aggies. Fire away, Ryan. I'm getting questions. Thank you for the questions this afternoon. Yeah, the question was, is April the most tornado active month in Arkansas? Seems like a weekly thing. It can feel like a weekly thing. And, you know, our active severe weather season in spring is March, April, and May. And April, yeah, we do have an uptick, especially toward the middle to latter part of April. But really, tornadoes can happen any time. At last count, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've had 32 or 33 already this year. Our average is 39. It has been an active spring, and I wouldn't be surprised as we head into May that we have more activity. I'm on team, let's hurry up, get hot, and bring on summer and do away with the tornadic activity. I'm really ready for it. Let's go to summer. I can always sit inside in the AC. I love spring weather, love it when everything's blooming, and don't like the pollen and the allergies, but I'm not a big fan of the severe weather. And I'll tell you, folks, you know, having done this for as long as I've done it, long time, it's terrible, you know, what severe weather does to families, what it does to property and lives. So I'm not a fan of it. I know there are some people that love it. I don't. I'm on the side of things where I want to keep you safe and make sure you know what's coming at you and you have plenty of time to take cover. There are your severe thunderstorm watches, severe thunderstorm warnings, excuse me. We're under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. The warnings do include Clark, Hot Spring, Garland, and Perry counties until 4:15, and then we'll see this extend into central Arkansas. We're keeping an eye on this part of, let's say, Little Rock North. There's more parameter here for stronger storms, potentially tornadoes. Southwest Arkansas, yeah, the storms are beginning to fall apart there. And the storm warnings we had earlier have now pretty much been allowed to expire. But anywhere west of this line, this is where we find the front. Anywhere west of that line, the severe weather threat has come to an end and should come to an end by 8 o'clock tonight in central Arkansas. It'll take a little while longer in eastern Arkansas tonight. We still have a good part of the day to go, but that line of storms is getting closer to the Little Rock metro area. All right, Ryan, anybody else want to know anything? Question? Where's Nathan's cat, or is that the question? Everybody's talking about Nathan's cat on YouTube. That's hilarious. You know, Nathan, we have to allow Nathan a little time off on occasion, and he's had the week off this week. And I think he's back in town. I don't know if he's watching on THV. Nathan can't stay away from weather for too long. But Nathan, if you are watching, they're asking about Sierra, your kitty cat. Hey, folks, I got 2 cats at home. I didn't bring them with me, though. They don't like to get out very much. I've got 1 cat that loves people, and I got 1 cat that just doesn't like people. And they're both very different personalities. But Sierra's a star. Sierra, Nathan's cat, is a star of YouTube here at THV 11.
There's that line continues to move to the east, and it's this is the last hour. We're going back an hour, and you can see the storms now beginning to get closer to Garland County, western Garland County, Hot Spring County, Polk County getting closer to you. Right now, Johnson, Logan, western Yell impacting you, a very strong line of storms. And that line extends all the way down into Montgomery County and Pike counties. I'm going to take a quick trip over to what the National Weather Service may be saying. Developing, watching southeast Carroll County circulation closely. Marion and Boone counties just issued a tornado warning. I saw the little red pop up there. This is northern Arkansas. And we talk about the responsibility of, we've got a sister station in northwest Arkansas, KFSM, and also Springfield is, they keep an eye on these counties in far northern Arkansas. If you have family in Marion and Boone counties, tornado warning is in effect tonight for those locations. It was just issued a couple of minutes ago, and it's extreme northern Arkansas. And I would imagine Scott Covert over in KFSM is on TV right now warning these folks of the potential for a tornado there. National Weather Service is also keeping a close eye on this line in west central Arkansas. It's moving to the east-northeast, roughly 45 to 55 miles per hour. Our main concern is wind 60 plus miles per hour, along with hail that could be nickel-sized in diameter. Severe, when you talk about severe parameters, what does it take for a severe thunderstorm warning? Winds of 60 and or hail that's 1 inch. You could do one or the other, or you could do both. Today, I think it's more of a wind system than a hail system. Let's go to Max 1. Got a closer inspection of those cells in west central Arkansas. Pulaski County, Saline, here's Garland. Western edge of Garland County, not far from Lake Ouachita. Mount Ida, storms moving through your region. Daisy and Pike County, upwards to Danville and Yell counties. The good news is that these are more segmented storms, not necessarily individual supercells, but more segmented. That line is moving to the east, and there could be, and again, I'm going to turn the lightning on. Well, I can't turn it on from where I'm standing. Yeah, I can too. I'm going to walk over here. We're on plus. Who cares, right? Let me turn that lightning on real quick just to show you that one of the things the National Weather Service has mentioned is that there's not a lot of lightning with these storms. And a lot of time when Nathan and I are tracking these things, you can see they're just loaded with lightning. The storms are strong, but this is something that's a little bit unusual, not having as much lightning, but there's still some wind with these storms. Moving to the east, within that orange area, that's where we're finding the polygon of the warning that's in effect this evening or this afternoon until 4:15, I believe. So Marion and Boone County issued a tornado warning in far northern Arkansas. The rest of us, severe thunderstorm warning 339 was the last issuance for Johnson, Yell, Perry, Pope, Logan, and Conway counties. And that warning is going to go into effect, or at least stay with us until 4:15. Okay. So there you go. That's what we have currently going on, folks. Thank you for hanging out with us this afternoon. Easter Sunday, I'm sure this is the way you wanted to spend your day, watching the weather to make sure your family's safe. Now, that's our job. Your job is to enjoy the outdoors, the family picnics and the barbecues and the egg hunts, your church services today. Hope they went well. I was talking to Simone not long ago, and she said that her church went for, I think, 3 hours today. That's a long church service. I'm good old Southern Baptist boy. We were in at 11 and out by 12. There you go. I heard you laugh up there. I don't know which one of you did, but my grandmother would take me to church, First Baptist Church at Cabot. We were in at 11 o'clock and we were out by noon, and we went and had dinner. That's what we called it, dinner. Happy Easter, everyone. Tornado warning remains in effect for Marion and Boone counties in northern Arkansas. West central Arkansas, we've got strong thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms capable of producing some wind in excess of 55 plus, and hail nickel-sized or even larger. I think the strongest storms right now are over northern Montgomery County, north of Mount Ida, south of Mount Ida near Daisy, and also near Nashville. But that area of Howard County, not under a warning, it does not appear. But Pike County, Montgomery County, Clark County, all under a severe thunderstorm warning.
I just came to let the record show it was only 2 hours.
Now, you told me it was 3.
Well, I was singing. I had sound check an hour before.
An hour and a half sound check?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That's the cost of being a servant for the Lord.
Okay. All right. Okay. Man, oh man. And it's one thing they didn't want me to do in church. They didn't want me to sing. Let's go to Max 2. I got a broader perspective of these warnings over in west central Arkansas. Here you go. Way up north, northern Arkansas, tornado warning. They've had tornado warnings and even reports of tornadoes in southern Missouri this afternoon, confirmed tornadoes there. Hopefully that'll stay away from Arkansas, but we can't rule it out. An extension of the next severe thunderstorm warning is now Hot Spring, Yell, Saline, Perry, Montgomery, Garland, Clark, and Pike counties. And that is new. That just came about. And that's until 4:45. So we're getting closer to central Arkansas. The line continues to move at a very rapid pace. Let's get it in and out of here, right? But as soon as the line moves through your area, the severe weather threat will come to an end. Let's see. Let's go back to Max 2 if we're not already there. What I will do is we'll update you on the threat of severe weather this afternoon and what's going on. There are the warnings, now the watch. The tornado watch is in effect till 7 o'clock. Mountain Home, Clinton, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, down to Texarkana. Tornado watch until 7 o'clock means that we have the ingredients there. The ingredients for tornadoes and even large hail and damaging wind gusts. But primarily, the tornado watch is for tornadoes this afternoon. EF2 or stronger for the northern half of the state, according to what the Storms Prediction Center is kicking back. Look at that enhanced risk in Missouri. They are getting tornadoes there. Mountain Home, Harrison, Clinton, Russellville. In the yellow area here in Arkansas with a slight risk of severe weather. We knew it was coming. It was going to pull out of Texas and Oklahoma eventually, and now it's here. Severe weather outlook for the rest of your day shaping up like this. The enhanced and the Storms Prediction Center does a good job of adjusting as we go. There'll be another adjustment to your modes here later today. Let's start with hail. Yeah, there could be some hail quarter-sized in diameter, but really your main concern is going to be 60-plus mile per hour wind gusts and the possibility of a tornado. This hatched area means that significant severe weather or a strong tornado, EF2 or stronger, could occur. Could be a long track tornado as well. Could be. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Just means that the ingredients are there for it to happen. The parameters are there for tornadoes. And the tornado risk looking like this, keeping up with what the radar, future radar holds. This is our high resolution rapid refresh model along with the tornado risk or the parameters for that. Uh-oh, what happened to 2? There it goes. Perry, are you jumping around up there on me? Or is it Chris? I put Perry to sleep. He fell asleep on me and he hit the button, turned us off. It happens. Tornado risk. You know, the gray, the risk is there. It's low. You get up, and we saw this a couple of weeks ago in northeast Arkansas. We were getting into this extreme, this purple area here. And it's a low risk, but it's still there. Let's put you through time. Tonight, it's 6 o'clock. The risk is still there. Western Arkansas, it begins to settle down. Not much parameter in northeast Arkansas, a little bit more in central and southeast Arkansas. This is by 9 o'clock tonight, 10 o'clock tonight, excuse me. Still storms later on this evening. Southeast Arkansas looking good. I'm sorry, not looking good. Southeast Arkansas, there could be some just a little bit more tornado parameter left. Southwest Arkansas looking good. Northwest Arkansas looking good. It's interesting how you can look at something and think of something else. Central Arkansas, spotty showers and storms, maybe a little bit more rain. That would be a welcome sight to settle the pollen down. That storm system gets out of the way. Tracy Bean talks about a better forecast for Monday and Tuesday. And when we talk about the storm timeline, this is the earliest to, say, the latest those storms could occur. So between noon and 6. Well, those storms are now to our second dashed line, or the first dashed line here, between 4 and 10 in central Arkansas. Between 4 and 10 o'clock, as early as 4, as late as 10, storms in central parts of the state. Eastern Arkansas, as early as 7 p.m., as late as midnight. Give or take an hour or so. And it depends on the speed of the line, the speed of the system, when things develop and how they move along. And they're moving along quite nicely right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect, with wind our primary concern, And if we have any cells that look like they're going to rotate, then I'll pop you back on radar and we'll say, hey folks, if you live in this area. But for now, it's strong wind gusts in those areas. All right, so we're looking ahead. That's Monday. Looks like Sunshine Monday. I didn't want to go that far forward. I'll take us back now to radar. We'll do another hop. It's 4:06 right now. We're on THV 11 Plus. At 4:30, we'll take a break off Plus so that the gentlemen can put together the 5:30 newscast. There could be a newscast tonight. If we have a tornado warning, good chance we won't. But with severe thunderstorm warnings, Symone will be talking quite a bit about the wind that is occurring with these warnings. And it does look like we've added a few more counties here. So let me go back to the National Weather Service site. Allow me to provide you with the information you need to know about these warnings for this afternoon and this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning just posted at 4:06 for Johnson, Yell, Saline, Perry, Van Buren, Pope, Logan, and Conway County. So a big batch of central Arkansas with severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And the main threat is going to be wind 60 plus and hail 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Now, as soon as I said that we're going to give it to our directors at 4:30 so they can take care of the newscast, I get the text from the boss. I know the boss is watching. What did Ms. Shayla have to say? Okay. So, there we go. That's our plan. If we get a tornado warning, we'll go back to THV 11. Apparently, I'm not in trouble. That's always a good thing. Not yet, anyway. I think I hear a shower outside. It's that or the wind just picked up. What do we got? The wind just picked up. Yuck. All that pollen is blowing about. Yeah, look at the towers growing. This is a healthy tower that's beginning to grow back toward our west. So showers are getting closer to central Arkansas, storms to our west. Let me walk you through. Okay, Mount Ida, okay. Keeping an eye on the circulation down around Mount Ida. Let me go here. We may be going back on, guys. Give me just a minute. All right. Mount Ida, it would be east of Mount Ida, but there is a strong too severe thunderstorm there in southeastern Montgomery County. All right, so from here, let me do this. Live wind. Right now, just a severe thunderstorm warning. Not seeing it there. Let's go to Storm Track 11, please. Storm Track 11, please. Did it go? It went away. All right, I'll tell you what. Let me pull it back up. Keep it on that. Give me just a second. I will pull it back up. Oh, it went to... Keeping a close eye on that one at Mount Ida. Okay. One moment, please. Our computers time out sometimes. And because they time out, they go to a dark screen. So I'm just refreshing that screen so that we can all take a look at what's going on Max 2. Okay. And now you're looking at, now you're looking at Storm Track 11. Look at those warning boxes, severe thunderstorm warning boxes that are lined up there. I'm going to take us to the NROT tool. And this is Mount Ida. There's a little bit of a rotation, a little bit of a concern there that's just west of Mountain Pine, east of Mount Ida, getting ready to cross over Garland County into Garland County near the lake. Is it showing up? There is indication there, but no warning yet, no tornado warning just yet. But from Montgomery County into Garland County, that is as strong of a couplet that we've had this afternoon. And I'll show you what I'm talking about when I talk about those couplets, velocity couplets. Anytime we get an area that looks like this, that is concerning. This is our velocity mode, and it lined up with our NROT mode. So we might be going tornado warning here in just a moment for that storm. Although I have not received a tornado warning just yet. Hold on just a second. Okay. Okay, they are looking at it closely, the National Weather Service. No severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Baxter, Van Buren, Newton, Pope, Marion, Searcy, Boone. Okay, so no warning on this. We keep it here at THV 11 Plus this afternoon. Symone, I hope you finished up your, if she's listening, hopefully you are finishing up your forecast. I might need you here in just a moment because we may be looking at a storm. So wrap up your forecasting. Come on in. We may have a tornado warning here shortly. It would be for Montgomery County and Garland County for this area if they pull the trigger on that for Montgomery County and Garland County. Let's go to Max 1, please. Thank you. Oops, I did the wrong thing here. Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't see anything here. I'm just taking a closer look at all my elements here for this storm that's right down here that's near Hot Springs. Go Max 2. Max 2, please. Sorry, Perry. I crossed you up there. I'm going to go back to our live radar mode here. And I'll tell you this. Although there's no tornado warning on it, there is a concern from leaving Montgomery County into Garland County. Right now, right over Lake Washita, it would be this cell right here. There is some rotation. We'll keep an eye on it. They may get peer pressured. National Weather Service might get peer pressured into putting a warning on this, although they're usually pretty good about not doing that. But there is some rotation, but it's not strong enough yet to warrant a tornado warning. This is a very strong severe thunderstorm warning. Could have some strong winds with it. Along Highway 270 and 270 west, there's Mount Ida. Here's Hot Springs Village. At the current rate, that storm tracking to the northeast would be close to Hot Springs Village if it holds together. Severe thunderstorm warning that could be upgraded to a tornado warning. All right, let me take a look at this real quick. Live. I'm just not seeing strong rotation from this product. Let's go back to Storm Track 11, please. It looks like it's not nearly as impressive as it was. Here's Mountain Pine. It's moving over the border. It would be this area right here, that area right there. Perry, stand by. I'll let you know when to go. I'm not going to go until we have an actual warning, but it does show some signs of upticking. National Weather Service keeping an eye on it, not warning it just yet. There's another cell in Boone County where lightning is also increased. For those of you joining us on THV 11 Plus, Tom Brannon, Symone Thomas will be providing weather. And you know, just it's like I said, guys, just a few moments ago, we would step away from THV Plus, let the directors put together their newscast tonight, but we may not get that opportunity depending on that cell, and it's holding together quite nicely. It's moving out of Montgomery County into Garland County, and it could go tornado warned any moment. These things happen. There's a fairly tight couplet area here. I'm going to do one quick thing. I can operate here. Let me go to reflectivity. There it would be that little donut hole right there with that cell. Let me see if there's anything else there. Let me put that on smoothing. We'll smooth that out in our NROT. Rotation. Yeah, I mean that, I'm actually kind of surprised there's not a warning on that. It's moving over Lake Washita, western end of Lake Washita at this time. And again, movement is to the east-northeast. Jessieville is going to be in the path as well as Mountain Valley. There's Fountain Lake. Fountain Lake is right over here. So that is some developing or strengthening rotation within that severe thunderstorm. And it's just a little donut hole right there on Max. This is our Storm Track 11 mode with that cell. This would be the area of concern right here. It has not been tornado warned, but they're keeping a close eye on it. Let me spend some time. I'm going to ask. Okay. So those are the strongest storms moving out of Montgomery County into Garland County, moving over Lake Washita. That line continues to move to the east. And within that line, there could be these little, now that's, it just kinked up a little bit. No warning on it yet. I think it's coming. Tornado warning. There it is. Okay. Let's go to THV 11, please. THV 11, let's go. And good afternoon, Tom Brannon here with a new tornado warning. Been watching a cell Montgomery County into Garland County that could be producing a tornado. This is what it looks like on radar Max 1 right now. Symone, would you pull that up just a little bit higher for me, please?
Yes,
all right, Montgomery County, Garland County, and this is carrying over Lake Ouachita in western parts of Garland County along Highway 270. Last couple of scans on this have really been suspect. So National Weather Service right now is going with a tornado warning for this area. There's also another cell that looks a little bit stronger here in and around the Lake Ouachita. That one I really figured would get the warning, not the one to its south. But we've got tornado warnings for Hot Spring, Montgomery, Garland, Clark, and Pike counties tonight. And that tornado warning is going to be in effect until 5 o'clock. So from now till 5 o'clock. There we go. That's the real estate that is in the polygon tonight. We're going to put a track on it here in just a moment. But right here out of southwestern Garland County, southeastern Montgomery County, that's going to be moving into a little portion of Hot Spring County, extreme northern Clark County, but mainly Montgomery County on this Easter Sunday, where we've had an uptick, a little bit of an uptick in some of the severe weather. We've had a line of storms moving from west to east, and we've had a couple of tornado warnings, and this is a new one. Here are the places that are going to be impacted with this cell. It is moving to the northeast right now at 50 miles per hour. Old Botterdale at 423, Myers, Piercy at 430, Crystal Springs at 433, Bear at 436, Rockwell 441, Mountain Pine, you're in the path at 444, Hot Springs eventually at 447, and Fountain Lake at 454. And Fountain Lake's all over in this general area. So Hot Springs Village up the road here. This is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. It's 419 right now, so Botterdale's in the path of this. Let's take a look at our velocity mode, please, Symone, our live wind mode, see if we can find a better area of spin. I'm still concerned about the one over Lake Ouachita. There's a tighter couplet here.
They might be issuing another tornado warning for Lake Ouachita.
Well, they should, because this is the tighter couplet right here, and this is the other couplet that we're looking at. Let's go to Storm Track 11, guys. I think I've got it on, and let's put it back. There you go. See, this is the one.
Yeah, so they just issued the tornado warning for that one.
Yeah, Lake Ouachita, that was the one that was more of a concern than the one that was to the northeast of Glenwood. So we're going to have a polygon here and here. So you're looking upstream, Garland County, Perry County, northern Saline counties. You folks are going to more than likely be in that this new warning that's coming across. New polygon that's coming across, but notice how the colors really stand out here, that blue to the green, and there you go. There's that new polygon, the new warning that was just posted from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning for Saline, Perry, Montgomery, and Garland counties. This Storm Track 11, we've already got the severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had these all afternoon long. This is one that I think has the best chance of producing a tornado, northern and western Garland County. That's going to track over southern Perry, again back into Garland County. So if you live in if you're living around Hollis, Arkansas, you're in the path of this one. The one to the south and west, Piercy, Mountain Pine, Hot Springs. So we've got two tornado warned areas ongoing at the same time right now. And what you're looking at is our rotation mode on THV 11. Thank you for joining us once again this afternoon. And I do hate to interrupt sporting events, golf, but now we're beginning to see these get into an area that has, you know, a lot more people here in Central Arkansas, and that's why we're on. Make sure you're safe this afternoon. We're going to take a closer look at that. Let's go to velocity mode and take a closer look at that spin that's over Lake Ouachita right now, west just to the west of Mountain Pine. Could have a tornado with that. And the other one that is over southern parts of Montgomery County, southeast Montgomery County, that's going to take a track along and near Piercy over to Hot Springs. if we can. Let's go to max, it doesn't matter, max 1, and we'll take a closer look at that. It's hard to see. That one is a little more impressive there. Mount Tabor, Hollis, Nimrod, that's this one. The other one here that is riding along Highway 70, that warning there.
I add the track to that one. I just wanted to do it on this new one first.
Okay, we can do that. And let's do that. And then we'll take you street mode, a little bit closer to street mode, but let's take a look at that. Hot Spring, okay, we talked about this just a moment ago. 425 Old Botterdale, Piercy. You're going to be in Piercy's along Highway 70. Piercy at 433, Crystal Springs 435, Mountain Pine 447, Fountain Lake 459, Bear, Arkansas. So we have 2 tornado warnings. What we're showing you here is our live winds mode. It's our velocity mode. It helps us pick up those couplets. The one to the north of it, which I felt like was going to be warned just a few minutes ago, and I was wrong, it was this one. That one was more impressive, a tighter couplet here, stronger rotation here over Lake Ouachita. National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on both of these. This is Garland County moving into Perry County, western Saline County. This is going to take a path, either one of these, in western Pulaski, then eventually over southern Faulkner County. So upstream, as we get closer to news time here at 5:30, these storms are going to be getting closer to Perryville, to Conway, to Mayflower, possibly even Ferndale in western Pulaski County if they continue to come together. So Saline, Perry, Montgomery, and Garland counties right now, you have that tornado warning. Why don't we do this? Let's go to max 2. Max 2, please. Thank you. I've got both of these here, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to broaden out my viewpoint just real quick for those of you at home. And I do apologize. There we go. I want to show you those couplets. This is our live winds mode. Right there is where I'm talking about. And the other area is here. So here's Highway 70 along and southwest of Hot Springs. You got Piercy here. That one really sticks out. That's the one in northern Garland County that just moved over, at least the circulation moved over Lake Ouachita, tracking toward Perry County and then eventually, Saline County before making it into Conway and then Faulkner counties. Here's Pulaski County, just to give you perspective. This is where we find Little Rock, Central Arkansas. This is now moving into Central Arkansas, where we do have 1 tornado warning till 5. The other is also in effect till 5. So both of these warnings are in effect until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Let's go back to Storm Track 11. We want to put our rotation tool to the test. And there they are, those 2 areas of spin right there in extreme southeast Montgomery County. And there's the other one that really shows up well, the NROT tool. Northern Garland County that's going to go into Perry County. Here is that one that's near Piercy, Arkansas along Highway 70. This is Highway 270. Hot Springs, if it continues the current path, the southern track is going to go just to your north. But that puts, folks in Fountain Lake, Jesseville eventually in the path of this. So this is a good way to tell by using our Storm Track 11 and our rotation tool. Back to the live winds mode that we go on max 2. Our velocity mode once again, and again, there's what it looks like when you just take into account the wind. Let me go to our live radar mode, and I'll broaden this perspective. Thank you for hanging out with us on THV 11. We've been on Plus this afternoon, tracking these storms as they're getting a little bit closer to Central Arkansas, and a bit of an uptick in strength at this time. You can see that there's a big swath of counties in Central Arkansas that are under severe thunderstorm warnings from Conway County, Perry, Saline, Hot Spring, and Clark. And also the tornado warned storms now for Garland County and for Perry County. Movement of these storms to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour could produce a tornado at any time. Make sure you have your safe place cleaned out and ready to go. Now is the time to take cover, especially if you are to the north here. Let's get prepped in Perry County, Conway, Faulkner, even western parts of Pulaski County, just in case these storms hold together. They've been under control. More of a line segment type of situation, but now we're beginning to see stronger rotation within these cells. Symone, you have anything?
It says they just said the tornado warning for Clark and Pike County, so that part of the polygon in Clark and Pike County, they've shaved that off. So it's primarily now Garland County and then that second one, Garland County into Perry County.
Okay. And that's where we're finding two polygons this afternoon. There's the one for Garland County. There's the other one that is North Garland County, Perry County, Saline County. If you have family or if you live in these areas, it's a good idea to go ahead and make sure that you got a safe place to go. Let's go back to Max 2, please, because I can control things here. Max 2.
We are starting to pick up some power outages in Garland County.
Okay. Okay. Does it say where in Garland County?
It doesn't say where in Garland County, but
Okay.
362 people out.
Okay. So Garland County, you might be getting some strong winds or potentially a tornado. Gentlemen, you are going to have to find a camera up there that is looking the general area, 270-70. Ryan, if you don't mind. The US 70 interchange in Hot
I can pull
Springs.
that up over here on Storm Track 11.
Okay. Well, what I would like to be able to use Storm Track 11.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I would like for them to pull up the camera shots up there. They have one more way that they can do that. This is what live radar looks like tonight on this Easter Sunday with strong storms, severe storms, potentially tornadic storms moving closer to the Little Rock metro area, now impacting Garland County, including Hot Springs. Let's reset, think about what we need to do here. If you've been outside, you're coming in, maybe the sirens are going off in Garland County, even Perry County. The time to act is now. Safe place. Stay weather aware. You can track us on THV11, the app. Go get in your safe place and you can follow Simone and I. We'll keep you up to date on where these storms are going. As this afternoon has been fairly inactive and now it's getting a little bit more active. So we want to make sure that you are certainly safe in your place to keep your family safe as well. And you know what we're looking at with the reflectivity mode, there's just a lot going on here. Because you've got this one tornado warning cell, you have this one to the north, and initially I thought this was going to be the one. They went with this one first, the Weather Service, and then enacted this one. So you've got the one to the south that is going to go across Highway 70 and 270. Here's Hot Springs Village. I'd say Village, you are in the path of the one to the south. Hot Springs along Highway 270, you might get a little part of that. But the one to the north is going to track over southern Perry County and western parts of Saline County. Simone, do you have something?
No,
Okay.
the National Weather Service is saying these storms are moving rather quickly, which is good in the sense of the flooding concerns. It's limiting that flood potential with these storms moving as fast as they are.
Okay, and of course we are a little more concerned about what could fall out of that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, live winds. I'm going to go this direction and take a look at the couplets here. Max 2, we're still on Max 2, are we not? Okay.
I also
All
have
right, there we go. I'm sorry?
Oh, I was going to say I also have it up over here on Storm Track 11 if you could see it a little better.
Okay, let's go to Storm Track 11. Now, yeah, that really stands out. This one has really perked up. This one is a bit stronger, or at least a little more intense than the one to the north, but you can clearly see the two couplets, the two areas of rotation between Crystal Springs and Piercy. This is riding along Highway 270. The one to the south is going to cross over Highway 70. Y'all look for a Highway 270 shot, please, up in the booth.
I think I still have this set to Fort Smith. Do you think it would be better to put it back on the Little Rock radar?
Yes, I think we should put it back on Little Rock radar. Let's do that. And since we're closer to the Little Rock radar,
Okay,
we'll
so
get that done real quick.
give it a second to load.
Okay, all right. While she's loading this up, there's other counties under severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's the counties that we have in Garland County, Perry County, and a little bit of Hot Spring County under tornado warnings. There's Crystal Springs, Piercy. There is couplet 1. Here's the other couplet just to the north, the other area of rotation. So we have two that are moving to the northeast. And at the very least, they move through Garland County. They go through Mountain Pine, Mountain Valley, Jesseville, Hollis, Arkansas, the northern end here, Alpin, you get up to Perry County. The one to the south with the movement is going to track through northern Saline and western Pulaski County. So this is what we want you to do here in Saline and Pulaski County. Go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Let's get everything ready to go. Get the kids ready. Make sure you've got your meds. Make sure you've got something to put over your head to keep keep you safe. Now, this is one of our RDOT cameras, and where are we looking here? Okay, Highway 2, next to CHI. This is over Central Avenue. Okay, so it's hard to pick out any kind of lowering here with that cell if we're actually able to look into the cell. So that's one of our camera shots from our RDOT cameras from Hot Springs, or the Hot Springs area. All right, thank you for pulling that up, gentlemen. All right, back to Max 1 we go. We got a storm track on that. Let's find out who's going to be in the path of this.
So this is for the bottom storm, those locations.
Okay, storm track here. Is this radar still on Fort Smith?
I think this is on Little Rock.
Okay. All right, so the rotation is here. There's Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton, Highway 270. It's going to track just on the eastern fringe of Lake Ouachita. That's the southern part of this storm. It's going to move over the Hot Springs Village area. There's Garland County. And the northern one is going to track over southern Perry County, back across Saline into Perry County. So we've got 2 tornado-warned storms we're keeping an eye on, and have not, and there you go, there's a better shot of the couplet here and here. So we'll put a track on that.
This is a track for the top one.
Okay. Okay. This is the, yeah, so Hollis and DeBerry, or DeBerry, 447 and 456. Let's do this. Let's take this a little farther out, Miss Symone. Let's take it and show a little bit more real estate toward the Little Rock area here. There we go. That way folks at home can get acclimated as to where we are. 2 tornado-warned storms, Garland County. The one here, there's a lot of stuff going on. You've got your severe thunderstorm warning. You've got your red polygon, the tornado warning. Here is the couplet for the storm to the north, and the one that's just to the west-southwest of Hot Springs Village, is tracking to the northeast. Now let's lay a storm track on this one, please.
The bottom one?
The bottom one, please. Thank you.
I will, while I'm adding that storm track, the NROD tool on storm track 11 is showing that the rotation in that bottom storm is picking up. Oh, we got another tornado warning.
Oh.
I'm going to take this out a little bit past the polygon.
Now there's 3. Okay. All right. This tornado warning is in effect for Hot Spring, Garland, Clark, and Pike County. That's the southern one here. So now we're beginning to see them line up. That one looks pretty clear there in Pike County, a fairly considerable couplet here. So that's going to track through Hot Spring and southern Garland County. That gets over close to the Lake Hamilton, Lake Catherine area eventually. But the middle track now, Crystal Springs 436, Hemp Wallace 442, Fountain Lake 459, it's 434 now. Hot Springs Village at 502, and Whittington 507.
This middle tornado, it looks like they are making this a confirmed tornado warning.
Okay, well, let's, all right, let's not, okay. And I'm not seeing where that is. But they have that. Let's go back over to Max 2 just real quick. There are the 3 warnings. So if it's a confirmed tornado warning, where are you seeing that? Because
well,
I'm not seeing it.
I'm seeing that over here on Storm Track 11. They've changed it to the purple polygon, and on the box that gives you the information, it says a confirmed tornado was located near Myers, or 14 miles west of Hot Springs.
The only reason I'm asking that is because I'm not seeing that information from the National Weather Service.
On the National
But it doesn't, you know what,
either.
at this point it doesn't matter. Let's go back to Max 1. I apologize. Let's go back to Max 1. We have 3 tornado-warned storms that we're tracking right here over central Arkansas. Let's have a different vantage point, Symone.
Okay.
Let's go to reflectivity mode. We're looking at a lot of different stuff here with the wind mode that could be a little confusing. There's Storm 1 that is moving through northern Garland into Perry County and Saline County. Number 2 here is the one that Symone was talking about that could be confirmed. I haven't seen anything from the Weather Service that it is confirmed, but if it is confirmed, then that's a different story, and this is going to track just to the north of Hot Springs. The 3rd one that was issued not long ago for Pike County, northern Clark, Hot Spring, eventually southern Garland County. So 3 boxes, 3 tornado warnings, and 2 of them till 5 o'clock. This one's till 5:15, and that puts us in line
with Saline and eventually Pulaski County. If you live in Saline and Pulaski County, this is what I want you to do. The storms are beginning to uptick. They're getting stronger. Saline County, Pulaski County, let's go ahead and get everything ready to go in case we have to hit the closet. Okay. And not good news from the Weather Service, as Chris over at the Weather Service is saying the storms are entering an environment that is most conducive for tornado potential this afternoon. So we went through a lull period in western Arkansas, and now we're beginning to see things kind of come together, and we could have a couple of three of these. Let's take it seriously. Get into your tornado safe place. Make sure that you have something to put over your head, and we'll turn up the TV as loud as you can, hit the closet. Symone and I will walk you through it. Let's go back to the one in the middle, since this one is the one that may have a confirmation with it. And here we go. There's Lake Ouachita. There's Highway 270. Let's find the couplet. Let's find the turning motion. Maybe we might have to go to Storm Track 11 on our
I have
there.
Storm Track 11 up if you want to
Let's go to Storm Track 11, please. And okay, we're going to keep it here. This really gives us a better idea.
Let me take this box off for
Okay.
you.
Again, this is what Symone was talking about, although I haven't seen it officially confirmed.
In the National Weather Service chat, in the drop down information for the tornado warning, they have that it was broadcast media confirmed. So I'm not sure
Okay.
who they got that message from.
Yeah. All right. All right. So here we go. This box here. There's Crystal Springs. This is the area that is most concerning. Piercy, Arkansas, north of Piercy. And notice where the box is. The movement is southwest to northeast. This is going to be in line with Mountain Pine, Mountain Valley, Jessieville. Awfully close. The one to the north of it, you can see where the green and the blue located, where the rotation is located here, northern Garland County, Perry County. This also is an area that bears watching. And down around Amity, Arkansas here, this is northern Clark County. This just updated, Crystal Springs. Now the storm, let's find a camera on 270 west of Hot Springs if we can take a look here. This is to the east of Crystal Springs, west of Hot Springs. That's where we're finding a more significant rotation at this time. So with this in mind, Symone, pull up our base velocity. Let's take a look at the winds, and we'll go a little bit closer to the action here. And yeah, we pretty much can tell you that is a very strong area of concern and of rotation. Crystal Springs, here's Highway 270, here's Piney. Mountain Pine, you are in the direct path of this. Mountain Valley, you are in the direct path. Hot Springs Village. Folks, take this seriously. This one is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. That is the tornado warned one. That's the second one in the middle of Garland County. And although I haven't seen a confirmation, this box tells us otherwise, so let's say that there is a tornado here for sure. Mountain Pine is in the path, Mountain Valley is in the path, Hot Springs Village is in the path. What do you have,
Should
Symone?
we look for a tornado debris signature on
Let's
the
do
storm?
that. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's go ahead. And
not super impressive.
let's tick it backwards just a little bit. And then we'll take it forward if there's any. There's Myers, so it was near Myers. That's what we were told. This is our tornado debris signature that we're looking for. A little bit of an area that may stick out. If it's anywhere, it would be right in here. If it's anywhere, okay. And maybe right here as well. So Mountain Pine, that's what we're talking about. Let's go back to base velocity or NROT. NROT's fine. That shows you where the rotation is along Highway 270. There's Crystal Springs. Movement is to the northeast, and this is going to place Mountain Pine, Mountain Valley, possibly Jessieville. Fountain Lake, you're in the box or in the polygon. You folks need to make sure you got your safe place ready to go. Now beyond here, the green outline is Garland County. You're getting into northern Saline County. If you look up toward the Perrin area. And then western Pulaski, here's Ferndale, western and northwestern Pulaski County. Folks, you will be in the path of this tornado, this potential tornado. And what I'm seeing here is you've got one area that is moving out of Garland County and northern Garland County. There's Perry County. It'll cross into Saline. And the other area, the third polygon, is down around Amity in Clark County. So you have 3 tornado warned storms. Okay. Radar indicated, okay, for some of these.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Ryan. If you hear of anything, please pass it along to us. You might be getting some power outage reports in Garland County. That's the one that's along Highway 270. This is northwest of Lake Hamilton. Lake Hamilton, you're not in the path of the one in the middle. You're in the path of the one that's developing out near Amity, Arkansas, and Clark County, that's going to move over Hot Spring and eventually southern Garland County, where Lake Hamilton, Lake Catherine are located. And here's Hot Springs. There's Mountain Pine. Mountain Pine is in the direct path of that cell. This is our NROT tool. We have different ways of looking at rotation within storms. If we go to velocity, we'll show you those classic couplets. The colors of the blues and the red.
I have the velocity as well as the track up on max 1 if you want to take that at any time.
Okay. All right, and is that for the middle storm?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to max 1 and we'll take a look at that one. Here's Mountain Pine, there's Bear, so the circulation is right over Bear, Arkansas. Royal, 442, Mountain Pine. Blue Springs at 458, Jesseville at 5 o'clock.
Okay, this is moving up a little bit. Let me drag this
Okay,
up.
so it's moving up. So here's Highway 192. That leads into Hot Springs Village. Mountain Pine, you're going to be in the direct path of this. And here's the outer or eastern flank of Lake Washita State Park. And this is just the one in the middle. This is the tornado warning in the middle. We've got a warning to the north and to the south, but this one is a little more concerning. Tornado warning for Hot Spring and Montgomery is canceled. Okay, so that's because they've repositioned that warning box. So Hot Spring County and Montgomery County, you're out of the warning, but Garland County is still in the warning. And our main concern is now to the west-southwest of Mountain Pine. It will cross over Highway 192. Hot Springs Village, you are next in line. And then up the road, Jesseville. Go ahead and take your precautions. Here are the times. Mountain Pine at 4:46. You got 3 minutes, Mountain Pine. Blue Springs at 4:57, Jesseville 4:59, and the Village at 5:01. So you folks are in line with this, in the path of this. And if we can, Symone, let's go back to our reflectivity mode. Let's take it a little broader out. I want to give everyone a vantage point of Central Arkansas where these are located and what you need to be doing right now. Because there's one tornado warning, there's another, and there's another. This is the one we're talking about that is moving closer to Mountain Pine. This one to the north is now in Perry County. We'll see if it's extended. And the one to the south, northern Clark County, Pike County, near Amity, Arkansas, that's going to track over southern Garland County. So within the last 30 minutes, 3 tornado warned storms, but this one in Garland County. Here's Pulaski, Little Rock. Western Pulaski is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Saline County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and a new warning now for Faulkner County and Conway County that just came down. Yell, Perry, Van Buren, Stone, Pope, Faulkner, and Conway are under severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's for wind. The 3 red polygons in the middle are for tornadoes. Let's go back to Storm Track 11, and we'll track this on NROT on a rotation mode. And there it is. It's still showing, it's very wrapped up. Still showing strong rotation here near Mountain Pine. Mountain Pine, get to your safe place. I hope you're there right now. I hope you're able to get the family safe. This is going to track right over the top of you. And then eventually Mountain Valley is going to be the next stop before it leaves and gets into Saline County. Hot Springs Village is in line. Jesseville, you're a little too close for comfort. Fountain Lake and Highway 7 running through here. So let's get to our safe place. Let's go back down to the one to the south. We're going to go through these. There's 3 of them. I get it. We're going to go to the one to the south. This one near Amity, between Amity and Alpine, Arkansas, or Alpine. I think there is an Alpine, Arkansas. There's rotation here. It's just radar indicated at this time. And the one to the north has left Garland County and is now in Perry County. So let's go to that one, Symone, to the one to the north. And here it is right here, that's south of Hollis. So it's going to leave Perry. It might graze a part of Saline getting back over into Perry County. That's the warning polygon. But I think right now our biggest concern is the one that's kind of in the middle of all of this, and that's in Garland County, in central Garland County. The area of rotation is getting ready to track over Mountain Pine and through Mountain Pine. Movement is to the northeast. Here's Mountain Valley, Jesseville, Hot Springs Village, and Fountain Lake. Piney, you're not in the path of this one, but you are in the path of the other one that's to your south. Things are really beginning to act up here in Garland County. There's Lake Ouachita, by the way, to give you a landmark. The area of green would indicate where we have the strongest potential rotation. Let's go over to, let's look at our live winds real quick here on
Storm Track 11?
Yeah, Storm Track 11. We'll look at live winds. Yeah, I mean, you've got the one near Hollis. You can clearly see that one. You can see the one here near Mountain Pine, and the other one to the south and west near Amity. Movement to the northeast. So we have 3 tornado-warned storms impacting central Arkansas, 2 of them in Garland County. 1 is in northern Clark County that's going to go through Hot Spring and eventually into Garland County. So if you live in Jesseville, if you live in Mountain Valley, Hot Springs, on even farther to the east, Lonsdale, Magnet Cove, just extending these boxes out. And let's do that. Let's go back to Max 1. Symone will go to reflectivity. Let's extend the boxes out a little bit to give those folks a time on when the tornado warnings may impact them. So let's take it a little, yeah, okay. Doesn't matter which one you start with.
I'll start from the bottom up if that's okay.
Sure. We'll start with this one. We're going to take you a little farther upstream and tell you when you're going to be impacted by this potential tornado. The one on the southern flank here, Bismarck at 5:02, it's 4:47. Lake Hamilton, 5:11. Lake Catherine, 5:19. Fountain Lake, 5:24, when you broaden out that polygon. Now let's do the one in the middle. That could in fact be producing a tornado. We'd heard that it was confirmed, but our red colored box hasn't changed here. It has on Storm Track 11. We're going to take you up into Saline County. Let's go a little further. Let's go a little farther. We want to give as much leeway as we can. Here it's 4:48. Storms are moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. We'll take you a little farther to the north. There's the western tip of Pulaski County. Mountain Pine at 4:48. You've got Blue Springs at 4:59. Okay, they're continuing the tornado warning. Jesseville 5:01, the Village at 5:03, Reform 5:17, and Perrin eventually at 5:21. Perrin is in Saline County. And Perry County, the storm in Perry County, we don't want to forget about this one. It is located here. There's Perry County, northern Saline, and again into Perry. Yeah, let's take it out a little bit if you need to, so that we can see all of the areas that are being impacted.
And I'll add a track to that.
Putting a storm track on it. And these are your locations. Hollis is being impacted here in a few minutes, if not already. That doesn't look like the tornado polygon. That looks like...
That's
is that the tornado one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then let's...
I think it's because I'm zoomed out so far.
Okay. Cherry Hill, you're also in the path of it. So you got 3. 1, 2, 3. While we have a moment, we also have other storms ongoing. Let's go statewide and show you where the line is. Once the line moves through your area, we are going to see the weather settle down. Storms to the north, still with severe thunderstorm warnings from extreme northern Arkansas, Boone County, Baxter County, through Searcy, Newton, Van Buren, Conway, Pope, into Perry, western Pulaski, Saline, and then these really stick out. Notice the line is now through west central Arkansas, Yell County, Pope County, I shouldn't say Pope, Johnson County, Logan County. You folks are now in the clear when it comes to severe weather. It's these three in Garland County and Hot Spring County. Those are the 3 tornado warned storms that we're most concerned with right now. Let's go ahead and go back closer to this, and we'll go a little bit more street level with the one in the middle, since it was the one that was a little more concerning. Garland County, there is a bit of a notch there. Here's Lake Ouachita State Park, Mountain Pine. The storm is moving over Mountain Pine as we speak. So here are some of the roads. 192, it looks like the center of circulation is crossing over Mountain Pine High School. There's a Dollar General store out there. If you know where those landmarks are, then you know how close you are to this potential tornado. Bear Ridge Trail, Comet Lane, you're in the path. Glazy Po Road, I guess that's what that is, West Glazy Po. Comet Lane, These are roads that are on the north side of the circulation area. While we have this here, let's do a live winds. Let's go to our live winds and show the velocity. Couple it here, see if it matches up with this area here. It may have just updated. Okay. So we don't, yeah, there it is. It's now moving over some roads here.
There we go.
Mountain Pine Road, High Lead Road, or High Lead Road. I think that's High Lead. Camp Yorkton. That's where the circulation is. Eagle Eye Road, Mountain Pine Road, Highway 192. This is where the rotation of the storm in central Garland County is located. The interesting thing about these storms is there's not a lot of lightning with them. They're very organized. They could produce tornadoes. There's just not a lot of lightning with these storms. It's just an interesting sidebar from these tornado warned storms. And what you're seeing are the colors of the live winds. This is how we're finding our couplets. And we can go back to just a normal view and show who else is in the path of this. But 3 tornado warned storms, 2 in Garland County, 1 that's going to move into Garland County. It's this one down here. There's 1 up in Perry County, Saline County. So you got 3.
While we're zoomed in, can we take street level for this bottom one? Because that Enrot tool is showing a little more organized rotation in it.
I'm sorry, which one?
The bottom warning. If we
The
could
third
take
one?
this street, yeah.
Okay,
street
let's find let's go down there then. Hot Spring County. This is moving into Hot Spring County near Bismarck and Beaton. All right. Here's Birch Tree. You got Beach Drive. This is where circulation or rotation is located. Birch Tree, Beach Drive. Where else do we got here? Honda Road, Cox Creek Road, Painted Pony Road. Okay, so that's the rotation with storm number 3 in Clark and Hot Spring counties, more Hot Spring County than anything else. So that's the tornado warned storm. We have 3 of them out there now, and all 3 are closing in on central Arkansas. This one tracks toward Lake Hamilton. We'll go through Bismarck into Lake Hamilton, and if it holds its current path, could move through downtown Hot Springs. That's the 3rd storm, the 3rd tornado warned storm.
Do you want me to add a track to this?
Which one? This one?
This one you're talking
Yeah, let's
about?
do that. Let's go ahead and do that while we're here. Let's add a track to the one just to the south.
And take this out a little bit past the polygon.
And here are the locations. Lake Hamilton, again, you're going to be impacted around 512, 453 right now. Hot Springs at 517. Lake Catherine at 521. Here's Lake Catherine over here, 521. So we're taking the polygon out and away, and this is the area of rotation within that polygon. I still wouldn't let my guard down Bismarck. It may shift a little bit to the south and to the east. All right, so this is the southern storm. The one to the north moving through central Garland County had Mountain Pine on its radar. Let's go back to the one in the middle here, and that's an uptick right there. That's a...
Okay. Yeah, they're probably going to extend this.
Hot Springs Village, Highway 192 and Highway 7. There is the area of rotation, potential tornado near Hot Springs Village. 454 tornado warning remains in effect for central Perry and northwestern Saline. We'll get to that one in a moment. As we put a storm track on this one, this is going to take us up through Blue Springs, Jesseville, and Hot Springs Village at 501 and 502. So it's moving over the village in Jesseville within the next few minutes. So if you live in these communities, take cover now if you haven't already done so. Let's hope that you're inside, not outside, as the storm is getting a little bit closer. The one to the north, we don't want to forget that one. Let's go to the one to the north side of this.
Okay.
That continues. We've got Saline and Perry counties under a tornado warning as well. We'll be back on that one here in just a moment. Here's Ragsdale, and this one looks like it's more bowing out. It could be becoming more of a straight line wind threat, and that polygon is smaller. This one may stay severe warned. Ragsdale, Cherry Hill, 505 and 509, but certainly some strong winds coming out of the backside of this one. So that's the third one, and really the first one. Broader perspective, let's give you a little bit more of a Central Arkansas viewpoint for those of you joining us on THV11, THV11 Plus, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Thank you for joining us this afternoon as these storms get a lot closer now to a higher metropolitan area, not just Little Rock, but Hot Springs, the Lake Hamilton area, down around Bismarck, Malvern, you may be impacted. The red polygons are the tornado warnings. And there's one here, there's one that's moving over Hot Springs Village as we speak. Hot Springs Village, if you live in and around the village, well, let's hope you're in your safe spot. And the third one to the south, Clark County, Hot Spring County, southern Garland County. That's why I'm saying that Hot Springs and Lake Hamilton would be impacted. Now you look up the road here, Saline County. If you live in Benton and Alexander, if you live in Pulaski County, West Little Rock, the one that's in the middle here would affect the western part of Pulaski County. The one to the south would come through downtown if it holds together. Symone, take over real quick. I'm going to grab just a little drink.
Okay, so last update, the one impacting portions of Saline and Perry County, so that's this northernmost storm. The last update with that is that they are continuing that tornado warning. But this is the one that Tom was just saying. I'll actually switch this to live wind so you can see what I'm talking about. This is the one that looks like that rotation is broadening out a little bit. On the backside of that could be some strong straight line winds, but they are keeping that tornado warning that is in effect until, I think this is the one that's in effect until 5 o'clock, which we're coming up on, yes, at 5 o'clock. So we're going to see if they let this one expire or whether or not they issue a downstream watch. Again, our middle one, that's the rotation that is just to the west of Hot Springs Village. This is the one that we've been keeping up with that had a little bit more of impressive rotation on our storm track 11. It changed the polygon to the color of what will be a confirmed tornado, but it never changed it here. So we're just, proceeding with caution again. If you were in the path of that storm, again, that's near the Hot Springs Village area. Hopefully you're already in your tornado safe space. That warning again, if you don't mind taking us back to max 1, forgive me, that one again is still in effect until 5:15. No, 5 o'clock is that one too. So we're going to see if they issue another downstream warning. And then again, our third warning, it looks like they've extended this polygon just a little bit. This is the one that is headed towards the Lake Hamilton area. And again, right now what we're looking at is on Storm Track 11. These are our live winds that help us get a visual of where we see that rotation couplet. So right now we have 3 active tornado warnings, and then we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings as this line closes in on central Arkansas. I'm going to take this back to reflectivity so you can just get a better perspective, and we're going to take this to a statewide view. So what we've been tracking basically since around 1:45, 2 o'clock is this line of storms that has been moving out of west central Arkansas, now closing in on central Arkansas. Give me 1 second. The National Weather Service is saying something. I want to read what they're saying. Okay, so they're just, saying the environment right now conducive for what we're tracking, but main thing is right now, again, all of this associated with that line. If you live west of this line of storms, so Polk County, probably extreme western portions of Montgomery County, you're going to start to see conditions getting better. Over the next couple hours. If you live east of this line, you still need to make sure you're weather aware through the next couple hours, because this is all again associated with that storm system that's moving through. I'm going to zoom back in though on these active tornado warnings we have, and I'm going to take this back to our winds so we can just get another look at those couplets.
Let me update you real quick. Tornado warning for Clark County is canceled.
Okay.
And there's some good news. There have been no severe reports or discovered as of yet from the Weather Service with these tornado warned storms. So although there was, talk about a confirmation, there has been no report of any damage. But Clark County, you're out of that tornado warning. It's lifted away from you. Here is the one that we have till 5:15. That is currently just to the west of Bismarck, at least the circulation area along Highway 347 and 84. It's going to take a track over Highway 7. Here's Lake Hamilton and Rockwell, Lake Catherine area.
This is the one that will affect or impact the southern part of Hot Springs, moving over Lake Hamilton and Lake Catherine. I know that Rolly Hoyt lives in this area. So Rolly, if you're watching us tonight, let's hope that you're safe. You and the family are safe.
We have 2 new tornado warnings.
Saline, Perry, and Garland County, and Perry and Conway. So those are extensions. Like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we would probably see an extension of these tornado warned storms, and in fact we are. So Perry and Conway County under that tornado warning. Here is box number 1 that we talked about a few minutes ago. Their area of circulation is southwest of Perryville right now, and box number 2 is to the south.
I'm going to add a track to box number 1 while you keep going.
All right. The movement of these storms, let me just give you the information on that. The movement of these storms is to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So these storms have slowed up just a bit. They were moving about 50 and now they're moving at about 40. If you live in these locations, the one that's on the map, the Morrilton area, Plummerville, down the road 531 and 538, Cherry Hill at 511, Perry at 520, Apollo at 526. And just so we can give you an idea there at home, we're looking at live winds. We're looking at our velocity modes. We're looking where the winds may be blowing one way toward and the other away from radar. And there is the area that we're talking about to couple it. So this is going to cross over and near Highway 60 into Perryville, Highway 9 and 10. Here's Petit Jean Mountain State Park. It's going to be awfully close to that. If you live up on Petit Jean, you might be able to look to the, I'm not saying go out and do it, but you would, from the top of the mountain, you could probably look to the south and see a fairly impressive lowering or wall cloud with that storm. Again, from what the Weather Service just mentioned, they've had no reports yet of any damage associated with these tornadoes or tornado warned storms. So from here, let's go back to the second one.
Okay.
And the one just below it, because we have 2 that are going to be getting awfully close here to Pulaski County, western Pulaski County.
I don't know if we set the timing on this top one, but that's in effect until 5:45.
Right, and it's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Now this middle one, I'm about to add a track to that, if you would give me a second.
Yeah, please do.
That's moving at 45. So the top one's moving at 40 miles an hour, and this middle one we're looking at now is moving at 45 miles an hour. And this looks like it's moving just northeast out of Hot Springs Village. Again, through Garland County, about to enter Saline County.
Okay. Our buddy Scott Covert up in northwest Arkansas, they've got someone tracking the storm that is near Morrilton. He's going to keep us up to date on that one. That was the one on the north end side. So Scott, thank you for sending that our way. Let us know what you see. Someone was just talking about this one moving through Jesseville at 505, Hot Springs Village at 507, Williams Junction 531. There's just so much going on here. It's a little difficult to kind of pinpoint what's happening. The purple area here, that's who's in the path of this possible tornado as it moves out of Hot Springs Village. It's near Highway 107 or Highway 7 and 298 right now, tracking to the northeast. This is going to move through northern Saline County. There's western Pulaski, Lake Maumelle, and eventually up the road, crossing 10, getting into southern Faulkner County. So our friends and neighbors in western Pulaski, southern Faulkner County, you all need to be weather aware right now. The storm's moving northeast at 45 and will be getting close to you probably by 6 o'clock, if not a little bit sooner than that. So that's that storm. And we have one more, the third one that's to our south, we want to touch on too.
Yes.
3 tornado warnings in central Arkansas. Garland County, right now, northern Garland County, Saline into Perry counties. And we'll take this one down. And this is the one that's going to impact the southern part of Garland County, places like Hot Springs and Lake Hamilton. Highway 192, if you live along Piercy, you're probably going to be impacted by this one. And this one does not look nearly as tightly wrapped up as the others did, but
and then
it's in this general
looks
area.
Like it's moving a little bit slower.
Okay.
This is the one. I don't think that's the same one. 1 second.
Yeah, not producing any hail, according to Chris at the Weather Service, but do appear to be more of a tornado wind damage threat or concern. So this is what's going on just to our south and west. Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton. You're in the path of this other tornado warned storm. And again, we're looking at live winds. If we need to, we can take a trip over to Storm Track 11 and try to find some rotation. Let's go to Storm Track 11 instead of doing that. There you go. There's the northern one near Perry, and there's an area here. That little triangle would indicate potential for a tornado. There's the one near Jesseville that would also indicate the possibility of some strong rotation. That one is a little bit more concerning near Perry, Arkansas. And the third one here is now beginning to enter southern Garland County, and we're seeing those colors once again.
They're all ticked up a little bit with
three,
this new scan.
There are three there. This is moving toward, and Hot Springs is not in the warning on this third one, not yet, but it will more than likely be extended to include the Hot Springs, Fountain Lake area. And the second one here is going to track close to the western tip of Pulaski. And I would say this, that the one in the middle here that's near Jesseville, that's going to track up toward the Conway, Mayflower area, and eventually toward Greenbrier. So Faulkner County, although you're not under a warning, these storms are going to track your direction. These are headed your direction. And there's a more, and this is what the Weather Service was saying. We're in that enhanced risk of severe weather. And with the enhanced risk of severe weather, Little Rock north, you've got more favorable environment for tornadoes and strong winds north here. So that would mean that Faulkner County, you're north of us. You're going to have a more favorable environment. But you can clearly see with our rotation mode, that one that is over Perry and Perry County, or Perry County, excuse me, there's Perryville. And I was looking at the county name, my apologies. There's Alpin, Arkansas. Adona, here's Perry. Perry's up here. I knew you were there. Perry, Perryville, Houston, Arkansas. That's moving to the northeast. The current path would bring it toward Perry, and this is beginning to tighten up. Let's go to the one to the south in now out of central Garland County, more northeastern Garland County. Not a strong rotation, but still there, north of Hot Springs Village. That is going to track to the northeast. Perrin, you may be in line for that one. And the one to the south is the third tornado warned storm. We're trying to share here. Want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. This one's northern Hot Spring County, and right on the border here. There's Oma. That's going to move awfully close to Lake Hamilton and eventually on the southern side of Hot Springs. Think about what's going on. A lot of families may have gone to their lake homes this weekend along, Lake Hamilton, Lake Catherine over here as well. So that's tracking to the northeast. Those are the two that may be extended into Saline and eventually Pulaski, western Pulaski County. And they're traveling into an environment that is favorable for more wind and tornado in development. Just keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and go back to a little bit better in terms of seeing more real estate. Let's broaden it out a little bit.
Okay.
This is our NROT, once again, rotation. There's some rotation also up toward Polk County. No warning on that except for a severe thunderstorm warning. The yellow boxes indicate severe thunderstorm warnings from Baxter County all the way through Van Buren. Faulkner County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then you get the warnings in western Pulaski County, Saline, and Hot Spring. But it's these three areas that we're keeping a close eye on for potential tornadoes. And I think the one that's the strongest one right now.
It's probably, oh, sorry, I didn't realize you could see what that part too, but the strongest one is this northern one.
It's the northern side, the one that's tracking toward Perryville. Garland County, this storm is getting ready to cross into Saline. That would carry into western Pulaski County. I'm just drawing a line here between Mayflower and Conway. Possibly Valonia, the one in the middle. The one on the southern flank is going to track through Hot Springs, eventually move into Saline County. Benton, you'll be on the fringe of it if it continues to hold together as it moves to the east-northeast. I haven't received anything from the Weather Service or from any storm reports that these are actually on the ground, but they're radar indicated. They enter into an area that is more conducive for tornado development, especially over north central Arkansas. So these develop here, they get stronger, and they may produce tornadoes north of here.
Now, looking at power outages, that middle storm that's moving into Saline County, we're starting to pick up on some power outages in Saline County. So it's not a lot right now. It's about 50-ish people
In Saline County.
in Saline County. So that middle storm that has the polygon coming out of Garland into Saline, that one might could infer some of those power outages could be with this storm.
Okay, let's go to Max 2.
Max
Just
2?
briefly.
Okay.
I'm going to take a look at something real quick. In Saline County, well, yeah, storm moving over northern Saline County may produce some power outages, but the area of concern, that tornado warning, was a little to the south. Did we just get another tornado warning that popped up? But they're your polygons, your three areas. Really, the storms in northern Arkansas are not as formidable as the ones here in central Arkansas. These supercells, you could see them break apart about an hour and a half ago. They began to break apart from the line.
We did just get another tornado warning.
We did just get one. Is that the one for Saline County? Garland
This is for
County.
Garland
Okay.
County. That does include Hot Springs.
Yeah, that's that southern one that is now moving in. There's lots of polygons going on here in a very small area. We will take you back to Max 1 and we'll talk about each one once again. Again, if you're just joining us this afternoon, you just walked in the door, man, these clouds are beginning to increase. Is it going to rain? Yeah, we've got tornado warnings in effect for central Arkansas, and they're all kind of focused around Garland County right now. Garland County has a new tornado warning that has just been issued, and that is the one that was, the southern extent of that is now moving into central Garland County.
I'm going to add a track to
You've
this.
You've got Piney, Hot Springs, Rockwell, Lake Hamilton. Here's Highway 70, Highway 7, 270. So really all of the western edge of Hot Springs may be impacted by this, and the rotation is right here. There are your locations. Rockwell, it's currently 512 at 519. Hot Springs at 527. Euclid Heights, 530. You've got Fountain Lake, 538, and Hot Springs Village. Once again, Hot Springs Village was just under a warning. That's in effect until 546. That is the newest tornado warning that we have that was issued just a few moments ago.
And this warning is in effect until 6 o'clock.
Okay, until 6 o'clock. All right, so with all of that in mind, let's take a broader viewpoint. There's a lot of severe weather happening out there across the region as a cold front moves into central Arkansas this afternoon. Let's go to our reflectivity mode, just show everyone at home what's going on. If you're just now joining us, we do have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect from north and north central Arkansas through Stone, Baxter County. You've got Searcy, Van Buren counties, Conway counties. You folks in Faulkner County also under severe thunderstorm warning. But you see these 4 boxes, those are the tornado warnings we've been talking about. And they're getting a little bit closer now to places like western Pulaski County, southern Faulkner County. We're talking about Conway. We're talking about Mayflower. The one in Perry County is going to lift into Conway County. Let's take a closer look at the one here. Perry County and Conway County. It's getting awfully close to Plumerville and the Morrilton area. Here's Morrilton. Here's 64 and I-40. And there is a nice tight spiral here that's west of Perryville along Highway 60 that is south of Adona. That would indicate to me that's more than likely where the concentration of the tightest winds are located. If we can take a look at that on, go to your live winds mode from this vantage point, and that matches up nicely there along Highway 60. So it's a pretty good bet this one may produce a tornado if it's not producing a tornado. But there's Perryville, here's Perry. Moving to the northeast, Highway 9, Perry to Perryville. Adona, you're just to the northwest of that circulation, but there's Highway 60. This is moving to the northeast. Here's Highway 9. Opelo, you're going to be in the path of that. Upwards to, there's Plumerville and Morrilton just on the outskirts of the box, but it's probably a good idea to go ahead and make sure you have the necessary precautions. There's the timing. Right now it's 5:14. Perry, you're in the path at 5:21. Morrilton 5:31. Overcup at 5:40. That's on out of the box, but it does look like it's tightened up quite a bit along 60. Again, can't stress this enough. The storms are moving out of an environment that's probably more of a damaging wind environment. Now we've got more winds, stronger winds aloft that would give us more spin. So the National Weather Service put out a little message a moment ago that this is the area that has the greatest opportunity for tornadoes this afternoon and this evening. And this is a fairly strong area of rotation. What does it look like on Storm Track 11? If we could go look at Storm Track 11, it's this area right here.
Do you want me to zoom in on it?
No, we can take a look at it like this. This is a good vantage point. This one actually doesn't appear to be the strong one. The one to the south now looks to be upticking, southwest of Hot Springs. So if we want to, we can go to this storm and take a closer look at it in Garland County near Rockwell. Rockwell, hopefully you're in your safe place because this is going to go right over the top of you. On the northwestern side of Lake Hamilton, Rockwell, then Hot Springs, and then Fountain Lake. There's Piney, Arkansas, just to the north. But anytime we see these colors, that green color standing out, and sometimes we'll get a yellow or even a red, that would really indicate there's one that has made it all the way to the ground. Tornado warning continues for Saline, Perry, and Garland counties tonight. Could be a little hail with it, could be some strong wind gusts, but our main concern is, are they producing tornadoes? The National Weather Service has not said anything, has not confirmed that they are producing tornadoes, and I understand that from what meteorologist Scott Covert, he's got a storm tracker in Morrilton keeping an eye on the one to the north of us, and it's still a little ways away. But this one, moving over downtown Rockwell right now, Highway 70 and 270. If you live along those highways near Rockwell, Arkansas, you are being impacted by that storm. Let's go to Max 1 and take it down to street level, find a few more streets in Rockwell if we can. Piney, you're going to be in the path of it. I'm familiar that this is getting close to the Albert Pike area, Albert Pike Walmart over there. From, you know, the days that we do the summer cereal drive, but goodness, Western Road, McDonald Loop, Stearns Point. This is where the rotation is located. West Mountain View, Springwood Road. Those are roads that are underneath the areas and neighborhoods underneath this rotation. And it's moving to the northeast. Right now, it's just that rotation's just gliding along Highway 70, getting ready to intersect 270. Let's go up just a little bit more here, Simone, into the western side of downtown Hot Springs. This is going to come up to the Mount Tabor Baptist Church area. There's Walmart, Albert Pike Walmart. There's another Walmart on Central Avenue.
When to stop?
Oh, you're fine right there. That's good. I'm sorry. I just wanted to show a little bit more of the folks that were in line here. Again, Weston Lane, Western Road, Holly Springs Road. You've got, again, Highway 270, the western side of downtown Hot Springs. Here's 270, you know, where the bypass is located. Bayside Road, West Mountain View Drive. That area of rotation now is lifting to the north. It looks like it moved just a little bit more north than northeast. So now it's moving over. We can move it down just a little. We'll take a look at, no, the other way. I'm sorry, move, yeah, thank you. We got a camera shot for us now. Let's go ahead. Albert Pike and West Hot Springs. I can't tell if that's hail or rain. Probably some big raindrops.
Yeah.
Albert, okay, so this is Albert Pike. So you're looking back toward the storm that could have the tornado. Back toward the west-southwest. This is one of our ArtDot cameras, and we're looking east. You say we're looking eastbound or westbound with this? Okay, well, we probably need to be looking west. All right, so some heavy rain is occurring there. Here's a better shot of it on Storm Track 11. The rotation is between Rockwell and Piney. It's drifting to the northeast. Here's downtown Hot Springs. We showed you Highway 70 and 270, the bypass over there. I know if you folks know about where the Albert Pike Walmart is located, then you know that it's nearby. This is going to take a path toward Mountain Valley and Fountain Lake. Here's Fountain Lake, Mountain Valley to the north. So we'll keep an eye as that rotation or area of rotation lifts to the northeast. That's what it looks like on Storm Track 11. Let's go back to where Simone is on Max 1, and we'll take a look at our winds, live winds mode that really help us pinpoint the area of rotation. There's the one in the middle. It is now moving out of Saline County, going to get close to southern Perry and western Faulkner, western Pulaski, excuse me. There's a little bit there. The other one near Perryville as well. That one is going to lift into southern Conway County. In Morrilton along I-40 is where we have a storm tracker that could help us out with that. If anything, you're going to get a lot of very heavy rain with these storms and some strong wind gusts, and you might be able to see the lowering on the southwestern flank.
I'm just zooming in to add some tracks again to our storms.
Go ahead. You're watching THV11, THV11 Plus. We're on Facebook Live as well as YouTube. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Tom Brannon with Symone Thomas. I think it's fairly obvious at this point that we're not having a newscast at 5:30 today.
I'm taking this a little bit outside of the actual polygon, just for the sake of if this holds together, who this could be impacting kind of downstream, because I think this polygon has this warning in effect until 5:45. So beyond that, some places that need to be on alert. Let me actually shift this camera view just a little bit and then try that again.
So here's the polygon for one tornado warning. That's the northern extent. This is the one that's Saline County, and there's even another one that is now over Garland County while she's pulling those storm tracks. We want to take you a little farther away from the action to get you prepared. There's Pulaski County, southern Faulkner County, and there are the locations that will be impacted eventually. Gentlemen, if you could keep hunting around down in Hot Springs, we want to look west-southwest. Highway 7270. We don't want to look east. We want to look west, see if we can see any kind of lowering. So if there's anybody up there, I think Ryan's up there. Okay, thank you. Keep looking around. See if you can find something there. There could be, at least you can see the lowering of the wall cloud down around Hot Springs. The tornado warning storms are getting a lot closer now to Pulaski County. I would imagine the Weather Service is going to be sending us tornado warnings here very soon. But tornado warnings are in effect. And if we are, I know that we're on digital right now, but if we could go to Facebook Live, please. We need to throw all of that into the mix here on Facebook Live with our coverage. That would be appreciative. Thank you. All right, because I think that was the only one we weren't. But here's the storm track north of Hot Springs. There's the circulation. Here.
They're giving us a lot of locations. Let me zoom out a little bit.
532 Fountain Lake, Whittington at 542. That's okay. What we should do is probably let's broaden our perspective and show all of the warnings right now. We want to make sure that everybody in central Arkansas is aware of the tornado warnings, who is under a tornado warning. And right now we have 3 active tornado warned storms. And I'm just going to kind of pinpoint where the areas that we're looking at. The one here that's near Perryville, see that bright blue area? That's an area of rotation or spin. That's going to move toward I-40 between Conway and you got Atkins up here. Conway, let's say Morrilton is in this general area. You've got an area here in northern Saline County. This is going to track over the western tip of Pulaski back into southern Conway County before going into Conway County. And the tornado warned storm in Hot Springs and Garland County right now that is pretty much over downtown Hot Springs. These are the 3 tornado warned storms. They are getting close to Pulaski County. If you live in Faulkner County, if you live in northern and western Pulaski County, if you live in Conway County, heck, if you live up the road in Cleburne and White counties, you have a more favorable environment for tornadoes. And although the National Weather Service has said they haven't had any reports of damage, we know that we've got some strong rotation with these storms just by looking at our various products from our NROT to our live winds. And we're seeing the rotation. Chris, that the Weather Service says the Northwest Saline County Storm Organization is strengthened. Storms go through cycles. They weaken and they strengthen. This is the Northwest Saline County. That would be this.
Can I bring something to your attention?
You can.
On Storm Track 11,
okay.
So we have our 3 warned storms, but up in Conway County, we're picking up on some rotation. So it's not warned yet, but that's a heads up for our neighbors in Conway County.
And we mentioned that just a few minutes ago. It's not warned yet. Thank you, Symone. Symone, keeping an eye on things for us and anything new that comes our way. 50-mile-per-hour estimated winds on Lake Hamilton, or at least the bridge over Lake Hamilton.
Okay, so they're issuing a downstream tornado warning, I think, for this middle storm.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's going to include Pulaski, Faulkner County, and Perry County. So it's coming up here in just a moment. If it already has it. Well, Max 1 will have it. Storm Track 11 doesn't have it yet, but there it is. And that was the impressive area that we talked about that was upticking there in northern Saline County. So now, and this begins to hit close to home. I've got a daughter. She's up in Conway. This is going to move over that area of Conway eventually. The storm is strengthening. It's moving out of western part of Pulaski County. It's going to track through southern Conway, eventually into Faulkner County. Mayflower, Conway, Bigelow, you folks are going to be in the path of this as it continues to strengthen and move to the north-northeast. That's just one tornado warned storm that we have. Symone, tell us who's in the path.
All right, I'm taking this outside of the box just a little bit because we do have Conway and Valonia downstream. So to give you a heads up, here is what we're tracking. The time now is 5:25. Reform, Arkansas, you have about 3 minutes, 5:28. Williams Junction, you have under 10 minutes, 5:34. Y, Arkansas, you have exactly 20 minutes, 5:45. Bigelow, you have around 25 minutes. New Dixie, you have until 5:53. Mayflower, you have until 6. This warning is in effect until 6:15. So Mayflower, you have until 6 o'clock. Conway, you're just at the edge of that polygon, looking to feel those impacts around 6:05. Worcester, you have until 6:11. Greenbrier, this is just outside of the polygon. If this holds together and they give another downstream warning, 6:17, Greenbrier, you'll see those impacts.
Gentlemen, I had an image sent to me out of Garland County with the lowering of that storm. And when you talk about the supercell thunderstorms, you get with the lowering, a wall cloud. Sometimes you get rotation. I'm trying to figure out who it's from that sent it. Thank you for sending it in, and I will pass that along to our producers up in the booth. Let's go back to a shot. Let's show more of Central Arkansas and who is under what type of warning. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon, along with the tornado warnings. That one's looking a little stronger there in northern Conway County. That's not under a warning yet. Symone pointed it out just a moment ago. We'll see if they flip the switch on that one. And a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning
now out of northern Clark and Hot Spring County. It's this one right here. Tell us about it.
Zooming in on that, give me 1 second and I can put a track on it. This new warning coming out is in effect until 6:15, coming out of Clark County into Garland and Hot Spring County. This storm is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit to pick up on where we're seeing that rotation, and then we're going to add a track to this. So a lot of the same places really in Garland County, because Lake Hamilton is in the downstream part of this polygon. Some of Hot Springs included in that edge of this polygon, but I'm going to add our track to this. And I'm going to extend this a little bit outside of the polygon, taking us up to Highway 70, just so if this holds together, who needs to make sure they're weather aware. So our time now is 5:28. Lambert, Arkansas, you have about less than 10 minutes, 5:36. Bismarck, you have right at 10 minutes, 5:39. I feel like I have deja vu. We just were talking about Bismarck. Lake Hamilton, you have until about 5:50, so coming up on 20 minutes for you. Red Oak, 5:55. Hot Springs, you're at the edge of this polygon, but you can still feel some of those impacts coming up on 6 o'clock. Butterfield, Arkansas, you're kind of towards the edge of that polygon, 6:10.
Severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Hot Spring, Saline, Perry, Dallas, Grant, Faulkner, Garland, Pulaski, Clark, Pike. All of Central Arkansas is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Spotters are locating, seeing that circulation near the county line. Let's see. Okay. That does not make any sense. Okay. But there's spotters out there. Storm spotters and radio operators are keeping us informed as to what is going on. And whereas the greatest tornado parameter is Little Rock north, we're seeing these things develop south of Little Rock. Not uncommon, but when they track into this more favorable environment to the north of Little Rock, you know, that's when it gets really serious. So there we go. We've got a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got the tornado warnings. We're surrounded by tornado warnings here. Pulaski County, Saline County, Grant. My goodness, y'all folks just need to go ahead and just do the best you can, get into your safe place. Again, we haven't had a visual confirmation but we know these storms are spinning very, very tightly. Okay, there we go. This is central Arkansas once again. Pulaski County, there's the warning in northern Pulaski County. This is the one that's going to impact Conway eventually. And with the path Mayflower, Valonia, you're going to be impacted as well. And the storm down in Clark County, Hot Spring County, that is moving to the northeast. Garland County. Now the good news is with this, you get on the other side of this and the severe weather threat is gone. We just have to get through this broken line of severe storms capable of producing tornadoes this evening. More real estate being added to the severe thunderstorm warnings. Faulkner County, White County, Cleburne, Van Buren counties, new counties added for severe thunderstorm warnings. But it's these tornado warnings that we're talking about. And everybody that's west of Little Rock right now in central Arkansas, western Pulaski County, Perry County, Faulkner, Saline County, Garland, Hot Spring, Clark County, all you folks are under tornado warnings. To give you a little perspective, here's I-30. These storms are just to the west of I-30 and they're moving northeast at anywhere between 40 to 45 miles per hour. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to add another little tidbit, we've been kind of busy since 5, but at the top of the hour, the Storm Prediction Center put out a mesoscale discussion highlighting central Arkansas and areas east of this line, and they said a new tornado watch is likely within the hour. So it could be before these warnings expire, we see the extension of that watch.
Okay. I'm not surprised. Just going to be one of those days, unfortunately. Let's go to Storm Track 11. Let's try to pinpoint the rotation that we have within these storms, and you can just leave it right there, Symone.
Okay.
If folks at home, if you can't see that clear as day, and what we're looking at when we talk about the blues and the greens being close to one another, there you go. That's northern Saline County. That's the one that's going to track through northern Pulaski, get awfully close to Conway. The one that's well, there was a little bit here near Perryville and upwards towards southern Conway County. There's Garland County, this little speck, this little area of rotation, that is the one that poses a threat to move through central Saline into western Pulaski. And the one to the south of that over Hot Spring and Clark, I think probably the more impressive couplet of the three. That one's going to take a track through Saline and possibly into downtown Little Rock. Gentlemen, I would advise you or like to ask you to keep our camera looking west. Our camera, please, looking west. And if you happen to see anything on any of our RDOT cameras that are looking west-southwest into these storms, let us know so that we can pop them up. Thank you. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. And again, Cleburne, Perry, Van Buren, White, Independence, Stone, Izard, Faulkner, Conway, Pulaski, Lonoke, and Searcy counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. That's all of this, these boxes in yellow here. The red polygons are the tornado warnings. I know that this looks like there's two, but it's a continuation of the one that's moving out of northern Saline, western Pulaski, and eventually southern Faulkner. The one in Garland County with the triangle. That moves out of Garland into central Saline and may impact western parts of Pulaski County. Ferndale, you need to be on your guard. And again, the one that's down here that's on the border of Clark and Hot Spring, I think once we see this move into Hot Spring, Clark County is going to be removed. That's going to move out of Hot Spring County and eventually right along I-30 near Benton and Bryant later this evening.
That storm with the best rotation right now, so that southernmost storm, if we can take Max 1, I've added a track to that. So this is the one that, is coming out of Clark County, which is likely going to be taken off soon, but Hot Spring County, Garland County, right now is what's still included in that polygon, but I've taken the track out into portions of Saline County because as we've been noticing, these storms have been holding together and we've been seeing more downstream warnings. So right now, time is 5:34. Bismarck, you, if not already feeling the impacts, have about 5 minutes. Social Hill, you have closer to 6 o'clock coming up. Lake Catherine also closer to 6 o'clock downstream into Malvern. So that's farther into Hot Spring County. You can start to feel those impacts closer to 6:07. Now we're getting outside of the polygon, just kind of looking downstream. So our friends in Saline County, Haskell, you have about until 6:26. Now, if that polygon, that warning gets extended beyond when it's set to expire, I think that's set to expire right now Let me go back and find that. This warning is set to expire at 6:15. So if we see a downstream warning with that, you have about until 6:25, 6:30 Haskell before you start to feel those impacts. But right now, the storm again is impacting northeastern Clark County, southwestern Hot Spring County, and some of Garland County. Some of southeastern Garland County. And again, that was the storm on our Storm Track 11 that has the most impressive rotation right now. This is our southernmost storm, but again, we still have a number of active tornado warnings. So if we could take Storm Track 11 one more time, the storm that we're talking about right now with this track is the storm that has that better rotation.
Okay, Storm Track 11, okay.
So this storm, again, into Hot Springs County, that rotation just south of Bismarck, that's the storm we're talking about right now with this track on it.
Okay. Yeah, we've talked about the colors before. When we have a green spot there in the middle of blue, or if it goes yellow, then we're pretty much guaranteed to have something there. Hot Spring County to and tracking north, it's going to graze a part of southern parts of Garland County, again getting close to Lake Catherine. Magnet, Cove, Butterfield, Haskell, you're going to be in the next polygon. Let's go back up to the north. I was just looking at reflectivity on radar for that eastern Garland County storm that's going to track into Saline County. That's also looking a little more nasty. All of a sudden, these storms have really, they've gotten unfriendly. And I'm afraid that at any point in time, they're going to really tap into those wind fields just off the ground and start spinning faster and produce tornadoes. So this is not the way you want your Easter Sunday to go. Storms to the north of us, here's Bigelow. I mentioned Bigelow a few minutes ago. There's some rotation here. This does not look to be as strong of rotation as it was. It may be going through a cycling phase. There is the area in eastern Garland County. And I think that's, let's see here, you got Highway 70 that runs through here. A lot of folks take this highway to go to Hot Springs, so moving over Highway 70, and that's going to move over not far from Fountain Lake, if it's not over the top of Fountain Lake. Can we go a little closer on this one?
Yes.
Let's look a little, and maybe we can pick, yeah, Fountain Lake. It looks like it just moved by Fountain Lake all the way to Owensville, Arkansas. So that's what we're concerned about here. Hopefully nothing happened. Would love to hear from somebody from Fountain Lake once the storm passes if you saw or heard or experienced anything. And by the way, if you have any images that you would like to share with us, you can text them our way to 501-376-1111, but do it safely. Wait till the storms pass. I'm getting some images that I really can't share because they're on my phone. But hopefully I'll be able to send them to somebody here soon. But Fountain Lake, just north and just to the northeast of you, Fountain Lake. And then up the road, you've got Owensville. The circulation continues to hold together. Here's Garland County. Saline County is up next with this. And Symone, that does not look like it's an extension. That warning has not been extended, has it?
Which one?
With this right here.
No,
right here.
it has not. I would not be surprised if they do extend it, though.
But it's out of that box, so it's moved out of the box there.
Our Hot Spring County rotation is getting a little bit stronger. We have some of that yellow now in the middle.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. You're gonna run into this parameter just off the ground that's gonna be more conducive for tornadoes. So this one down in Hot Spring County is, and if we can, why don't we take a look at it on our live winds. Let's go to max 1 and let's find that couplet with that storm on live winds to take a bit of a closer inspection. I think it's to the south there. And that is the one that's near Bismarck.
Just to the east of Bismarck.
Yeah, so that's looking pretty nasty too. That's going to travel
street level.
DeRocher up the road there. Highway 7, it's over Highway 7, moving toward 84. Dixon Road, Hickory Grove Road, Kaufman Road. Those are roads here in Hot Spring County that we're talking about. Allen Road, Sycamore Road. I feel like we've called these names of roads out before in the past. Baffle Lane. So they go Highway 7 in Dixon Road, Highway 7 in Allen Road, or Corinth. That's where we're finding a nice tightly wound up couplet here that is moving to the northeast. Okay, now let's go broader. Let's do more of a little statewide vantage point. And it might be a good time to work in Brooke and see if she can help us with any reports that might be coming down. 540,
You're watching THV 11. Normally we would have news, and unfortunately it looks like we're going to be going into 60 Minutes. I hope you didn't have plans to watch 60 Minutes until these warnings go away. They're getting a little too close for comfort here. There are the warning polygons. Pulaski County, Faulkner County, there is Saline, and the one that we were talking about in Hot Spring. I would love nothing more for these storms to just go away. Okay, Brooke is helping us with damage reports. Okay, thank you.
I don't think she is mic'd up right now.
Oh, no, that's fine. Just to provide us with information, any damage reports, if at all possible. Ryan, do you have any kind of camera shots you want to share with us? Let us know. Central Garland County, you finally seeing an end to that tornado warning. It's gone away. Okay. The one in Hot Spring County, let's go back to that one. Thank you for sharing this with me. We're looking at these supercells off in the distance, keeping a close eye on that. The one in Hot Spring County, let's go to our tornado debris signature mode, if you can, for this, our correlation coefficient.
There's a little bit.
Yeah, we want to take a look at that because that may be our first tornado this afternoon. Just seeing reports.
It's not actually in real time. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, right there. That little blue speck. So we may have a confirmed tornado with that. Radar confirmed. And we'll go back and forth on it. This is in Hot Spring County. Here's Social Hill. There's Bismarck. And that's the area. What's happening is the radar is reading all of this debris that's being kicked up. Could be tree limbs, could be nothing. Hopefully it's nothing more than a few tree limbs or some grass. But we're seeing that around Bismarck. Let's go back to Max 1 and take this and go down as far as we can for street level mode and give these folks up the road here, Highway 84 and 128. So if we have anything on the ground, it would be here. Not saying that we have confirmation, but it's possible. Williams Cutoff Road, Hickory Grove Road. This is Hot Spring County. This is moving over Sycamore Drive. We mentioned Sycamore not too long ago. This is going to run parallel to Highway 128 just to the east. Here's Antioch Road, Williams Cutoff Road, Ponderosa Lane. That's where we're finding the possibility of a tornado.
Hot Spring County storm will have a radar confirmed note out shortly.
All right, so that's our first confirmed one of the afternoon in Hot Spring County. This is going to track into Saline County along I-30, eventually up toward the Little Rock area, if it maintains its strength. So that's the one, the Hot Spring County storm near DeRoche. You're going to be in the path of this along Highway 128 and Highway 84. North of Caney, and you can clearly see a bit of a notch there, that inflow notch. It's at this point you just say, folks, hopefully you've got your family safe, they're in their safe place. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Get away from windows or outside walls. Cover your head up with a pillow. Cover your head with a pot or something like that. Get as low as you can with these storms. And while I'm thinking about it, I know that Brooke is checking on damage reports. Brooke Buckner, you might want to have her kind of reach out to someone down in Hot Spring County. Let's go a little closer here, Simone, so we can get those town names. I think DeRoche was one of those names. Okay. And let's move it up just a little bit there. Thank you. Go. There we go. Highway 28 or 128, Highway 184. The area of circulation is getting ready to cross over County Road 644, Hickory Grove Road. I can't say Brandenburger Road, Barger Road. Look at it sideways. Up the road, Camp Road. DeRoche is that right here, little community, Highway 84 and 128, County Road 802, Camp Road. There is Honey Boy Road. That is moving to the northeast. That's who's going to be impacted here in the next few minutes. Let's take us out a little broader. Simone, let's throw a storm track on this if we can. This is going to take us into, there's the box, there's the polygon. Pretty good bet this is tornado confirmed from the National Weather Service.
The tornado debris signature is still there, and I think they have changed, at least in Storm Track 11, they changed the color of it to be radar confirmed.
Okay, so let's put a track on it. Let's go up beyond Lake Catherine.
Miles an hour.
Yeah.
40.
That way a little bit. Those are the, DeRoche here in the next few minutes. Some of the communities, Diamond Head 601, Rockport,
Now you're getting up toward the Malvern area, Rockport, Butterfield, Lonsdale, and Nance at 6:20. This is a radar confirmed tornado. We confirmed it. The National Weather Service has confirmed it. We confirm it by looking at our correlation coefficient or our tornado debris signature. And we show you that little speck of blue. That's how we can tell that there's some debris there. So hopefully it won't be on the ground long. That's one we're watching. Hot Spring County, this is going to go and run parallel along I-30 up toward Saline County, Haskell. I-30. Here's Highway 171. Not to be outdone, we still have other tornado warned storms. So we're going to leave here. We're going to go to the ones to the north, and we're keeping an eye on the ones getting closer to the metro area here in Little Rock this afternoon. So we can go to, if we need to, we can take max 2 if we need to, but we do want to show you these other storms. The western tip of Pulaski County, and this is a nasty one too that's now beginning to enter Saline County. There's no warning on it just yet. The one to the north, and then there's even one a little farther to the north. Symone, let's take a look at the one in Saline County here. Let's look at the velocity mode on that, the velocity field, the wind fields on that one in Saline County. Now that one's impressive enough as it is west of Mayflower, but it's the one just to the south of it, the one that's not warned, that could be warned at any moment. Mm-hmm. So the one to the south of it. And if we need to broaden our perspective to get there, we can.
You're talking about this one?
Yeah, the one that's, it's not, it shows up pretty impressive, but it's not showing any rotation as far as this is concerned. It may be going through a cycling stage. Okay, we can go back to the one up north here. And there you go. We're looking at the one that's, this one is going to get awfully close to the Conway area. Right now it's along Highway 113 and Highway 60. This is out of northern Pulaski County into southern. Here's northern Pulaski, Lake Maumelle. Here's southern Faulkner, and this is our area of rotation that we're talking about. Highway 60 and 113. You can see there's a little bit of a couplet here. Here's Harris Brake Lake to the west, excuse me. And that is riding along to the northeast. Here's Conway, here's the storm. It's going to track over the Arkansas River here shortly and moving northeast at about 40 to 45. So some areas that are going to be included. Conway at 6:07, it's 5:47. Spring Hill at 6:18. Toadsuck, 6 o'clock. Bigelow, 5:50. So Bigelow is going to be the first stop, 5:50. And that's going to be in this area here. So that's what's going on with that storm. Southwest of Conway, tornado warning is in effect. Y'all take cover in Faulkner County, Conway, all right?
I think we have a new tornado watch. I will update that in a second. Let me update.
You update that. Go to Max 2 while she updates that, please. Thank you. And I'm going to take a look at these storms and just kind of go over what we've got here. All right. Here we are. Let me take you a little broader here. This is reflectivity, folks. This gives you an idea of what's going on here in central Arkansas this afternoon. I was looking at this storm. It looked like it had a pretty good hook to it, the signature. This is the one moved out of Garland County. It has weakened somewhat. So we have 2 tornado warnings. The one to the north we were just talking about, western Pulaski County, Perry into Faulkner County. This one is going to get a little bit close to Conway. The one down in Hot Spring County had a signature on it, a radar signature that it produced a tornado. That's the one in Hot Spring County that's going to graze the southeastern part of Garland County and then make its way toward northern Hot Spring, traveling along I-30 and getting close to the Benton area, to Bryant, to Haskell, if you live in those places. If you live in Alexander, if you live out, let's say Salem, Arkansas, you're going to be impacted potentially by that storm as it moves to the northeast. The one here in the middle may be going through a cycling phase. That's the one that was going to move toward Pulaski County. And gentlemen, I want you to do this with the camera. I want you to take the camera and let's go look for the one that's out toward, go north with this camera. Take it north if you can, out toward Pinnacle Mountain and beyond. This is the camera, and we're probably not going to see much because of the rain. Okay, there you go. Now take it down just a little bit. There you go. Well, go back the other way. Go back just a little bit. We're looking up the Arkansas River. That's the cell. That is the cell that I was talking about that's moving out of western Pulaski County into southern Faulkner County. Looking right here, don't really see much going on with it. All right, go back to Max 2, please. There we are. So here we are. This is the score, folks. Tornado warnings remain in effect for western Pulaski, Perry, and Faulkner counties. Tornado warning in effect for Hot Spring and Garland counties, both until 6:15 tonight. You know, we use reflectivity mode on radar to show us, you know, we talk about hook echoes and those beams, those bendings, those areas of where the tail end of it hooks a little bit, like that one. But there's no warning on this one. The warning is up here. This is now leaving northern Pulaski County, southern Faulkner, and if it continues to track, it's going to move toward Conway. So out to the west and southwest of Conway, heavy rain. There might be a little hail with it, but there's very little lightning. In fact, the storms have not had a whole lot of lightning this afternoon at all. Let's see if they've picked up a little. Yeah, very little. I would say that this one's upticking. It's coming back into play. But this one up toward the Conway area, we're keeping a close eye on it. It could produce possibly produce a tornado. There is some rotation here, and I'm putting it on live winds. If it's anywhere, it looks like it's gusting out a bit, but it would be in this area. There's Conway, 6:15, that tornado warning, moving to the maybe more along the lines of right here. All right, so we go back down to the one in central Saline County, and that one, I think we're seeing it cycle. This is going to get warned, I bet you. Central Saline County, there's Benton. There's no warning here, but it has become, it's cycling back up again. Saline County into western Pulaski County. If you live in western Pulaski County, there's no warning, but just keep this in mind. It's going through a cycle process. It may be reissued at any time. And one more stop for you, the tornado warning down in Hot Spring County, and that one is all kinds of nasty right now. There's the couplet, and it does look, in fact, like it's holding together nicely. It may have weakened somewhat. It's moving to the northeast. Hot Spring County, it's going to cross over Highway 270, awfully close to Lake Catherine, or to the east side of Lake Catherine, Lake Hamilton. Here's northern Hot Spring. Malvern's going to be on the eastern tip of that, but I think it's going to move over southern Garland County and eventually making its way along I-30 near Haskell and Benton and Bryant, if it is able to hold together. These storms cycle, they go through cycles, they weaken, they strengthen, and that's what's happening tonight with the one in Saline County. It weakened, and now it looks like it's beginning to strengthen once again. Since we have a pretty large population center, Faulkner County, Pulaski County, the storm hits southwest of Conway. Nothing has been confirmed with it, but there's still a tornado warning here. This is going to move over central and southern parts of Conway this afternoon. So if you live in Conway, just go ahead, take your precautions and get to your safe place. There you go. That's what it looks like. It's getting awfully close to the Arkansas River. Say the area of circulation. It looks like it's broadened out somewhat, so it has weakened a little bit, but it may re-strengthen as we speak. Hot Spring.
Whenever you're ready, I have the details on our new tornado watch.
All right. From the National Weather Service, the Hot Spring County storm is now radar indicated and not radar confirmed. It was radar confirmed and now it's radar indicated. So that's good. Maybe they'll weaken a bit. Simone, tell us about the new tornado watch.
All right, if we can take Max 1, the tornado watch we have for the western half of the state continues until 7 p.m. Now the eastern half of the state is under tornado watch until 12 a.m. So our friends east of the Little Rock Metro, that includes you in Pine Bluff, Stuttgart, Batesville, Searcy, down to Monticello, you got a bit of a long evening ahead of you.
Okay. Oh, more counties. That's all we needed, more counties. Okay.
Well, we're in this together.
Yeah, honestly, I would be very surprised if we continue to see the watch through midnight here in eastern Arkansas.
I think we have until 10. I think after 10 things will start to.
Well, let's hope. How about back to Storm Track 11? Let's take a look at those storms once again, and we have the one here in central Arkansas. The one down here, this is now radar indicated. So that tells me that if it was on the ground, it's not on the ground anymore, but they're keeping a warning on it. The one here in the Conway area has me a little more concerned, for personal reasons, of course. I've got a kid that goes to school here. I bet you've got a child that goes to UCA, you're concerned. They go to Hendrix or Central Baptist College. You're concerned about what's going on. This track is going to take it over downtown Conway here in the next, few minutes or so. Although, Symone, looking at this, I don't see much rotation, but I do see some rotation developing in Van Buren County.
I think they actually canceled that warning.
They did.
The polygon hasn't been taken off yet, but they've canceled that warning.
All right. Sweating that one out, folks. Van Buren County. Look at that in Clinton. Near Clinton moving through. Let's go up here just real quick because when I see something like this, I would typically think there may be a little rotation along the leading edge of that line. You've got a line of strong to severe thunderstorms moving through, so there might be an eddy. There might be a brief spin. This is now east of Clinton, but look who's in the path, Fairfield Bay. Morganton, Arkansas, north of you, Shirley, Arkansas, just to the west of you. This is moving to the east. So that's a line, and within that line there might be a cell or potential tornado. More strong winds down around Greenbrier. We can go back down to central Arkansas. I just wanted to point that out. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Sometimes tornadoes can develop within severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, now this is the one that is now northern, it's hard to say if it's northern. Would be northern Hot Spring County. Let's say kind of at the
north central,
northeast, northwest,
north central,
somewhere in Hot Spring County. Well, Social Hill. How about north of Social Hill? Still some impressive rotation. And let's look at some of the communities in the path. This is our en-route tool, a rotation tool that shows where rotation is located within that thunderstorm, that supercell thunderstorm. And the environment here in central Arkansas is ripe for wind damage and possible tornadoes.
Whenever you want to, I have this storm on street level.
Let's go street level. Let's do it. Street level. Let's go to max 1. And here you go. Some streets, some locations. Highway 171, Hilltop Road, Running Deer Drive. And I'm assuming it's in this area. You've got Lake Catherine State Park here. Yeah, this is Garland County. This is Hot Spring County. And there is our polygon. So Applegate Trail, Bear Den Road. These are some of the roads here. Pinnacle Court. And communities here near Lake Catherine State Park, for those of you that may have interests there. That's what's going on here tonight.
So they're extending this tornado warning out. The polygon hasn't updated on our max 1. It's on Storm Track 11, but once this updates over here, I'll add a track to it for that updated polygon.
Okay. Sounds good. Tornado warning for southeastern Perry, Faulkner, northern Saline, and northwestern Pulaski is canceled. Okay, we've been through that. There's the warning for Hot Springs, Saline, and Garland County. So
till 6:45.
Is this the only one left?
Yes.
Okay. This is what I'd like to do. Let's do a quick reset. Let's go back to our statewide mode while we can. Let's see what else is happening around the state. We have a line of severe thunderstorms moving through the area. Here's what it looks like with the one tornado warning right now that is extended into Saline County. This is the one we're keeping an eye on. All of the yellow and orange that you see, I guess it's orange, these represent severe thunderstorm warnings. Lines of severe thunderstorms capable of producing some strong wind gusts. And within the lines, we've had a few supercells develop capable of producing tornadoes. We'll keep a close eye on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring Brooke Buckner into the picture now, and Brooke has an update for us now on what we're seeing. Any damage reports, Brooke?
Yes, so far I've reached out to the Hot Spring County judge and also the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office has told me, thankfully, they're not seeing any storm damage reports as of yet. I just got off the phone with the Hot Spring County judge, and he told me he is just now getting out of his tornado shelter. He was hunkered down there for a minute because he was keeping us on his TV, watching us with those tornado warnings you guys have been sharing with our viewers, and he is now just getting out to check on the people in the area. He says he could hear the wind passing over his house. It was really loud. He described it as a scary moment. It was happening right over his house near Highway 84. So he is not sure yet how everyone in that community is doing, but he's going to get out and check on everyone in the Hot Spring County area. Also, we're hearing from the Garland County Judge Daryl Mahoney. He says no indications or anything that touched down there in and Garland County, but they're not out of the woods just yet. He said they had reports of 50-mile-per-hour straight line winds. So I know that we've been hearing about the wind gusts all day long, especially with these tornado warnings. So everyone stay on high alert if you are in the path of this. We're going to go to Symone now to see what's the latest.
Thank you, Brooke. We appreciate that. So again, we got that downstream warning for the tornado warning that was impacting Hot Spring County and portions of Garland County. So the newest polygon includes portions of Garland County, Saline County, and Hot Spring County. So what I've done is I added a track to this so we can talk through some places that are in the path. This warning in effect until 6:45. It's currently 6 o'clock on the dot. Shorewood Hills, you're likely feeling those impacts right now. Price, Arkansas, you have under 5 minutes. Magnet Cove, you have about 5 minutes. Butterfield, Arkansas, you have until 6:07. Lonesdale, 6:14. Nance, Arkansas, 6:17. Downstream into Saline County, our friends in Benton, you have until 6:30. So this is kind of tracking almost parallel that I-30 line. This is currently our only active tornado warning, but if you missed it just a second ago, we have seen another tornado watch get issued. So we still have the tornado watch for the western half of the state in effect until 7 o'clock. We just got the tornado watch issued for the eastern half of the state a couple of minutes ago. That's in effect until midnight. I'm going to take this back to our radar so you can see where that line is. That line is almost right on top of us here in central Arkansas as we approach 6 o'clock, or we are at 6 o'clock. If you live west of this line, I'm going to actually pause this to be in real time. So if you live west of this line, which, includes portions of Perry County, Yale County, Polk and Montgomery counties, even some of Pike County, you're starting to see your threat for severe weather wind down. And I mean, these are the portions of the state that have an hour left in that tornado watch. Would not be surprised if they start to cancel some of that a little bit early. East of that line, you now have about 6 hours of that tornado watch to go. And again, this line of storms that is producing these severe thunderstorm warnings and these tornado warnings extending north of the Little Rock Metro and then almost parallel to that I-30 line into some of west central Arkansas. We do have some storms down in south central Arkansas that don't have any warnings, but they are kind of getting into an environment that is conducive of some activity. So we have a lot to keep an eye on. One active tornado warning right now, though. Again, this was just issued for portions of Hot Spring County, Garland County, into Saline County until 6:45 p.m. We're going to put this back on our live winds to pinpoint where that couplet is. Turn off some of these layers. To pinpoint where that couplet is. And again, that couplet looks like it's just northeast of Lake Catherine State Park, closing in on Highway 270. If we take this down to street level where this couplet is, some places that are around where we're tracking this couplet, Catherine Cove Road, Lake Catherine State Park Road. I'm sorry, I'm a little blind here trying to read. Plum Hollow Boulevard.
It's hard to read them when they're sideways.
It is Catherine Cove Road. Looking for any. So this is again just to the northeast of Lake Catherine State Park. So if you live near Lake Catherine State Park in Garland County, you need to make sure you're in your safe space. That's where we're picking up on that with that rotational couplet. If we take it over to our Storm Track 11, some of the latest scans coming out on our Storm Track 11 from our NROT tool, we still have some pretty decent rotation. We have that little green bullseye in our blue. If we take this back a few scans, we've been following this. This has been kind of cycling up and down. A few scans ago when it was further into Hot Spring County, we had that bullseye of yellow. So it's not as strong as it was a few scans ago, but it still has a little strength to it, I think, which is why they issued that downstream warning. And again, this is for portions of Hot Spring County moving northeast into Saline County till 6:45.
Thank you, Symone.
took just a little break. Why don't you take a little break as well? Okay. And I'll give you a chance to change your battery and get a little drink of water. And I'll walk you through what's going on here. All right, folks, thank you once again for hanging out with us. THV11, THV11 Plus, YouTube, Facebook. All of the posts here that we have this afternoon, all the places you can watch the coverage. You talked about this tornado warning that we have now, and it's in Hot Spring County. It has been extended into Saline County. It does include the Benton area. It includes Bauxite. Not quite Bryant. There's Salem, but I have a feeling down the road we are going to see it. These storms go through a cycling period. They strengthen, they weaken, and they recycle. And that could be something that could be happening with this storm. Could be weakening just a little bit. Circulation is broadening out, but it may tighten up again. Conditions are conducive out there for severe weather, for winds, and potentially tornadoes as well. Let me do this. I'm going to take us a little bit broader here on Storm Track. Hang with me just a second here, and we will take a look at what's going on upstream here. What's good about Storm Track 11 and this particular mode is we can pinpoint all of the areas where we have rotation. You know, those tornado warned storms that have weakened quite a bit, moving through Faulkner County into northern Faulkner. You've also got some wind possible up here in Van Buren County. Storm Track 11 and our wind mode allows us to show you where the winds are the strongest and where they could produce tornadoes. And with that tornado warning here in central Arkansas that includes Hot Spring, a part of Garland and Saline County tonight that Symone was just talking about, we're able to pinpoint the areas of spin. Now let me do this. I'm going to go to base velocity and I'm going to put the glasses back on so that I'm able to see up close. Okay. And right now, just looking at our velocity mode, strongest area of rotation is right now over Magnet Cove. If you're in Magnet Cove, if you're up toward Lonsdale, not that this is producing a tornado, but it could be producing a tornado. Here's Butterfield, Arkansas, Magnet Cove. This is moving to the northeast. Lonsdale, you're going to be in the path of this. And then eventually, in places like Benton, on upstream just a hair. Take you back up. There's Haskell, there's Benton, so it's going to ride along I-30. Again, this is our Storm Track 11, our wind mode that shows the rotation or the couplets. How does it match up with rotation? This also helps, and it matches up right there over the top of Magnet Cove. We could have a possible tornado. That's why we have the warning. The blue box was more radar confirmed, and now we're radar indicated. Radar indicated means that we haven't heard for a while that there was a tornado on the ground. So with that, there's the potential for the tornado. Radar indicated tornado here. And if we have anybody that can confirm for us around the Magnet Cove area, that would be appreciative. Lonsdale is on upstream. Here's I-30, Haskell, Benton, Salem. I would say that this storm has a beeline toward the Salem area. Let me take a look here. There you go. There's Salem right there. And that's on the other side of 30. Here's Owensville, Lonsdale. But there's the area of concern, the rotation in the Magnet Cove area. Once again, been a very active afternoon. We expected Easter Sunday to be active weather-wise. Severe thunderstorm warnings are ongoing. Line of storms continues to move closer to central Arkansas. While I'm looking at this here, Chris, gentlemen, if you want to take a look outside at storms getting closer to us in downtown Little Rock, looks like maybe some rain off to the west of us here. We'll keep an eye on things as that line gets closer to the Little Rock area. Okay, yeah, oh, that's good. We can actually pan and look. And looks like some mammatus clouds. Is that mammatus? Possibly some mammatus clouds there. I can't quite possibly tell by looking here. But yeah, this is looking to the west, and we can keep it there. That's a good shot there. We could see the lowering taking shape of the storm as it moves in. Let's go ahead and go back to Max 2, please. Max 2. And I'm going to take us back to our live radar as we look at that storm that either is coming together in western Pulaski County or is there. And there it is right there. And I see this appendage, and it was something that I was looking at earlier, and I think, man, that's That surely is concerning. Pinnacle Mountain State Park, we're almost looking due west at this supercell as it moves to the northeast. Let me go to our live winds mode and see if there's anything there to be concerned with. And, you know, there might be some circulation there. That's extreme eastern part of Saline County. That's going to move into western Pulaski County here. Pinnacle Mountain State Park in this area, these areas out west, those Chenal neighborhoods would be in line if that storm holds true and moves to the east-northeast. But the rotation with it is not nearly as impressive. Let's go back Storm Track 11 and I'll zoom in on that. And we'll take a closer look at it. That would be the storm that could impact Little Rock, West Little Rock. And, you know, there's just not much there. Right over here, southwest of Ferndale, that's where we see the potential for rotation. Back to Max 2, sir, if you don't mind. I'm keeping an eye on that tornado warned storm down in Hot Spring County that's impacting Magnet Cove. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now. Going back and forth between two elements. Things have settled down for the meantime, but you know they could spark back up at any point. There you go. There is your polygon. And here is the area that we're talking about. There's Highway 51, Highway 171. This is the outer part, northern part of Hot Spring County. I-30, Highway 70 and 128. So if there's anything here, it's going to cross over the county line into Saline County here in the next few minutes and travel along I-30. That's the tornado warned storm that we have for you in Hot Spring and Saline County. If it holds together, then we'll get a warning from Pulaski County. So those of you that live to the north, maybe you live in Pulaski County, let's say go ahead and just keep an eye on things. This is a bit of a broader perspective. Just want to widen it out just a little bit for you. So here is the other circulation area. This is 430, Highway 10, south of Highway 10. No warning on it, but there's a nice appendage to it, hook to it. And this is the other area in northern Hot Spring County that continues to stay together and be very impressive. Now tonight, with severe thunderstorm warnings also in effect, the threat of a tornado or two is also something that we're keeping a very close eye on, and we're monitoring it. The farther north, supposedly, the farther north you get from Little Rock, the winds are a little more conducive for some damage and possible tornadoes. That's the warning we have. Benton, Haskell, Salem, Arkansas, you're in the path of it. Tornado warning in effect until 6:45. In the southern part of that is in effect until 6:15. And we're 3 minutes away from this southern box disappearing, and then we'll concentrate on this. I'm keeping a close eye, western Pulaski County, riding along the border of Saline and Pulaski. There is some rotation there. It may be going through a cycling phase right now, but I'm keeping a close eye on it as we speak. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski County. All right, let's go back to Storm Track 11. See what this looks like once again. Storm Track 11. Here is that area of concern. Here's Ferndale. That would impact Ferndale. Here's Pinnacle Mountain area. Those western Chenal neighborhoods along Highway 10. There is a significant thunderstorm. This is what it looks like outside right now. And we're going to look toward the west at that storm. And there it is. That is the supercell thunderstorm that is grazing western parts of Little Rock and western Pulaski County. To give you perspective, that hump right there, that is Pinnacle Mountain. You've got Chenal Mountain here, and this is that severe thunderstorm or strong thunderstorm, possibly, I think it is severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be moving to the northeast. We'll more than likely see the lowering of it, maybe even a wall cloud with that storm. So, tornado warning to the southwest, and that other storm is not warned just yet. Okay, let's go back over to Max 2, please. There we go. Thank you very much. And keep in mind, I'm also fielding text messages and whatnot from folks when I can. So bear with me. Sometimes we have to take little breaks and do things. Getting a little drink of water to clear out the throat. Central Arkansas, Pulaski County, there's that cell that I'm keeping an eye on down around Saline County, northern Hot Spring, Garland County. There's still some impressive rotation here. That tornado warned storm continues, but at 6:15, in a little less than 50 seconds, that box is going to disappear. I'm going to see what the National Weather Service is saying, if anything else is going on. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cleburne, Van Buren, White, Independence, Prairie, Stone, Izard, Faulkner, Pulaski, Jackson, Lonoke, and Sharp counties. That is in effect. Until 7 o'clock. Western Pulaski County storm. Let's go ahead and take a look at that outside. You know, there's no tornado warning on it, but I'm seeing some reports that there could be a fairly significant wall cloud with it. And although there's no tornado warning yet, it doesn't mean that it won't get warned. But we're looking out to the west of it. It's this one out west Pulaski County. It's kind of hard to see from this vantage point. It's moving to the north-northeast, and if it gets closer to downtown, we might be able to see it with our camera. It would be somewhere in this general vicinity. Keeping an eye on it. No warning on it just yet. But here's what it looks like once again. Let's go to live winds on Max 2. Thank you, Chris. It's this right here, and it's almost moving due east. So it will be moving over the same area in western Pulaski County that was impacted by the tornado back in March. And if it's moving due east, then it's going to move in that area. The other cell is moving northeast out of northern Hot Spring into Saline County. That's tornado warned tonight until 6:45. Severe thunderstorm warning that was posted till 7 o'clock. But I'm keeping a very close eye on this. It could be wrapping up once again. Let's go take a quick trip to Storm Track 11 and see what it looks like here in Little Rock. And it doesn't really show much, not yet, not showing a whole lot, but the one down here is. Let's take a look outside once again as these storms now are beginning to enter the downtown Little Rock area. There's no tornado warning, but I'm sure we've got some rotation as a significant wall cloud is moving through the western Pulaski County area. And you can see the lowering here in that general vicinity. No warning, no tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And a new severe thunderstorm warning just over for Independence County, Stone, Izard, Fulton, Lawrence, Randolph, and Sharp counties. And that's the newest severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for north central Arkansas. All right, where do we go from here, Tom? Let's go back to Max 2. That's getting more and more impressive there. There's the tornado warned storm with its couplet, and here's the one over western Pulaski County. And y'all pull up the cameras along 430, please. Look to the west. Those cameras looking west. The Cantrell Road and 430 camera does look to the west. We might be able to see a lowering with that. Please, let's get that up there, as that is a broad area of rotation, possibly a large wall cloud, moving over western Pulaski County. Have not yet seen a warning come across for it yet. We've also got the cell here in Saline County moving to the northeast. Y'all let me know when you have it. We'll take it. Thank you. Okay. And I'm going to look, see if the Weather Service is thinking about, nope, not yet. Okay, no problem. But thank you for joining us this afternoon. Here it is, 6:17. Okay, the southern extent of that tornado warning went away. Okay, yeah, there you go, right here. That's going to move over Chenal Mountain, all right? That's what I'm talking about right there. There's Chenal Mountain here. Pinnacle is over here. But the supercell thunderstorm with lowering, we want to see this on another camera if we can. You might be able to pick it up on a 630 camera looking to the west. But this is what we're talking about with the lowering of potential wall cloud, and that thing does look like it's poised to move right over the top of Chenal Mountain, where all the radio and television towers are located. So find me another perspective of that and let me know when you have it, okay? And here it is. This is what we're looking at right there. It's now jogging off to the east-northeast a bit. And if you want to take the camera here that we have and look at it as well to the northeast, because there's Pinnacle, this would be Chenal, it would be in this area. the lowering there. Maybe we can find a little bit of a better perspective on that here in just a few minutes. No tornado warning on it, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. The storms go through cycling. They weaken and they strengthen. This one appears to maybe strengthening just a bit. The one that's in northern Hot Spring in Saline County, it looks like it might be weakening somewhat. Right in here, don't see anything, nothing reaching the ground, but I know those folks in over those areas in West Little Rock over in the Chenal are probably wanting it to get away from them as quickly as possible. But that's what we're talking about, the lowering of the base, the supercell thunderstorm that might possibly, and it's right there, you can see that's the structure I'm talking about, a rather large wall cloud, Pinnacle Mountain. So this area is now moving over Chenal. You have another camera shot for me, guys, that we can take a look at? They're working on it? Okay, good. And Symone can also look for one if we need to. But let's go back until we do that. Let's go back to our live winds, and this is that area that I was talking about, that rotation. There's no warning on it, no tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, once these areas move through, the severe weather threat for central Arkansas is going to weaken significantly. The rotation on the cell here in Saline County, that too looks like it's going through a phase where it has weakened as well. And if that is the case, then we're seeing these thunderstorms, these supercell thunderstorms go through a cycling. Yeah, you see, that's what we're looking at right there. That little appendage, that turning area, that's where the wall cloud is located. The one down to our south, a little bit of a hook here that's riding along I-30, it may be going through a cycling where it's weakening. But these are your two supercells moving through Saline and Pulaski County. You have the camera shot yet? Y'all looking for something? You can go back to that camera shot, or not camera. Okay, that's 6:30, okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see from there. Okay, let's look at our Simmons Bank camera shot then, high above. This is the super, and there it would be right here, right in this area right here, a rather large lowering and wall cloud possibly moving through that area. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. That's something that still is developing, and I'm looking at what it appears like on our live winds mode right now. And there it is again, looking out toward Highway 10. Very ominous. I'm sure you folks out in those western Chenal neighborhoods are very nervous about that. No warning, no tornado warning yet. National Weather Service hasn't said whether or not they're going to put one on it. Okay, but here's some good news. Tornado watch canceled for Johnson, for Yell, for Montgomery, Newton, Pope, Logan, Polk, Marion, Scott, Searcy, and Boone. Tornado warning or tornado watch canceled. That is certainly a bit of good news tonight. Brooke Buckner, are you still with us, Brooke? Is she in the next room? You're there? Okay. I didn't hear your microphone. Anything new from your world, Brooke?
Nothing new in my world, but I am seeing some videos. I'm having some sent to me. One of them is from Saline County at Congo Ferndale. You can see a cloud moving very quickly. It's hard to describe it when it's on my phone, but we're trying to pull it up and show it full screen for you guys. But yeah, I'm just getting reports of some nasty looking dark clouds. It looks a little ominous.
Yeah, you've got the lowering of that supercell thunderstorm in western Pulaski County, and you're also looking at a significant supercell that's in Saline County as well. There's the tornado warning now for Pulaski County. I knew it was coming. Let's go ahead and look at, we've got that new warning till 7 o'clock. Cue the sirens. There we go.
In,
All
Max
right.
1.
I knew it was coming. Northern Pulaski County and southern Faulkner County. This includes the West Little Rock neighborhoods, the Chenal neighborhoods. This includes those areas that are along Highway 10. If you live out there, then now's the time to go ahead and take cover. This thing is cycling back up like I thought it would. Let's take a look outside. We want to follow it with a camera if we can. And I had them pull that up, Symone. Yeah, they had it up. That's the area that we're talking about right here. This is where we could have a potential wall cloud or a developing tornado, but strong circulation here. This is Highway 10. We're looking west, and that's the general vicinity. Let's go back to Max 1, and we're going to track some locations. Tell us about them, Symone.
All right, Pinnacle Mountain, you have it's impacting you right about now. Maumelle, you have less than 10 minutes. Mayflower coming up on 6:37. Sotillo, you have about until 6:48. Again, this warning is in effect until 7. So Hamlet, you have until 6:53. Valonia, likely seeing those impacts right out at 7. Getting outside of the polygon. So if this storm holds together and we see a downstream warning, Mount Springs 7:05. El Paso 7:09, Mount Vernon you have about until 7:15, Antioch, you have until 7:22.
I would say that this storm is going to pass over the Arkansas River, and Maumelle, you were directly in the path, and Maumelle is right around in here. Arkansas River, Maumelle, just on the other side. There's 430, actually Maumelle's over on that side. So that's what we're looking at with this new tornado warning storm for northern Pulaski County. You know, there's just some things you can tell is going to happen. Let's look back outside, and if anything, we're getting some very heavy rain. Chenal Mountain is back in the back here. That's what I was talking about. This would be the area, if something does develop, that's going to cross over the Arkansas River into Maumelle. This is Highway 10, by the way, and we're looking westbound. Let's take a look at our camera outside. Thank you very much. And yeah, there's Pinnacle Mountain. It's right about in here. It's very difficult to pick up because we're a little far away and there's a lot of haze and whatnot, but also a very heavy rain shaft. Yeah. With this storm, with this supercell as well. So once again, western Pulaski County, West Little Rock. Symone called out those locations. Here's Highway 10. We'll keep it here for just a moment and see if anything arises. We hope nothing happens here, but this is a great camera shot looking west Highway 10 at the supercell that has prompted a new tornado warning for northern Pulaski and southern Faulkner County. Let's look at it on Max 2 real quick, the reflectivity mode, and here it is, really wrapping up here. If you give you an idea, that's where Highway 10 is located. So you go a little farther to the west, Taylor Loop area, out that way.
I have you on Street View on Max 1.
Okay, let's do it. Max 1 Street View, Pinnacle Mountain State Park. So this is where the couplet would be right here. All right, so Joe T. Robinson High School is out there. The Walmart Supercenter is here. I live out there. Pinnacle Valley, this is Pinnacle Mountain. It's getting close to Pinnacle Mountain, the circulation. So if we need to, we can go back to our camera shot, looking back toward the west here. Pinnacle Mountain is back over that way. So this is our RDOT camera westbound. Let's go to the Simmons Bank shot. And you can clearly see the lowering right here. Pinnacle Mountain is, and we can zoom in, fellas, if you wouldn't mind. Let's zoom in a little bit. I think Pinnacle's right here. Pinnacle Mountain. Y'all can take that camera and zoom it in just a little bit. But certainly some lowering the structure, along with the possibility of a wall cloud out there. Chenal Mountain would be back over in this area. Some heavy rainfall. I needed the rain at my house. I don't want the other stuff, that's for sure. And there you go. Good job. Good job. Okay. Well, a little too close. Back it off here. All right. Thank you. We're going to back it up a little bit. This is our Simmons Bank shot looking back toward the western part of the county, West Little Rock. And if we can edge it just a little bit to our north, that would be helpful. Yeah. Strong rotation coming together once again with this cell. Let's go back to live winds on Max 1. And yeah, it would be, I guess, Symone, somewhere here along Highway 300 near Pinnacle Mountain State Park, if there's anything there along Highway 300. And I mentioned it's going to cross the river. Maumelle would be impacted. Maumelle is right here. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
All right, Pinnacle Mountain State Park, Highway 300. Here is the Arkansas River. Here is Maumelle, Maumelle High School, Highway 100, the Walmart out in Maumelle. Take me broader, just a little bit broader, so I can get a better perspective of what's going on. There's Chenal Mountain. I showed you Chenal Mountain. So somewhere in here, right here, and this is I-40. It may just be to the north of you, Maumelle, at this point, but we know that we've got strong rotation that has prompted that new tornado warning. So if you live in northern Pulaski County along I-40, Marche, that's another spot. Southern Faulkner County. This box is going to take us, there's Cato. This is going to get us awfully close to the Valonia area as the cell moves to the northeast, moving about 40 to 50 miles per hour. And looks like the polygon extension is southern Faulkner County, close to the Valonia area. Here's, just to give you another perspective, National Weather Service radar is here. Sherwood, North Little Rock, the airport. We're looking toward the west and to the northwest. Have they seen anything, Symone? National Weather Service? They have.
No.
I'm sure they've got some storm chasers out there.
Yeah, okay, so the tornado warning in Hot Spring and Garland County, they're canceling that but continuing it for Saline County. That's not this one we're talking about though. That's the most recent update they gave. Somebody sent in some pictures of some hail. We can't really share it right now, but
Thank you for sharing those.
we don't have anything right now from this storm that we're tracking though.
So the new tornado warning is right once again for Pulaski County, and we had a nice shot of structure of the lowering of the cloud, possibly a wall cloud, and it's wrapping up once again. If we can, let's go to Max 2, and I have a different perspective of that with reflectivity. There's Mayflower right there. This is the cell that's moving across. It's this notch that has the potential for producing a tornado. It moved out of western Pulaski County, pretty much over Ferndale and those Chenal Valley neighborhoods, and now we're keeping an eye on it. Right now, it's trying to come back together. It's trying to strengthen once again, but it has a little competition from the cell to its south. This is the one Symone was just talking about, Saline County, where we have a tornado warning. Again, I said it was going to ride along I-30. It's doing that, getting some very heavy rain in communities like Salem and on the north side of I-30, getting close to Bryant. Here's Alexander, there's Haskell. It might be going through a weakening phase as the line moves to the east. Again, once we get the line through, and here it is 6:31, it was projected to move through around 7 o'clock. 6 to 7 o'clock, so it's pretty much on time. If it can get kicked out of here in the next half hour or so, then our weather really improves Little Rock west. Clear my throat. Go ahead, Symone.
I'm on Max 1 just with our live winds tracker looking at those rotation couplets. So the storm out in Saline County, that rotation almost parallel of I-30 to our northwest of Benton. And then again, we're tracking also that rotation here in Pulaski County. So they just issued a downstream tornado warning for the Saline County storm. This does include Little Rock. Oh, and there are the phones going off. Sorry, that's all in your ear. I'm sure y'all are getting those at home as well because this newest warning does include downtown Little Rock. So what I'm going to do is pull up the details for this new tornado warning and add a track to that. This storm is moving a little bit slower than the one crossing the river, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, this is the storm just to the northwest of Benton and Saline County. They just issued the downstream tornado warning, which now includes portions of Pulaski County and Faulkner County. And if you give me a second to populate what I need to, we can add a track to this to put a timestamp on who can expect those impacts.
Area of rotation here is just to the west-northwest of Benton, moving to the northeast, 45, 50 plus miles per hour. The sooner it can get out of here, the better. But let's hope that it doesn't produce a tornado. Here are your locations. Benton, it's pretty much impacting you right now in the next 5 minutes or so. Bryant, 646, Alexander, 651, Mablevale, Douglasville, Little Rock at 710. We'll see if it makes it this far. North Little Rock at 713, Sherwood 720, Jacksonville 732.
Now the warning is in effect until 7:15, so downstream getting into Sherwood
outside.
and Jacksonville, that's outside.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, that's going outside, going downstream a little bit further. Once we finish up with the camera shot that we have on Simmons looking west, we want to look southwest at this new cell that is coming up the interstate. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. That one looks like it may impact more of downtown Little Rock than the other. It's holding together. They're going through these cycling phases, and they're weakening, they're strengthening once again, and there's only two of them now. And this is Maumelle, our RDOT cam in Maumelle, looking at that storm moving through Maumelle. Very ominous sight there. It's kind of difficult to see if there's anything rotating there, but a very ominous sight nonetheless. And back to the camera shot as we look. Once again, this is Barton Coliseum right here. So we're looking southwest. We're going to keep an eye on that cell that's in Saline County coming at us off I-30. Let's go to Max 2 so we can take a better look at the storm riding along I-30 here. And here it is. It could produce a tornado. Tornado warning is in effect. It's been extended into Little Rock. It does include downtown Little Rock, Alexander, includes the Geyer Springs area, southwest Little Rock, Otter Creek. This cell is moving to the northeast. 7:15 is when that warning is in effect. It looks like there's another cell developing southwest of that, and that would be southwest of Haskell on I-30 in northern Hot Spring County. Tornado warning until 6:45 here, until 7:15 in the Little Rock area, and the other tornado warned storm that is just to the north is moving through northern Pulaski County right now, and it's pretty much over Mayflower, at least the heavy rain part of it, with the appendage dropping off near I-40. Hopefully nobody is on the road getting impacted by the heavy rain that may be coming out of this storm. But once you get back out toward western Perry County, western Pulaski County, you get over toward Polk County, the severe weather threat coming to an end. Cells are moving through the Little Rock area tonight, pretty much on call, 6 to 7 o'clock at 6:30. And this is northeast of Bryant, of course, another very ominous sight with the lowering of those clouds. And we'll keep an eye on it. You guys keep that one alive because it's traveling along I-30. It's going to travel up the interstate right here. So y'all keep an eye on that real quick for us, and we'll go back and we'll track these on radar. THV 11 continues tonight, 6:35. Along with Symone Thomas, I'm Tom Brannon. Tonight we're tracking Easter storms. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings all day. We've had tornado warnings. We've got a tornado watch in effect till 7 o'clock. A new tornado watch that has been extended until midnight for eastern Arkansas. So we're not done with this. Central Arkansas being impacted right now. Now there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and what I'll do real quick is reset things. We do want to get you up to date on what's happening around the rest of the state. It seems like the cluster of thunderstorms in central Arkansas currently is the worst, all right? But you still have severe thunderstorm warnings from Independence County, White County, Cleburne, Stone, Izard County, up to Baxter County. You get into the tornado warned storms in the Little Rock area, and then you work your way to southwest Arkansas with a line of broken storms there. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue with the line moving to the east, but once you get west of that, the weather conditions improve, severe weather threat comes to an end, and the tornado watches also drop off. Symone, can you pull up the tornado watch page for us on Max 1?
Yes.
And in just a second, there it is. Oh, wow, that was magical. You had it right there.
I was already on it.
You were already on it, okay. So I see the good news is that the counties in western and southwestern Arkansas have been removed. I think we're going to see Baxter, Van Buren, Conway, Perry, Garland, Pike, those counties eliminated here very shortly as well. We'll go back to Max 2. Live radar with the tornado warnings in effect, 1 till 7:15, 1 till 6:45. The 6:45 storm is in Saline County. The 7:15 tornado warned storm is in Pulaski County. And if you're just watching us, just turn the TV on and you're watching us tonight. We are very sorry for impacting and breaking in to your programming tonight, 60 Minutes and other programming, but this is going to go on for a while longer tonight. Tornado warnings in effect. Here's Pulaski County, here's Faulkner County, and there's the storm here. There's another storm that's traveling up I-30 toward downtown Little Rock that is currently near Benton. And again, they have the potential of producing tornadoes. There's only one storm tonight that we've heard of that was radar confirmed, and that was in a little farther to the southwest of us. And that was earlier tonight. It could be that most of these storms just have a good amount of rotation to them. Symone?
Now, I'm on Storm Track 11.
Okay.
On base reflectivity, this situation over here near Sweet Home looks very insignificant. But on our NROT tool, it's rotating.
Huh. Okay.
That's outside of the storm that produced this tornado warning, but I don't know if that's something we need to be keeping an eye on as well.
It could just be an anomaly.
It's not really a,
There's not really much
it's not a
happening
storm
over there.
Okay, well, it's more than likely an anomaly, but again, we'll keep an eye on it. But that part of Pulaski County is under a tornado warning for really what's happening a little closer to the Bryant-Benton area. And there it is. You know, we talk about the colors. This is near Salem. Blues toward, reds blowing away from radar. That gives us our little couplet. So that is our tornado warned storm in Saline County that is going to move over downtown Little Rock. So we're going to keep an eye on it here in downtown Little Rock and keep our cameras going so that we can see what's going on. But the two cells of concern are moving through Pulaski and Saline County at this time. It was only a matter of time. It was going to happen, and it's happening now. Let's get it out of the way. Luckily, it's not 3 o'clock in the morning with these things moving through. You can actually see what's coming at you. And up here near Maumelle, there is a tornado signature here, but we haven't heard of anything that was confirmed up there. That's certainly some good news there. Okay.
Our storm down in Saline County, I'm going to take us down to street level,
Okay.
where that couplet is. So whenever you're ready, we can talk through that on Max Warning.
Okay, let's do that. We've got street level here. This is near the Congo area. There is a report from near the Congo Road area of a lowering in rotation, more than likely from a wall cloud. Here's Congo Road. If you live in Salem, Arkansas, I know somebody that lives close to Salem, don't you, Brooke? Scott Smith Road, Jimmy Lane, Steel Bridge Road, Valley Hill Road, Rainey Road. These are some roads within Salem, Arkansas. There's Salem Elementary School, Spring Hill Elementary School. So this is on the north side of Bryant School District, I guess. But yeah, these are some of those communities being impacted by the possibility of a wall cloud that's traveling up and above. Again, Valley Hill Road, River Ridge Road, White Oak Road, Mulberry. So here's Congo Road. That's where we're finding some rotation. If any of those roads sound familiar to you and you're watching us tonight, then you should be in your safe place. You should be in the centermost part of your home, lowest level of your home. You should have as many walls around you as possible. And if you're in a bathroom, make sure that you don't have an outside wall next to you or windows. Stay away from windows. Here's some other roads for you. Hester Road, Pamela Way, Spring Hill Road, Scott Smith Road. As this couplet, this area of rotation moves to the northeast. And we have heard of a report from the National Weather Service where they did see some rotation in this area. Let's go a little broader, Simone. Let's take it out a little bit so that we can cover a little bit more real estate. Here's Alexander along Highway 5. If you know where the Dollar General store is located, there's a villa, Congo Ferndale. That leads up to Ferndale, by the way, in case you didn't know. There's our couplet. This is our area of concern, area of rotation. What does it look like on our NROT? What does it look like on Storm Track 11? Do we have a pretty good rotation signature? I think that's just an anomaly. Not much there. There's something.
Salem. Not a whole lot.
Not much there.
Now, let's go back a few scans. Oops, wrong button. My fault. Okay, take this back a few stands. Yeah, it's not terribly impressive.
I think that
but it's kind of cycling up and down, probably.
Yeah, you're seeing it cycle. What about the storm to our north here?
This one may be cycling down right now.
Okay. That one's now in southern Faulkner County. If there was any rotation with it, it was near Maumelle, and it's now, this is going to track toward Valonia. Valonia is just on the outside of that polygon box. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues that warning to include more of Faulkner County. Wall cloud over I-30 moving east. Y'all look up the mile marker 118 I-30, please, and see if we can find anything on the camera there. Mile marker 118. Thunderstorm, we're looking toward the southwest. Here's Barton Coliseum. That storm that we're tracking is to our southwest. The other one is to the north of us now. And as soon as they find it for us, they'll pull it up. We can go back to, there you go, max 2. That'd be great. Thank you. I'm going to take us up a little bit more of a broader push here. I know we've been spending a lot of time in Central Arkansas, folks. Let me spend a little time talking about your community and the warnings that we have right now. So we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for Hot Spring County, Grant County, Saline, Pulaski, Faulkner, White, up toward eastern Van Buren, Cleburne County, Independence County, Stone and Izard County. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Strong winds are possible. And then you go across the border into Missouri and more tornado warnings. These storms are strong. They're severe, producing wind, but luckily they're not producing tornadoes. And the greatest threat today for tornadoes was actually north of Little Rock North. But we've seen more tornado warnings in central Arkansas and southwest Arkansas than in north central Arkansas. So sometimes things don't work out like they're supposed to. But there is some good news. I think if you live in Baxter County, if you live in Searcy, Newton County, even Van Buren County, and points west, the severe weather threat has come to an end for you. That is good news. And soon, here within the next 20 minutes or so, as these storms move through central Arkansas, 20 to 30 minutes, we should begin to see Little Rock West get better. But until that time, 2 tornado warnings, one that's going to come right through downtown Little Rock, and the other is north of Little Rock, impacting the Mayflower area, and that's moving through southern Faulkner County. That banner is in the way. Let me move it out of the way. Okay. Is that the I-30 camera? Okay, we're looking eastbound, okay? And this is near Benton. Kind of hard to see. There's a lot of rain falling out there, but rain's not such a bad thing, washing out the sky, but we would be looking on the back side of it, back toward the north, the eastbound, looking east, okay? And so that's that cell that we're looking at right there. And the area of concern is now moving right over Alexander. Let's go back to Max 1 and let's get some roadways for you. Moving over Alexander, Spring Hill Elementary School. This is, I think we're still kind of near the Salem area, if I'm not mistaken. There's Congo. All right, a little broader perspective here. We may not be able to get all the roads in, but this will give me an idea of where that couplet is. This is Saline County. You got, I guess, Pulaski County here to the north, and the area of rotation is here. What is it? What does it look like on NROT? Let's go back to Storm Track 11. Still a little bit there. Let's compare it with velocity over here, please. And there you go. Yeah, it would be that. There's Salem, and it would be now to the north and west of Salem. So it's moving to the northeast. So, man,
it looks like it's approaching 4:30.
Yeah,
this
is 4:30. This would, you had the West Little Rock neighborhoods here. This is Chenal Parkway. So this is going to go over Martindale, the Woodlands Edge area, St. Charles area. So this would go over that part of West Little Rock. If there's anything there, there may not be. And if there's not, that's a good thing. But that's where we're finding the strongest rotation. Here's Mablevale. So we may be spared here in the downtown Little Rock area. Let's go back to the camera shot and look toward the west-southwest. So that's northwest. Now let's take a look back toward the southwest. As that storm gets a little bit closer to us, we might be able to see some things. Here we go. Arkansas River, West Little Rock, getting some rain. We need some rain just to wash off the pollen and dust, but we don't want tornadoes. Here's I-630, so we're gonna hold it right here. Stop. Okay, going back. It's all right. Barton Coliseum over here. This is actually more in line with what I'm looking at, this area right here. That's what I'm looking at right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to radar and take another vantage point of the rotation, the winds, the couplet. Simona, it just doesn't look as impressive. So Weather Service saying anything about that? It looks like it's broadened out. If not, if anything,
they haven't said
it's
anything
gusted
about
out.
this storm yet. So maybe they'll make an update here soon. I think the next radar scan is coming up in less than 15 seconds. They are extending the time in the tornado watch for some of our counties.
They didn't run that by us.
Okay. They surely didn't.
Okay.
So it's
I'm
now,
trying to get it to end sooner.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'll go through this right quick.
Yeah, please
Tornado
do.
watch extended for Conway, Faulkner, Garland, Grant, Perry, Pulaski, Saline, Baxter, Cleburne, Fulton, Izard, Stone, Van Buren, Clark, Dallas, Hot Spring, Ouachita, and Pike counties now until 9 p.m. Which I would not be surprised as we start to see this shifting east of central Arkansas. Maybe some of those more western counties in this group get taken off a little bit early.
Well,
We'll cross that bridge when we get
It's 6:49. I would rather them have. It's okay. Either way, we're here. I'm just looking at information from the National Weather Service. Anything at all? Okay. So the storm that moves out of Faulkner County will eventually impact White County. So I mentioned Martindale. There's Martindale right there, West Little Rock. It looks like that storm has fallen apart a bit. That's moved out of Saline into Pulaski County. Fingers crossed. This is our live winds mode or velocity mode. You may, Tom, what are we looking at here? This helps us find those couplets, those tight couplets where winds are blowing toward and away from radar. Let's take a broader perspective and go back to just plain old radar, Symone. Let's go back to radar reflectivity mode. I mean, the storm still looks
It still has the
right
little
there, but look
curve
at
to
this. Look what's happening here. Another. Is that a new one?
I think that's a new one.
Okay. Okay. Weather fatigue is setting in. I know that you folks at home are experiencing it as well. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this area right here.
While you take that, I'm going to update our tornado watch page for the updated time.
Okay. You take care of that. Let's go to Max 2. Let's talk our way through this thing. And thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We're going to do everything we can to provide you what you need to know. We've got 2 tornado warnings, possibly 3. We've got the one that's West Little Rock into southern Faulkner County. That storm, I think, is pretty much now moved into Faulkner County. You've got the one down Saline that's moving into Pulaski. You got a double header here. You've got this end and then this near the Benton area that also showing some signs of rotating. And some very heavy rain we're hearing occurring in the Rodney-Parham area. All right, and all right, there we go. There's just for those of you at home wanting to know what's going on in your location, and you live in Pulaski, Saline, Faulkner, you live in Lonoke County, Faulkner County, a little bit of just on the east side of Conway, that cell may graze Valonia. It's kind of messy looking. I like to use the word messy. It's kind of hard to pick that up. You've got a lot of stuff going on radar. You've got that cell that's bending here just to the west-southwest downtown Little Rock. And another part of that cell in Saline County near Benton that may have prompted a new warning. So we have at least 2 here going on right now. We've got the severe thunderstorm warnings in Pulaski, Saline, Garland, and Hot Spring counties, and more warnings to our north tonight. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's go up to Independence County. How about Cleburne County, Stone and Izard counties? Severe thunderstorm warnings and a nasty little storm that's also beginning to hook a little bit in southeastern Cleburne County, and another one that looks like it's trying to come together, trying to go supercellular near Independence and Cleburne County. So 2 more cells to keep an eye on. Let's go back to our camera shot, folks, outside where, yeah, it's looking very ominous here in downtown Little Rock. And again, keeping an eye on the cell that's moving our way from southwest to northeast. That's looking toward the west-southwest. We were keeping an eye on that cell near the Benton area coming our way. And we may not see much in the way of anything because of the rain. They could be a little wrapped, but we can certainly see the lowering structure as it moves on by. This is in downtown Little Rock. I'm gonna poke my head out the door. Y'all don't go anywhere because I'm curious. Yep, very ominous. Brooke Buckner, do you have anything new to add? Anything that you've heard of?
Not as of yet, Tom, but
I'm searching. I am actively
Okay.
on the social media trying
You know
to
what?
get people to send things.
If you search and you can't find anything, you know that's actually good news in a way.
That's right. I take it
Because
as
we
good
know that we
news.
don't have damage and we don't have injuries and we don't have people that are hurt or impacted. We just got some nasty looking storms that's chewing up a bunch of real estate out there tonight.
Yes, that's right. That's a good thing.
Did you check on Dad?
I did. I checked on Dad. I haven't heard back. A little concerned
Okay.
that I haven't heard back,
Well,
but hopefully, he knows
Hopefully
the protocol.
he's in his
He
safe
knows
place. Hopefully he's in a safe place and he did
Hey.
what he told us to do for so many years.
He has a tornado shelter, so that is
Yeah,
good.
That's good. Turn up the TV and go hit your safe
That's right.
place.
He knows what to do.
Okay. The line of storms continues to move in through central Arkansas from Sharp County, Fulton County, Independence, Cleburne, White, Lonoke, Pulaski, and there are the 2 tornado warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. And I can hear the rain now
there's the
beginning to
rain.
fall in downtown Little Rock. First raindrops we've had today, I believe. And
Wash away the pollen.
west of that line, west of it, the severe weather threat coming to an end with that frontal boundary pushing along those thunderstorms. Let's go a little closer to these storms, Simone. Let's take you a little closer and see what else is happening out there. We've had some really, I say some nice structure to these storms. I don't mean nice in a good way. Supercell thunderstorms. We've got the appendage, the hook echo. We've had reports of the wall clouds and the rotating wall clouds. This is going to be some heavy rain and thunder moving
They're
through.
going to allow this warning for Faulkner, Pulaski, and Lonoke to expire at 7.
It's 7 o'clock, 5 minutes away, and get rid of it. And then we can concentrate. Let's go to this one in Saline County. And this slowly, it seems like it's oozing our way. It's slowly moving to the northeast. We're not done with it. It's now moving over Salem, Alexander, not far from you along I-30.
I'm going to put us back on live wind to see
That's
if we
fine,
can see
live
a-
winds. To see if there's anything out there, tight rotation or couplet or anything, and we're not seeing it. Now we are hearing some thunder. We've got thunder here in Little Rock. We are under a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as a tornado warning.
It looks like they canceled that warning.
That looks like they did. They still have a part of this is a tornado warning, right? So they still have that.
I think this is the one. Is this the one they're going to expire?
Oh, they are? Well, the other one looks like it went away as well.
Okay, well, no, I think we got a lot of warnings happening at the same time. Let me verify what I'm saying.
Looks like
The
another.
one that they're canceling is for Saline, Faulkner, and Pulaski County.
Okay, that was the one. Saline, Faulkner. Okay, no, it's this one. That doesn't make any sense. Did the other one expire?
And then they're expiring the one for Faulkner, Pulaski, and Lonoke.
Okay. So that would keep us out of. So they're going to expire this one. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that
and
would be
then
nice.
they canceled the other one early. So
They're going to expire. So it's expired. It's done.
at 7.
It's 7 o'clock. So we've got 4 minutes. Whew. All right, Saline, Faulkner, Pulaski. Yeah, I'm going back and forth looking at different. Let's go. Let's do a little tour. Let's go statewide and go back to our regular live radar that Simone is on. We'll go back to live radar. We'll give you an idea and
slowly.
update. And if it wants to help us, there you go. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect that include Hot Spring, Grant County, Garland, Pulaski, Saline, all the way up. New warnings for Independence County, for Sharp, for Stone, for Izard, Cleburne County under a severe thunderstorm warning. And in just a little under 3 minutes, that tornado warning goes away. And that will be the first time in, it seems like a couple of hours, we haven't had a
In
tornado
about
warning.
5 hours.
That we haven't had a tornado warning. But we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings. We have the activity in southwest Arkansas, and there are no warnings here. Now, what's really interesting and strange about this, the severe parameter for today, all we've been talking about is severe parameter was the best over northern Arkansas, not southern Arkansas. And those tornado warnings popped up here in southwest and central Arkansas. Still have this one, it's 6:57, 55. I'm counting down the minutes because I know that you folks at home want to kind of get back to normal, and Simone and I, we do as well.
6:58. We got.
Fingers crossed there's not going to be a new warning, and it's 7 o'clock. If the boss is watching, we may take a little bit of a break just to just to kind of refocus a little bit, but we won't go anywhere. We'll just kind of stay here. Anything from you, Brooke? Has she left?
No, she's right here.
She's
I think
right
she's reading.
You're
I'm
still
getting
there.
a lot.
They just need to keep your microphone on. You can be a part of the conversation.
I'll leave it on then. I'm worried about battery
no,
life.
them. That's all right. Well, heck, we got batteries. We're a TV station. That's
It's true. Thanks for that reminder. Yeah, just a lot of photos and videos coming in
Okay.
of some scary looking clouds.
Yeah, SLC, scary looking
That's
clouds.
right.
And hopefully, if things will settle down tonight by 10 o'clock, we can get some of those photos and images in. Thank you. 501-376-1111. Text your photos our way, or you can paste them on our THV11 Weather Reporters page. We have a Weather Reporters page. You can put them there. There's how you can include your photos. Include your name and location, please. Now, here's the deal. I don't want you to go outside. They issued a tornado warning for White County. Don't want you to go outside.
We were going to get a break.
All right. All right. So for White County now. So it's been expired now for. Tell us about it, Symone.
All right. This new warning is for northwestern Lonoke, southeastern Faulkner, southwestern White County, northern Pulaski County until 7:45. I'm going to zoom in. This is the storm near Valonia. I'm going to switch us to the wind to find our couplet, and then we're going to add a track to it. So up here by Valonia, which I see that couplet as we zoom in. All right, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Okay. Well, that's not a lot of locations. Let me zoom out a
and
bit.
there's a lot of communities in there. All right. So the important thing here is Valonia. You know you've been through this before. So there is your red polygon. Here's Valonia. The circulation area is on the southeastern side of Valonia. Movement to the northeast, going to cross over Highway 64. You got Garner, Searcy, Crosby, Arkansas. A few of those places. Antioch, El Paso. Looks like Floyd is not in that box. There is a community called Floyd, Arkansas, that's along Highway 5 up here. So those are just a few of the communities. This is our wind mode. It just shows you where the couplet is located. And this is our polygon that shows you where you're in the path, or at least our storm tracking polygon. But you guys know the drill here in Faulkner County and White County. Let's go to Max. I don't care. Max 2, please. And we'll take a look at the storm on Max 2. There it goes. Okay. Northern Pulaski storm trying to organize again. That's not good news. White County, there you go. Faulkner and White County with a storm in northern Pulaski County trying to organize once again. That would be this one. So we got another one to keep an eye on. Here's that cell. Tornado warning is in effect. It's going to be a little bit of a sliver of northern Lonoke County. I would say Mountain Springs, north of Cabot. Highway 5 runs roughly from Cabot up to Cleburne County. So this is, if you live along Highway 5, that's the area that's going to be impacted by this potential thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And the other storm in northern Pulaski County is also beginning to organize once again. All right. Other than that, if there's any good news, if you're west of this area, we get a lot of questions. Tom, can I go to sleep in such and such? Well, it's 7:02, but if you want to go to bed, it's okay. But if you just want to breathe a little, that's even better. Conway, Perryville, let's say Hot Springs, the severe weather threat has come to an end for you. Mount Ida, Danville, Russellville. Now, you may still see some showers, but like we've been saying all afternoon and evening, once this line moves through your area, then the severe weather threat will come to an end.
Can I interrupt for a second? My apologies. Can we take Storm Track 11?
Okay.
And also in our NWS chat, they said there is a tornado debris signature and a radio operator confirmed that a tornado is on the ground. So this is for our warning for portions of White County, Faulkner County, and Lonoke County.
It looks like it's in Lonoke County.
What we're looking at right now is our base
Yeah,
velocity.
there
They're
you go.
changing it to radar confirmed, but what they were talking about with that debris signature matching up with where that couplet is, we see that little bullseye of blue.
Right there. Okay. So we've got one that has reached the ground.
Do we have a
Okay.
camera view out in that direction that we can maybe take?
Not unless we have one on Highway 64. So that is in northern Lonoke County. You see El Paso, there's Mount Vernon, but we have, man, oh man. And I was so hoping that those things would settle down here tonight. But if you go to, okay, let's go to live winds on Max 2, please. Live winds on Max 2. Here's, like I said, Highway 5. There's Highway 5 out of Ward. Here's Cabot, Highway 5 going up toward Cleveland County. Here's Highway 64. So we've been told that there is a confirmed, radar confirmed along Highway 5 here. And I want to say that's not 89. The highway from Ward over toward Valonia
Is
area.
that 319?
It may very well be.
I have it zoomed in on Max 1
You do?
to see
Okay,
the
let's
street
do
level.
it. All right, let's go street level. Yes, 319 and Highway 5. Thank you. Being from that area, you would think I would remember the name of that highway, but Highway 5 and 319. Oh, goodness. Lewisburger Road. So we're getting confirmation that we have one here. All right, so Indian Lake. I'm familiar with the Indian Lakes area. Indian Lake Road, Highway 319, Aviation Way. Let's see, you've got 16th Section Cemetery Road, Eagle View Road, Shirley Road, Ballard Road. That's where we have confirmation. And that's where we're seeing, let's put the debris signature over the top of this, Simone. Let's look at our tornado debris signature and see where it's matching up. Right, oh my goodness, right over the top of that, near Indian Lakes. Used to go to Indian Lakes as a kid. We would swim over at Indian Lakes. All right, West Lewisburg Road. So we have a confirmed tornado. It's a chance that we've also got some damage here as well. That's in northern Lonoke County. This is going to track into White County. What you're looking at is the debris detector that we have that is picking up debris from Ballard Road, West Lewisburg Road to Indian Lakes Road. Highway 319 and Highway 5. Yeah, you would go down Lewisburg Road to Indian Lakes Road. Now, this is going to take a track and it's moving, hold on a second. Harris Lane, Ray Wall Road, Thompson Road. Anyway, staying along Highway 319, and where Highway 5 and 319 intersect, okay? That's where we're picking up this strong signature. Yeah, Joey, thank you. 319 in northern Lonoke County is right here, northern Lonoke County. So this is right along northern Lonoke County and will move into White County eventually. That's a debris field. Anything else from the Weather Service? Simone?
No,
Okay.
just that they are continuing with this tornado warning, but that's really the last update, is continuing the tornado warning, and then they've issued the severe thunderstorm warning for Cleburne, White, Independence, and Jackson. So just the area kind of out to the north of that.
Would you take your, let's go back to live winds on yours too.
Okay.
So we can follow that. Highway 5 and 319, that's the couplet right there. So it's a good bet. It may be even a little farther to the east. So let's take you to Stone Ridge Road, Wind Ridge Road. You're right up against the border of Lonoke and White County, southern White counties. That's where we're finding or have been shared with that we've got a radar confirmed tornado due to debris detection. It's moving to the east northeast. There's Buddy Morrison Road. You have one on 89? I'm sorry, you have a camera on 89? Okay, well let's take it just to see if we can see anything. Okay. Goodness, in the distance there. Highway 89, and we're looking, okay, yeah, this is Cabot. I'm trying to get oriented. We're looking off toward the north and to the northeast. Okay. Does that, I can't quite tell, but you can certainly see the lowering there. Interesting. Okay. This is the Highway 67, 167, or the new name 157. That is what we're looking at, that potential tornado that picked up debris signature moving parallel with the county line road. Now, I do apologize. I'm just getting my bearings straight as well. But that does look like a significant lowering there. Some strong rotation, and it's kind of hard to tell because of the tree line if there is actually a tornado there. So that's a camera shot. Thank you for pulling that up. Let's go back to Max 1 so we can follow this, and there's 319. Symone, if you wouldn't mind, let's take me a little broader just so I can orient folks as to what I was looking at. Cabot, Highway 89, and there looks like a little something there. The 67, 167, we were looking toward the north is what we were doing. So here we go. Now I think we've probably got a little bit of rotation here between Highway 64 and 319. And it's moving to the northeast toward Antioch.
I can add a track on this for you. Give me 1 second.
Right here. Yeah. So that is now out of Lonoke County along Highway 64, making a motion toward Highway 31 and 305. All right, so if you live between 301, Highway 267, there's Antioch, Crosby, and then up the road, Searcy, and then Kensett. That's what we were looking at just a few moments ago from Cabot looking toward the north. Highway 5, that was the highway that was leading out of Cabot. And you can see the Interstate Highway 57. There you go, right there. That's what we're talking about that could have produced a tornado. We had a debris signature, so it's more than likely it did. Whether it was brief or not remains to be seen. Okay?
There's still a little bit of a debris signature. I'll bring it up here on
Yeah, let's go ahead and
Max
bring
1.
it up. Severe thunderstorm warning for Izard, Fulton, Randolph, and Sharp counties. All right. Southern Faulkner County, that warning has been canceled for you. Yeah, so I guess it would be right around here. Antioch, you're in the path. Hopefully you've taken shelter. Southern White County, Antioch, and here's Highway 64. And this is our area of concern. This is a debris detector. Let's take it back slowly, Symone, and see if it matches up, or if we're just looking at some anomalies there. If we can do that. Northern Lonoke County, this is our area of rotation. This is our possible tornado. Highway 5 and 319. It's crossed over and it's moving to the northeast in White County.
And I said that I think that matches up pretty good
The
with
debris, okay. Okay, so what we have in White and Lonoke County is tornado. Now, whether or not it's still on the ground, we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, those of you that live in White County, this is just to your west-northwest BB. Let's go back to our live winds mode.
Okay.
Please, thank you. That way we're not looking at debris detector. It would be this area of concern. Highway 31. The area has moved across, the rotation has moved across 64. Highway 31, it's moving to the northeast. Here's Garner and McRae. It's to McRae, Garner, area of circulation is just to your west, and it is moving northeast. So Searcy is going to be in line. If you live along Highway 267 and Highway 31, it's a storm that could produce a tornado. It's a storm that may have produced a tornado. Our live winds are allowing us to see the winds blowing toward and away from radar, and this is where our couplet is located along Highway 64. Tornado warning is in effect till 7:45 tonight. The tornado warning for southeastern Faulkner County has been canceled, so Faulkner County is no longer under the warning. And I would imagine that northern slice of Lonoke County
it's going to get taken out soon.
Yeah, because that's just a very small area. It's now in White County. They're probably going to readjust this a bit. Highway 31. Let's do a little bit of a broader perspective here. Hopefully we won't lose too many of the roads. Highway 305. Well, we did, didn't we? That's all right.
Go back in
Maybe we can just drop it down. I just wanted to show more of what was upstream here. Here's Searcy. Here's Garner. This is 67 or 57, however you want to call it. Here's 31, 36. There's Crosby, Arkansas. Highway 124 and 36. So this is going to intersect Highway 31, 36, eventually Highway 16. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for strong wind gusts and the tornado warning for the possibility of, well, a tornado. And we have seen a radar confirmed tornado with the debris detector that we have.
The latest update just says that the tornado warning storm has weakened, likely doing that cycling again. So they're going to continue with the warning for now.
Okay.
If we could take a second to go to Storm Track 11, because we have that tornado warning for White County, but to our north, impacting kind of northern White County into Independence County, we've got another area of rotation, and then more central Independence County, that storm with that polygon that takes us up to Sharp County, there's some rotation up there by the Batesville area. They're not strong right now, but just something to keep an eye on as these storms kind of do their cycling.
You know, in comparison, these two boxes, these two polygons have some stronger wind notation here, and the one here has just completely disappeared. Northern Lonoke into southern White County. Maybe it broadened out, maybe it went kaput. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for Pulaski County and also into northern Lonoke County, southern Faulkner County. But yeah, these cells are coming together. This is what I was talking about earlier, that it was this part of the state, north central Arkansas, that had the best parameter for tornadoes. And unfortunately, this part of the state has already had their share of tornadoes and severe weather this year.
And see that middle polygon out of the three we're tracking north of this tornado warning, that's headed towards Cave City. They've had it enough this spring, yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. This area has been impacted all spring long with tornado warned storms. This is Storm Track 11. It shows you the polygons, that tornado warning there. The National Weather Service said that this one has weakened, but it could strengthen back again. Let's go back to Max 1, please. And Symone, let's go ahead and take a statewide vantage point. Let's give everybody a reset real quick while we can. We got one tornado warning, and it may have briefly touched down north of Cabot along Highway 5 and 319. All right, and we've got more storms here lining up in north central Arkansas. The weather gets better, much better the farther west. You hear the sirens going on out there. We've got heavy rain happening in downtown Little Rock. Southern extent of this line, not much going on here. Hopefully it'll stay that way and we won't get an uptick, but you know, it's southeast Arkansas. They'll probably have an uptick. It's just their luck and just the way things work out. But the warning polygons continue from Little Rock northward. Been a very active Easter afternoon. We thought it would be, and it has been because of the threat of severe weather. This is, we're looking outside here right now, camera shot with heavy rain in downtown Little Rock. More rain coming our way. Need some rain, got to settle that pollen. We just don't want the severe weather. That's I-630, by the way. And we'll look around and see that there's a pretty good amount of rain, maybe a heavy rain shaft out west Little Rock. So the tornado warning continues. That's in effect till 7:45 for our communities north of Little Rock here in northern Lonoke County, although I think that northern sliver is out of the way. White County going through a cycling phase. Severe thunderstorm warning, northern White into Independence, northern Independence into Sharp, and that's where you'll find Cave City, as Symone mentioned just a moment ago. In Faulkner County, we've got some heavy rain and thunderstorms and more storms south and east of Little Rock, or south, I should say, and west, and just to the eastern side of I-30. Storms extending down into Columbia and Lafayette counties. 7:17 right now. Let's hope the Weather Service decides to cancel that warning.
While we're doing a quick reset, let's revisit our tornado watches, because for anybody that wasn't aware, the tornado watches that were in effect until 7 have been extended until 9. Just kind of following that line of storms as they're moving. And then the eastern half of the state, we have those tornado watches until midnight. So we're going to take this back to radar. I just wanted to, while we were doing a scope of the state, kind of refresh on that as well.
All right, I'm just looking at that storm in White County. Likely going through a recycle. It's weakening a bit, maybe strengthening once again. I don't think that storm is finished by any means with its afternoon. it's broadened out quite a bit. There's not as tight rotation with it. I'm looking at the live winds mode. It's not as tightly
Now, when you
up.
look, I'm going to zoom in here while we're on the base reflectivity, because
Okay.
it does still have a little bit of that curve to it.
It still has the hook echo, that signature that we talk about. Nice inflow here, and it's wrapping up. It's just not as strong, not as broad, or not as tight, excuse me. It's broadening out a bit. But that doesn't mean that communities of Crosby, Searcy, even Garner should be, you should still stay on guard. Although it's weakened, there's still a tornado warning for you. And I got a buddy up in White County, David Mitchell, said the sirens are going off in Searcy. I do want to remind folks that tornado sirens on the outside were never meant for you on the inside. They were meant for people on the outside. So you got to have other ways to receive severe weather information.
We're about to get a new tornado warning to the north of this for White, Independence, and Jackson.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and go up there. Well, that's White, Independence, and Jackson.
Here we go.
So that cell, and I guess it just became a tornado warning. We were, this one, and there's the one you were talking about a moment ago. That one looked a little more impressive as well. Let's go to velocity mode 2, velocity on max 1, please. And there you go. There's the couplet tightening up along Highway 67, 167, Highway 14 and 87, where they come together. And you can see the polygon here. That's what we're talking about. A new tornado warning that includes Independence County, northern Jackson County, and Messina County, into Sharp County, I believe. Is that right?
White County.
White County, okay.
So the northern tip of White County
Northern
into
White.
Jackson and Independence. This is in effect until 8 o'clock. I'm going to add our track to this.
Yeah. That's a new tornado warning that's in effect. You do that. And keeping an eye on this one that's in White County right now, just to the west-southwest of Searcy, that is tightening back up as we speak.
Our time now is 7:20. The storm was located over Pleasant Plains, or 14 miles south of Batesville. So some areas that are in the path of this: Rosie, Arkansas, you have around 10 minutes. Dunnington, about 15 minutes. Newark, Arkansas, 7:39. Doda, Arkansas, 7:48. Walnut Grove, 7:51. Tuckerman, 7:55. Downstream Vance, Arkansas, right at 8 when this is set to expire.
All right, so that's the new tornado warning. I want to go to Max 2 and update you folks in southern White County and central White County with the tornado warning that's in effect just to the west-southwest of Searcy. This is what it looks like right now. Storm has weakened a little, circulation has broadened, but as we have experienced tonight, they go through their cycles. They weaken, they strengthen, they weaken again. This one may have produced a tornado in northern Lonoke County, Highway 5 at the intersection of Highway 319. We're going to try to find out. If that is the case, that would be the second tornado tonight that would have been confirmed. Now, we've had lots of tornado warnings.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, heavy rain right on top of us here at the THV 11 studios. I'm sure that, yeah, there you go. Whew. Coming our way downtown. Let it rain. It's okay. I'll deal with the rain. But we want to make sure that our folks are fine. Let's go back to Max 2, please. I'm looking at the couplet here. This is the area of concern. Here's Crosby, here's Searcy, Garner. This is just to your north and west. If you live out in this area, don't let your guard down, folks. There is a chance that this could strengthen very quickly. There's Floyd. I mentioned Floyd, Arkansas, along Highway 31. Here's Antioch. This is the area of concern. This is where the rotation is located. Highway 13 and 267 in White County. Although this storm may have weakened a little bit, it's just on the western side of Searcy. Here's Searcy. There's the Walmart at Searcy. Familiar with that? You got Race Street here. A lot of Race Avenue, Race Street, Searcy, White County. Very familiar there. This is just to your south and west, and it's moving to the northeast, and it's going to impact places like Harmony. And if you live west of Searcy, the downtown area will also more than likely be impacted. Just trying to find a few neighborhood streets, and there we go. We've got a few there. Peanut Ridge Road. Again, the storm, the center of rotation is moving over Peanut Ridge Road. You've got Dixon Lane, you've got Shiloh Road,
Trost Lane, Yarnell Road. That's where this is going to track here in the next few minutes. West Country Club Boulevard or Road, Virginia Way, Highway 13, Gillum Road. This is one of those situations where there's still some rotation there. It has weakened a little bit, but it's still there. So you folks that live out in White County, if those names sound familiar to you, you better be in your safe place. Okay, so we have an update from Brooke on some information on what's been happening this evening. Brooke, what do you have that's new?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So we are hearing from the Lonoke County Sheriff that first responders are currently heading toward the 7,000 block of Highway 5 and 319 area. They didn't go into specifics about what the damage is, but there is some damage in that area, and we will keep you guys updated as we learn exactly what that looks like. We may have a reporter going to that area once it is safe and everything is settled down just a bit, but that is in Lonoke County, like I said, and he has confirmed now it's the Dollar General on Highway 5. No injuries at this time have been reported, which is good news, obviously. It is tornado damage, he says. So
Okay.
Highway 5 is completely blocked at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, the area that we were looking at, Highway 5 and 319, it's familiar because that's kind of where I grew up. From the standpoint of the summertime, we would go out to Indian Lakes or Indian Head Lakes, whatever you want to call it, out around Highway 5. There was also a church camp that went on out there in that general area as well. So hopefully there's no injuries with it. I know that there's some damage from what Brooke has said, so that pretty much tells me right there that's a confirmed tornado in that area. Now that storm is in White County, and if we can go back to max 2, I'm not forgetting about you, Independence and Jackson County. I'm just keeping an eye on the cell. The cell has broadened out. It may be tightening up once again, and it's getting awfully close to Highway 36, Highway 13. Here's Center Hill. Center Hill's familiar with tornadoes as well. Harmony, Center Hill, the circulation area is just to your south, but it's just to the west-southwest of Searcy. If it continues on the track, then it may move through, let's say, the western end of Searcy, the northern and northwestern end of town. Okay, if it comes back together, fingers crossed that it doesn't do that. So that's a close inspection. Let me broaden out and show you the live radar perspective of this storm in White County. And you know, we look at the hook, we look at the appendage, and here it is. It matches up with the circulation. So on this northern side, you're going to have very heavy rain, possibly some large hail as it moves to the northeast. So here's Searcy, Bald Knob, you're eventually going to be impacted. Crosby, Center Hill area, you guys are getting some very heavy rain. Garner along Highway 57 or 67, it's Interstate 57, Highway 160 or Highway 67. Looking back toward the west-northwest, you might see the wall cloud. Again, not hearing that it's on the ground. And another cell in northern Pulaski County we're keeping an eye on, and another cell moving through the Conway area that could be developing into something. I'm going to turn things to Simone to let her update you on what's happening north of here with the severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes in Independence County.
Okay, so what we're keeping an eye on right now, we have that tornado warning storm in Independence County. Again, this is just east of Highway 167, where we have that little hook. It looks like it's just to the north. What is this? Highway 157. So east of 167, just to the north of 157 in Independence County. I'm going to put this on our live winds mode to see if we can pinpoint where that couplet is. And I'm going to try to take us to street level as well. I know we're getting a little bit far from the radar, so this might not be exactly where it is because that beam is reaching so far out, but right now, based off of what we have, just some few roads in that neighborhood. Hideout Road. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Took us forward, so now we gotta refresh. My apologies. So take us back up to Independence County. And again, this is in north central Arkansas. We're tracking this tornado warning until 8 p.m. Zooming in to kind of give you an idea of where this could be near. Trying to read here. This is Good Creek Road. Reed Road, Maple Spring Access Road. Yes, Maple Spring Access Road. So if you're familiar with that part of Independence County, again, we're getting a little bit far from the radar beam, so this might not be exactly where the rotation is. It could be, you know, about a mile or so away, but again, we're closing in on Old Trough, Arkansas. We're just to the west of that, south of Rosie, Arkansas. And again, we're picking up on this couplet east of Highway 167, southwest of Highway 14, and then north of 157. The most recent update we have from the National Weather Service is that they're canceling the tornado warning for White and Lonoke County. So right now, all we have is the one for Independence County. Independence, and it looks like a portion of Jackson County. And again, this is what we have pulled up right now on Max 1. I'm going to take us to Storm Track 11 to look at our NROT tool to see where we're picking up on some rotation. Same storm, we're just looking at a different tool now, our NROT tool on Storm Track 11, and that rotation is being pinpointed between Pleasant Hills and Old Trough, Arkansas. And again, this is likely south of that Highway 14. Looks like it's crossing Highway 14. Again, kind of in the downstream of that Old Trough, Newark, Cord, Arkansas. All of this, again, Independence into portions of Jackson County. Now to our north, we still have this storm farther north in Independence and into Sharp County, just east of Cave City. That still is picking up on a little bit of rotation. When we switch it though to our velocity tool, the couplet not as tightly wounded as the one to the south where we have the tornado warning, but we still do have a little bit of rotation indicated by our NROT tool.
Yeah, let me update that White County storm. Yeah, you touched on it just a moment ago. The White County tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It's been canceled, actually, Lonoke, White County. So the only tornado warning that we have right now is this one impacting Independence County and Jackson County. And there are other cells that are popping up south of Little Rock that I do want to go to Max 2 on, please. And I'll show you those south and southwest of us. We're not done here tonight. These cells are coming together pretty quickly. We have a severe thunderstorm warning once again for Pulaski County. Heavy rain and some wind with this cell. And that cell in White County is the one that has gone through a down cycle. It may cycle up once again. So we're not completely done White County. Don't let your guard down just yet. I anticipate that this is going to strengthen once again, and it will become a problem down the road. If not for White County, but then for McCrory area and Woodruff County. But I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer here and show you that there is still an area of broad rotation. So although the National Weather Service has lifted the tornado warning for now, there's still rotation here. Just keep a close watch on things. This is getting close to the Searcy area. A new warning issued that is in effect till 8:15 tonight that does cover northern Lonoke, southern White, and northern Prairie County. This includes Ward, Beebe, Cabot, and possibly even over toward the Des Arc area, Hickory Plains area here, northern Prairie County, and central Arkansas. Once again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. The tornado warning continues in Independence County. Talk about an area that has seen enough severe weather this year. They have, I know we all have, and darn it, we don't like it here on Easter Sunday. I do want to mention that if you have a way to send us photos tonight, 501-376-1111. Text those our way. Make sure that you're safe. The good news is that we're beginning to see the storm chances west of Little Rock really come down. Garland County, Hot Springs, you're good tonight. Northern Saline County, but in the southern part of Saline County, I-30 South, we still have strong storms here that are trying to develop, but the area west of us is certainly improving. Van Buren County, a few showers, but the severe weather threat is well to your east now. So we're focusing all of our efforts for the northern and northeastern quadrant of the state right now. No warnings here. Keep your fingers crossed that they won't be warned, that we'll just have some strong storms to our south. Now, I'll say this, if we can get a break in, we will. When this tornado warning expires or lifts into and out of our viewing area, you get up here to Lawrence, Randolph counties, Cross, Craighead, Greene counties, you're getting out of the THV11 viewing area. Jackson and Independence are on the edge of our viewing area. Then that becomes a Jonesboro and Memphis viewing area. But here in central Arkansas, we still have these warnings, and I'm keeping a close eye, Simone, on this one in White County, Searcy, because there's still some broad rotation with it. It may decide to tighten up once again. And also, to pass along what Brooke mentioned a few moments ago, they do have some damage in the Cabot area, north of Cabot, along Highway 319 and Highway 5. Those of you that are familiar with that stretch, the Indian Lakes or Indian Head Lakes area. So we're gonna be sending a crew there as soon as this mess gets out of the way.
If you want to, we can take Storm Track 11. There is a little bit of rotation on our NROT for that White County storm. It actually just produced a new scan. That was what it looked like a second ago, and here it is now. On our base reflectivity, a little bit happening there, not as significant, but a little bit of something happening right over there.
So again, keeping a close eye on that, but we go up the road a little bit in Independence and Jackson counties, and you've got the tornado warning here. Oil trough, yeah, this does look fairly significant. Be like to know if the weather's maybe even a debris detection there. Let me look here. A special weather statement for Ouachita and Calhoun counties in south central Arkansas. No severe thunderstorm warning, but strong thunderstorms there. Severe thunderstorm warning, Independence County has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm posted at 7:31 for White Prairie and Lonoke County. We showed you that. Again, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. And the rotation from NROT here, that's south of Newark, there's Oil Trough, Arkansas. Again, this is an area that has just been hammered with severe weather. There's Batesville. To give perspective, it's to the southeast of Batesville in Independence County, moving to the northeast. That's the next or the newest tornado warning.
And it looks like, if anything, there's a little bit of a drop off just to the south of Oil Trough.
Okay.
But
so there could have been a brief touchdown here.
Nobody has confirmed anything. That's just what we're seeing right now, but from our tools here.
All right. So from there, let's go back to Max 2, please. Do want to update you on what's going on radar-wise. Take a quick reset. Where are the storms and what are they doing? Simone, if you wouldn't mind on Max 1 pulling up the tornado watch, I'll update real quick. Where this front is located, the front is now just to the east of I-30, and it's almost through the Little Rock area. It's taking its time moving through today. Everything started to hop around 1:30 this afternoon, and this is where we are currently at 7:36. Storms are moving through the Little Rock area. They're kind of training here right now. The forward momentum of this line has slowed down a bit. Our forecast models were indicating that things may slow down a bit until late tonight, early tomorrow. There's some good news though. The overall tornado threat should begin to diminish heading into the nighttime hours. We're going to lose a lot of instability. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as well. Although Max 1 tornado watch remains in effect until midnight tonight. We can take Max 1 if you want, showing you those counties that are in that tornado watch. And that does include all of central Arkansas. But I think Baxter County, Van Buren, Conway, Perry, Garland, Pike, and even Hempstead, I think these counties will probably be removed, if not even a few more. They may be waiting a little, maybe 8 o'clock. But these counties are in effect until 9 o'clock. The counties in eastern Arkansas are in effect until midnight. But hopefully everything will settle down at around 10 o'clock.
Hopefully so. Hopefully we can get a 10 o'clock newscast in to at least talk about the week ahead, because we do have, a rainy second half of our week shaping up.
Yeah, again, I can deal with the April showers. It's the severe threat. I know we're all feeling a little bit of weather fatigue. You at home, certainly, I know as beautiful of a day as it started out to be tonight, especially those that are impacted, maybe a little damage over in northern Lonoke County. I know that we had a tornado debris signature. Where was that? It was in southwest Arkansas. That kind of really began. Things began with that signature. There's White County, Searcy, severe thunderstorm warning with that cell. Man, it's raining pretty heavily in downtown Little Rock.
There's the tornado warning. Independence, we haven't forgotten about you, into Jackson County. These cells are moving to the northeast very quickly. How about the severe thunderstorm warning in northern Independence County? You can pretty much take that out. You've got Sharp into Lawrence County, and this is getting away from the THV-11 viewing area, but that's a formidable supercell that's developing, and this one is too. And these were the areas today that had most of the tornado parameter that we've been talking about. But the tornado warnings actually kind of came together closer to central Arkansas, and that happens sometimes. That cell in Searcy, near Searcy in White County, is still a strong supercell. It has weakened a bit, and we're getting some rain on the back side of this over northern Faulkner County into the White County area. So that's it. That's the score here in north central Arkansas. Let's take a little trip over at Little Rock and then look to point south. Again, strong thunderstorm here moving through Little Rock, downtown Little Rock, Jacksonville to Cabot, another one of those that shows a little bit of an appendage, as does this one in Little Rock that is extending down to 530. Another cell in southern Saline County, same way. These little individual cells keep on moving, and more cells developing in Grant County, Dallas County, Clark, Washita County, but they're not warned. The severe weather parameters here are a little less, but you could still have a wind gust or even some small hail. Boy, this rain is whooping up a fuss out here.
It definitely
I'm just going to take a look at it. Yeah. But it's good to get it so that we can wash away the pollen. Back to the tornado warning. This is the only one that we have right now for Independence and Jackson County. Have we had a confirmation? Simone, have you seen anything from the Weather Service on that?
I have not seen anything from the Weather Service. It looks like it's trying to cycle back up a little bit with that rotation. It was weakening a little bit, and it's picking back up with some of these latest scans from our NROT tool. I'm going to take us, while we're still on Max 1, our live winds, our velocity, because there's still a bit of a couplet up there.
Okay. I'm looking at the Weather Service. They have posted a picture from the Highway 5 south of 319, where they've got some tree damage or some trees blown over on the highway there. We'll be sending a crew that way as soon as these storms move out of the way. This is that cell, again, that she's talking about in eastern Independence County. It looks wrapped up. What does NROT look like on Storm Track 11 with this? Let's compare notes here, and we'll go over to that. And there is some rotation here. It's maybe not as strong or as tightly wound up as some of the other storms we've had tonight, but it's certainly strong enough to give a tornado warning. And again, this is Independence County. There's the river separating Independence and Jackson County, and on up the road in Lawrence County would be next with that cell, moving to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour in more severe cells to our north. It's really coming down outside now.
Whew.
Heavy rain in Little Rock. And I'm gonna, you can't really see much outside. Thank you for the camera shot. But I will show you what's going on in central Arkansas. If you will go back to Max 2, please. Here we go. From Saline County, near East End, some heavy rain into downtown Little Rock, very heavy rain. This extends up into Jacksonville Air Force Base in Cabot. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, the very good news is this. You get out to the west part of the city, western Pulaski County, Lake Maumelle, western Little Rock, West Little Rock, things are much better. I-30 to the west, severe weather threat coming to an end. Heavy rain continues to move to the east, and I would imagine that it's going to impact cleanup efforts for some structural damage along Highway 5 and 319 in northern Lonoke County. Just so that those of you in Lonoke County, if you're watching out there, this is what it looks like with that heavy line of storms, strong to severe storms, moving along 57 or 67, I-57, Highway 67. There it is right there toward the BB area. There's a severe thunderstorm warning here, and another little cell or two in Faulkner County. So it's now turning into pretty much a wind and heavy rain event for a little while longer. 7:42. What's the latest, Simone?
I'm just checking to see if the Storm Prediction Center has said anything else about what's happening here in the state. They haven't given any updates. The National Weather Service, they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence, Randolph, and Sharp County. So north and east of the Cave City area. We got a special weather statement coming out of Cleburne, Independence, and Sharp County. And it looks like they're going to expire the severe thunderstorm warning that's here in Pulaski County.
Okay. You know, I mentioned that I'm getting some folks sending me messages in. A couple of times we've had a young lady by the name of Addie who has come in to be a kidcaster, and she lives off of Highway 107 south of 319 near the Faulkner and Pulaski County Road. And she's happy to report that she is safe and there's no damage at her house. And I appreciate that, Addie. Thank you so much. I'm glad you and Mom and Dad are safe tonight. She's been in a couple of times at least, to help us with kidcaster. So it's good to hear from folks out there staying safe. And she sent me a picture. She's in her safe place, and that's where you need to be with this.
Yes.
Okay. There you go, 67, 167. Strong storms lining up here. Heavy rain, Beebe, Ward, and Cabot, even down to Jacksonville, downtown Little Rock. We're getting soaked at this time. The good news right now from the standpoint of Central Arkansas is that the storms, they're severe, but they're not tornadic. That is certainly some good news.
National Weather Services are going to continue the tornado warning for Independence and Jackson County through 8 o'clock. So we're coming up on 15 minutes left now.
Okay.
On our en-route tool, there is a little bit of rotation there, but also down in White County, we are picking up on some rotation in White County too, on Storm Track 11.
And let's go to Storm Track, guys. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, Simone, you're saying that's that cell that we said we're keeping an eye on because it has shown some sign of weakening and it might be strengthening once again. And here's the cell you've been following, Independence and Jackson County. So those are the two most impressive, strongest storms that we have right now. And they're racing to the northeast, moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour.
I need them to race a little faster. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know, they could speed up a little bit more. And it seems that the northern extent of the line is moving a lot quicker than the southern extent. And a lot of that is due to the path and the track of the low pressure area. You have an upper level impulse and you've got a surface low. The wind was more prominent here aloft and at the surface for storms to be a little stronger in north central Arkansas, but as it turned out, they were strong in central Arkansas as well. We had the enhanced risk of severe weather throughout the day, and I'm sure the Storms Prediction Center will be updating that. But everywhere you see a yellow polygon, folks, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, winds of 60 plus, and maybe a little bit of hail. But that one tornado warned storm, and the circulation or the rotation is about to move out of Independence County into northern Jackson County, getting a little close to Tuckerman there in Jackson County. That cell in White County near Searcy, that one continues bear watching as it moves from White County into Woodruff and eventually back into Jackson County. So Jackson County, in these counties in Arkansas, no stranger to severe weather here in the month of April. It has been very active for these folks.
I'm going to take us to our velocity just to see if there's a couplet. I mean, the tornado warned storm, that still has a bit of a couplet, but this White County, it looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit.
Well, once again, it's going through its cycling, and it's right here. That's where it would be. What does it look like on en-route, Simone? Or rotation mode. You know, we're not seeing the greens on top of the blues. There's some rotation there. We're beginning to lose a little bit of the daytime heating. It's 7:46. Sun will be setting soon, so we'll lose some of the daytime heating. We'll lose a little bit of the instability, and that surface low, along with the upper level little wave of low pressure moving away, will take a lot of the wind with it as well. So we'll lose some of that, and then hopefully things will begin to settle down. So when the Storms Prediction Center extended that tornado watch to midnight, we'll just have to wait and see. They might end it a little bit early. I can see 9, 10 o'clock. Again, it just depends on the speed of the line and the front, which is almost in central Arkansas. West of the front, again, the weather gets a lot better tonight. But to the east of it, it's these cells we're tracking.
Looking at our Simmons Bank camera in Little Rock, things are starting to calm down a little bit here. You couldn't see a thing earlier, and now we're, a little bit of a break in the clouds in the distance. It's still raining, but just kind of giving you a vantage point of what's happening across central Arkansas. Let's take Max 1 we're looking at our base reflectivity, and again, we have this line extending from north central Arkansas through central Arkansas into south central Arkansas. The good news is none of these storms south of the I-30, I-40 axis are warned. We did get a special weather statement for that storm impacting portions of Hot Spring County into Jefferson County, Dallas, Grant, and some of Pulaski County. So these storms just south, kind of wedged in between I-30 and I-530. These are on the strong side, but not strong enough to warrant a warning, producing wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour. So just for that part of the state, that's really what we're seeing, a few strong thunderstorms, but nothing severe warned. The severe warned storms are staying north of I-40 right now. And that's just what we've been keeping an eye on at this point. We still have that tornado warning in effect for Independence and Jackson counties until 8 o'clock. So we're coming up now on the final 10 minutes of that. Anything you want to add to that, Tom?
Well, I'm looking at some of the information from the Weather Service. Apparently there was some damage over at the 16th Section Community Cemetery. And that's in northern Lonoke County along Highway 319 and 5.
They may try to come with another warning for this White County storm. They say it's strengthening, so
Yeah, why am I not surprised?
You're tracking that.
So y'all beat the rush in White County. That would take us probably from White into Jackson County. It might just miss Woodruff County, but yeah, again, keeping an eye on it, you can see that it's beginning to curl up again and get strong.
Zoom in on
So
that
White
for you.
into Jackson County. Let's just say that you're going to get a warning, and that's going to be awfully close to you, Bald Knob, Judsonia, along Highway 167. So there you go. This is 67. Here's 167. You got Judsonia. If you zoom in a little bit more, I think Judsonia is just to the north, and there's Velvet Ridge. Oh, there's Judsonia to the south. My bad. But this is close to Judsonia, as a matter of fact, where the circulation is. Velvet from 167 Velvet Ridge, that takes you up to Independence County and Batesville.
Well, I have us zoomed in like this. I am going to take us to velocity,
Okay.
just
Let's
so
do
if we
that.
could see it winding up.
Tightening up again. Yep, you can certainly see the couplets coming back together. So right now, the circulation area, the rotation over 371 and 167, where all these highways kind of come together, 258 and 157, 385 and 371. North of Judsonia, just to the west of Bald Knob, moving to the northeast. At any moment, the National Weather Service is more than likely going to put out another tornado warning. And let's see, the folks up in Jonesboro have eyes on a wall cloud in Independence County, west of Tuckerman.
Let's go up to Independence County.
Okay? Because this one is, and there's Tuckerman, and here is the area of rotation along Highway 122, 37, and 17. Okay, it's within that polygon. Movement is to the northeast. So here's Tuckerman, just west of Tuckerman. And if you are west of the storm looking toward it, or if you're east of the storm looking west into it, I should say, you may see the lowering, may see the wall cloud or potentially a tornado. What does it look like on our reflectivity mode? Just real quick. We might be able to see it, and we talk about the hook echo. Well, we're getting far enough away from radar here.
Yeah.
We may not. We'd have to change radar directions. But just
Now-
know they have eyes on that storm.
Our White County storm on Storm Track 11 on NROD with this latest scan, it is jumping up a little bit.
Let's go to.
We got
there
a
you
little
go.
bit of a green bullseye. So I would not be surprised if at any moment they issue another tornado warning for this storm.
Yeah, and I think it's coming. So those of you in White County, if you live in Bald Knob, if you live up the road in Bradford, Russet, this storm is going to carry over into Woodruff County. Here's Augusta. Augusta, you should be fine, but it's these places along Interstate 57 or 67, just waiting for them to pull the trigger. They're going to flip that switch, you know they will. So the White County storm looks like it's coming back together near Bald Knob. And if you are watching us here from Bald Knob tonight or anywhere near Judsonia, y'all just go ahead and hit your safe place.
You know what? If we can go back to Max 1, they don't have a warning yet. I'm going to put a storm track on this. Just,
Are you in Max 1 or Max 2?
Max 1.
Okay.
just to be in.
Somebody's messing in Max 2 and they need to get out of it because that's mine.
I bet you it's Nathan.
Yeah. Since you and I are tracking all day, Nathan can work the 24-hour shift tomorrow. There you go. This is what we're talking about right here. Here's Bald Knob.
Updated
Here's Highway
warning
258.
info on the way.
What's
Okay,
that?
they just issued the tornado warning.
Okay.
So
There it is, right there.
Here we go. We'll add a track to this.
So the new tornado warning, again, for White County. This is going to impact areas just to the north and northwest of Bald Knob. And the movement of this cell is to the northeast. 67, Highway 67 or 57, Interstate 57, whatever you want to call it. It's going to ride along that stretch. There's a little bit of Woodruff County that's in the warning, mainly north of Augusta, and a little sliver of Independence County, I believe. Yeah, Independence County that's in that warning. There are the locations that will be impacted. 758 Bald Knob, at 803 Velvet Ridge, Possum Grape at 819, Knuckles at 831, and some familiar names, Newport, Diaz.
And that's technically
Stringer's
outside
Mill.
of
This is
the
out
warning,
here.
but that's just, you know, following downstream because we've been watching this storm cycle up and down, just kind of giving you a heads up in those neighborhoods.
Yeah, so for those of you that have been impacted and you have storm fatigue, we know what you're talking about. You're going to be probably included in a new warning. So a new tornado warning for the White County storm and the area of rotation. If we can go to live winds, we can take a look at where the storm is tightening up near Bald Knob once again. And we'll see it. There you go. There's your nice tight couplet. And the area of rotation is near 167, Highway 258. Let's throw Highway 87 that connects 367 to 167, Velvet Ridge. It's right near you. The rotation is near you. The possibility of a tornado, developing tornado. And looks like it's tightening up pretty quickly here as well. So that's an area. Bald Knob, and then upstream, 367. Here's Highway 67 and 224. So there you go. That's what we're talking about with that new tornado warning storm.
On a lighter note, the latest scan on our NROT tool, it does not have that green bullseye, but again, we've just been watching this storm cycle up and down. We still have that rotation couplet. This warning in effect until 8:30. Our Independence and Jackson County storm, we have coming up on 5 minutes left on that warning, waiting to hear from the National Weather Service if they're going to extend that or not.
Oh, let's see. The severe thunderstorm warning for Independence, Lawrence, and Sharp has been expired. Tornado warning for Independence and Jackson. Okay. Yeah. All right. So just
Someone
some of the
is
things.
reporting that they're in the National Weather Service chat. It looks like a report of a funnel cloud in West Swifton. So this is associated with our.
Here's Swifton right here. They're getting ready to run out of room here with that warning. So either they're going to extend it or they're going to let, I guess, Memphis take a shot at it.
Yeah.
And extend it. That's getting out over into their territory. Okay. That's for Lawrence and Randolph County. So there's that. Let's go back to White County.
Okay.
And whoops, we'll talk about that warning since this is the new tornado warning that we have. And it's impacting the Velvet Ridge area, Highway 67, 167, there's 367, White County, Jackson County, so the tornado warning is extending into Jackson County tonight. So y'all in Jackson County, if those roadways, Highway 87 sounds familiar, 367, y'all need to go ahead and take cover immediately. There's Bald Knob, this circulation area near Bald Knob. Okay, let's do this. Let's go back to our regular reflectivity mode. I want to look at what's happening real quick around Lonoke County. Make sure that we're going to send a crew out to the damage in northern Lonoke County. I just want to make sure that things are getting better for them. And I would say this, that the rain is ending for them in this area, so we're going to send a crew up there. It'll take them a while to get up there. They'll have to go through a little rain in Cabot and up Highway 5. So for those of you that tonight, hopefully tonight at 10 o'clock, we'll have a report. So Shayla, you can go ahead and send them up. And there we go. So we still have some, now downtown Little Rock, west. Well, take a look outside. I want to see how things are progressing here in Little Rock. Our camera shot looking west, and we're beginning to see improvement here in the capital city, in the downtown area. The sun will be setting soon, and we'll begin to see skies clear out here. But back to radar we go, and we'll track these storms. There's the cell that is may be extended in Lawrence County. Let's see what they're going to do here. Okay.
And they might be waiting on Memphis to make that call as it gets into Lawrence County.
You know, that Lawrence and Randolph, I think, are still National Weather Service responsibility. So maybe they're going to let it ride. Maybe they'll let it ride. Okay.
Let's see.
All right. Let's. From here, we've got the warning again down in White County, Jackson County. You know, if we can get these tornado warnings to go away, we take a little bit of a break. Let you take a break at home as well. What I want to do real quick though is, if we can, let's go back to our statewide mode.
Okay.
And Simone, since I'm not going to be able to access Max 2. I just want to give folks an idea of what's going on and who's safe. And you know, I think Benton, Bryant, Hot Springs, Malvern, Rockport, Arkadelphia, the storm threat has come to an end for you. Clinton, Leslie, Marshall, even Mountain View, the severe threat has come to an end. If we could draw a line here, that's where the boundary is located that is responsible for the severe weather right now. So everything west of that, from Fulton County through Stone, Izard County,
My line isn't that straight, I'm sorry.
Fine. That's where the boundary is located. You guys are good to go. The severe threat is over with here. And we still have another few hours left as these storms move into eastern Arkansas. We have a tornado, see, there's a new warning. Tornado warning for White County, and they have finally extended that new tornado warning into Lawrence County. Now, Lawrence is out of our viewership, so we're going to let the folks in Memphis and Jonesboro take that. Severe thunderstorm warning. Now we're beginning to see these storms, and down around Dallas County, Grant County, and Cleveland County, Lincoln County, or actually more Cleveland, not Lincoln. Lincoln is Star City. We got that line that's going to be moving to the east. Tornado warning still remains in effect to our north and White County tonight. Let's
go back to White County.
There. So here you go. You've got White County. There's Searcy. There's a little part of Jackson County and Augusta, and here's Augusta and Woodruff County. And there's our storm that could potentially produce a tornado. Let's go to one of our wind modes, Simone. It can be live winds if we can. It's going to be right around 67, 167. And it does not look that great. It would be right there over 167 if there's anything with it. How about NROD? Let's go to our Storm Track 11 feature and take a look at that and see what's going on here with the rotation device and our rotation product, I should say. And here you go, right there. Over 67, 167, just north of Bald Knob. Movement is to the northeast. This area is under the tornado warning. Bradford, Arkansas. You know, Bald Knob is famous for their strawberries. So hope the farmers out here aren't hurt too terribly bad with some rainfall. Bradford, Grand Glace, I believe. Oilifant. There's one. You got Oil Trough, and you got Oilifant, Arkansas. So that area moving to the northeast. You got Newport upstream, Diaz upstream, or Diaz. I want to say Diaz. So this is the severe or the tornado warned storm in the central part of the state, riding along 67, 167. And this is our NROD tool. Those of you joining us tonight, thank you. Severe weather day here in Arkansas. I knew it was coming. Everything got going around 1 o'clock, and it's going to last probably through the 10 o'clock news until these storms settle down and lose their tornadic features. But we are expecting these storms to kind of hold together as they move to the east in a line. Alicia Fire Department, Lawrence County reporting a funnel cloud. So that's in Lawrence County in north central Arkansas. All right, so back to Max 1 we go, folks. Let's go back to Max 1. Here we go. And there you go. There's your couplet right there. that's where we're finding the rotation with this storm. This is in White County. It's going to move into Jackson County here shortly. It's a little bit broader, though. Notice it's a little broader here. Hopefully, Simone, they will put an end to it. They'll say, you know what, it's broad, so we're going to let it in.
Hopefully, because if so, then we'll finally.
You'll have a.
Well, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah,
then jinx
yeah.
us.
Okay, is Brooke over there?
I am.
You are? Hey, well, let's bring Brookie in here.
Hey.
Hey there, what do you have? Have you heard any updates?
I have not heard any updates. We do have a crew that's going out to Lonoke County to check out
Right.
that possible apparent tornado damage there. But I'm still on the hunt, still looking for damage reports. I did just call Independence County Sheriff's Office and they say no damage at this time, so that is good news and we hope it stays that way. By the looks of it, it looks like it's moving out of Independence County.
Speaking of Lonoke County, if we can take Storm Track 11, we have some power outages coming out of Lonoke County. A little over 1,000 people without power. I'm not sure if that would be associated with the storm damage, but we're starting to see an uptick in power outages for that part of the state.
About 3,500 total. Yeah, they just seem to be growing. Every time I check and refresh, it seems to be growing just a little bit.
Few power outages in White County, few in Faulkner. Right now, it seems like that hot spot is Lonoke County for that part of the state.
Yeah, from my damage reports, that seems to be the worst damage that we've received so far into our newsroom.
So I'll take us back to Storm Track 11. Just wanted to point that out while we were giving updates on what's happening. Right now, it doesn't look like we have anything new from the National Weather Service. You know, they're giving more updates on the tornado warnings off to our northeast, but that's getting into the Jonesboro and Memphis coverage areas. So right now, our only active warning or tornado warning is our White County into Jackson and Woodruff. We're going to zoom out a bit while we're still looking at Storm Track 11. Our severe thunderstorm warning impacting portions of Dallas and Grant County. Looks like it's picking up a little bit on the en route, so I'm going to switch this to base velocity. Not seeing a super tight couplet. Maybe something here south of Princeton, but not significant enough, I think, for them to, issue a warning right now. But just something to keep an eye on, be mindful of. You know, we've been watching these storms cycle up and down.
Yeah.
And again, right now, our only active tornado warning is in north central Arkansas, White County, Jackson County, and Woodruff County.
So with that, we can go to live winds on Max 1, and we will show you that where the couple is located, moving over Highway 87. Here's 367 and 67, so that couplet's moving about 87. Now, they may continue this tornado warning, but I can tell you just by looking at the way things are going on here, that this is a little bit of a broader rotation, area of rotation. Yeah, there's still some rotation here. It's just broader. It's probably going through a down cycle. It's having a hard time holding together. But it's still formidable, severe thunderstorm. What does it look like on a reflectivity mode there, Miss Simone? We'll take a look at it because it is beginning. The part of concern, at least that we're concerned about, is now getting closer to moving into Jackson County. So here you got your appendage that we talk about. You got your inflow and the wraparound here. So this is the area that we're most concerned with, Highway 87 and 367. Here's Velvet Ridge. And just to the south of Velvet Ridge is Bald Knob, so the cell is moving to the northeast. Have they slowed up a little bit there, Simone? 45 miles per hour? Are they going slower than that? It just doesn't seem like it's moving very quickly.
It doesn't seem like it's moving quickly at all.
And it could be part of the cycling. Maybe it has slowed up just a bit. But that's the tornado warning, the only tornado warning we have in the THV 11 viewing area right now. We're going to send a crew up to Lonoke. We've got a crew heading that way. I think that the all clear is fine in that general direction. Now, we still have storms in Lonoke County, but they're toward the eastern side of things. This is reflectivity, and it's just an easy way to help identify whenever we talk about supercell thunderstorms and tornadoes, thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. It's in this general area right here. So we know that we still have significant rotation. And if you live in this area, Highway 87 and 367, where this comes together in Jackson County, then you will want to stay in your safe place until we say all clear.
I'm going to zoom us out a bit. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ouachita, Dallas, and Calhoun counties. So we're starting to see these storms to our south pick up a little more strength.
Yeah. And it's possible that these produce a little bit more wind, straight line wind damage and heavy rainfall. I'm not saying that they don't have the potential of producing tornadoes, but I think we're more in line here in this part of the state to see wind damage from straight line thunderstorms. The northern and north central part of Arkansas, on the northern end where that front intersects with the surface low in the upper level wave moving by, that's where you're going to find the stronger winds in that area.
I want to for a second, because the Storm Prediction Center updated our day 1 severe risk. Just as this line is moving east, they're making forecast adjustments. So give this a second to load. Okay. This is what that looks like. So we no longer have the enhanced risk. We have a slight risk for areas east of the Little Rock Metro, south and east of the Metro.
Yeah. We knew they would update. They updated around 8 o'clock, I believe. And this is a result of a couple of things, like I said. You've got the boundary moving in. You still have enough instability for strong thunderstorms. You still have some wind energy out there, but the more prolific winds are to our north now. So we have the brief tornado threat that covers up eastern Arkansas. Darn it. Hail, quarter-sized, and then the winds greater than 60. I really think south of Little Rock, it's more of a wind threat. All right, so Brooke Buckner is joining us once again. Brooke, you have an update?
Yes, just going off of that Lonoke County damage that we've received into our newsroom, there are a lot of trees down, and I don't know if we have a picture we can put up there on the big screen for you guys, but on near Highway 5 at 319 in Cabot, that is where we've received a lot of damage reports. I know that Highway 5, the road is blocked off from a really large tree blocking the entire road, both lanes of it. So if you are heading that way, maybe don't find a different route, because you will be stuck. I know first responders are probably out on the scene by now. We have a team, like you said, Tom, out there, and they're going to check it out for us.
So you say that you do have pictures, that we do have something to look at. They just need to pop it up on screen. Is that right?
Yes.
So let's get, okay, Ryan, our producer Ryan is up there. He's going to pop it up for us just to show you what happened earlier tonight.
Seems pretty widespread, a lot of trees down.
Okay. We're standing by. We're waiting. It's okay. And while we wait, you guys tell me when you're ready. I'll update radar once again. Okay, you're putting it in the system. Okay. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings continues. Tornado warning for White County into Jackson County, Woodruff County, little tip of Woodruff County with severe thunderstorm warning. More tornado warnings to the north, Jackson into Lawrence County, and for Randolph County. Again, the wind profile's a little bit better northern Arkansas, but we should see things settle down. There's still a threat of a tornado over the eastern half of the state tonight until that tornado watch expires. Right now it's set to expire at midnight. Hopefully this line will accelerate a little bit more to the east, and by the time we reach the 10 o'clock news, we won't have to deal with any more warnings, so to speak, and it just becomes more of a heavy rain and a strong thunderstorm threat. But you can see the severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect down around Ouachita County, Calhoun, Dallas, Cleveland County, and a part of Jefferson County along that line. If there's any good news, Faulkner County up to Van Buren, Cleburne, Stone, Independence, Fulton, Pulaski, Hot Spring, Clark, and Nevada, Hempstead, both of them, those counties are now in the clear, severe weather-wise. Ryan, you ready? Not yet? Okay. We're going to show you the damage tonight. We have pictures. We can prove it to you. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to step out. Y'all go ahead and Brooke, tell us again.
Yeah, here we are. We're looking at Highway 5 north of Cabot and Magnus Creek. Very large tree there covering the road, and this is just one of several. I've seen a bunch of other photos similar to this one with the eerie clouds in the background and a lot of down trees. So we know crews are out there trying to keep the community safe, and they're monitoring the situation. And yeah, we're sorry if anybody has been injured. So far, we hear from the Lonoke County Sheriff's Office there are no injuries. That is good news to report. We hope that it stays that way, of course. So that is, I believe, the only photo we have ready in the system, but like we mentioned, we have a bunch of photos and videos coming in, and we'll show you throughout the night when we have the time to, and once they get put into the system. And feel free to send them to us too. I know we have a lot, but we'll take some more. 501-376-1111. We'd love to see them, but obviously safety is top priority, so don't go out in the middle of the storm. Wait till it passes.
You have other photos, just not trees? Well, keep playing. Let's.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Wall cloud in Malvern.
All
That
right.
looks spooky. For lack of a better term, that looks pretty spooky. It looks like it's getting low.
Scary looking cloud there.
And that's right, SLC.
All right,
Yeah.
Malvern Walmart. You see the lowering of the cloud. You can't really call that a tornado. You can't tell because of the tree line, but thank you, Jacob, for sending that in. Highway 270 in Hot Spring County. All right, Smoky Ridge Road. 501-376-1111, like Brooke said. Text those photos to us. You can always, and you can also put photos on our THV11 Weather Reporters page on Facebook. You can download them there as well. All right, so let's update you on what's happening. Now we turn our focus to a little bit more of southern Arkansas, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings for Dallas County, for Cleveland County, for Grant. This is down to Calhoun and Washita counties as well. This is where we find the line. The front is moved to the east now of I-30, but you can see some strong thunderstorms, and we got to keep an eye on these things. Hopefully they won't spin out any tornadoes, and it's just more of a wind threat. There's almost a solid line here. I prefer to have a solid line of storms. We'll deal with some strong wind gusts, but not the tornadoes. A little upstream a little bit, closer to central Arkansas, Grant County. It's still a little part of southern Pulaski County. Strong thunderstorm here, and strong thunderstorms with some very heavy rain near Lonoke County. Here's Cabot. This is the eastern part of Lonoke County. You're getting up toward Austin, Ward, and then White County, Beebe, McRae. Here's Searcy. Tornado warning continues here in White County, and this is until 8:30 tonight. It's 8:14. We still have 15 minutes, and that's the only tornado warned storm. But you can see that they've extended that severe thunderstorm box all the way over into Prairie and Woodruff County. And why not? Because, Simone, you know that's probably the way it's heading tonight. So why not send it over? And that tornado warning that's remaining in effect for Jackson County.
Which I think we're coming up on that halfway point where they're going to make the call of if they want to continue it or cancel it early. So it's just any moment now, waiting on them to give an update on what they're going to do.
Well, yeah, they've canceled the Eastern Independence and North Central Jackson part of that, right?
For
Okay.
those storms that were farther north and east into
Okay,
the
so up there.
Jonesboro and Memphis.
Okay. So this is it. This is the only tornado warning that we've had, that we have left. But we could still have some a line of strong thunderstorms. 8:15, 8:30, let's hope that, keep your fingers crossed, they don't extend that warning. But we want to let's take a closer inspection and see if there's another area of rotation developing near the Bald Knob area. A little concerned. I see a little appendage trying to develop there. And yep. All right. This is what we're seeing is a little rotation. It might be a little wall cloud developing. That's within that polygon just to the east of Searcy. We can lift that up just a little and we'll focus in on that and find some streets and some roads. Yeah, Highway 64, here's 64, there's Bald Knob, Kensett. This is just north of West Point. So we'll see if they put out another warning on that area of rotation. And then you've got this in Jackson County. I don't really see much there. I think it's, that really doesn't say much to me, but there could be still some broad rotation there. That would be along Highway 367 in Jackson County. What was that community? Coffeyville? Coffeyville?
Oh, let me zoom back
It
in
was-
for you.
Coffeyville. All right. There you go. Coffeyville. Probably have a wall cloud on top of you, or at least a lowering Coffeyville. That's on Highway 224. 367 Bradford up to Coffeyville, Heffington, Arkansas. This is where we're finding some rotation. Okay. I keep hearing a computer.
I think that's max 2.
Max 2? Okay. Tornado warning continues for a part of White County, but it's been canceled for Independence County and Jackson County. All right.
Let's go back statewide. Let's show that line. I'll tell you what, let's put it in motion. Let's do a loop, last couple of 3 hours of a statewide loop of that line as it moves to the east. Again, Little Rock west, we're good. Arkadelphia west, you're good. Texarkana west, this is what's left of that line with severe thunderstorm warnings along the line. Now, this area has not been worked over. There hasn't been any rain today. In fact, they had a bunch of warming. But you can see that line moving across, moving to the east. We've had tornado warnings within that line. And this is the latest with severe thunderstorm warnings currently. It's 8:17. Let's get to 8:30. Hopefully that warning will not be extended and we can take a little bit of a break ahead of the 10 o'clock news. And again, I can't say enough. Anytime we have tornado warnings, we're going to jump on and make sure communities are warned. It's been an active spring here in Arkansas. I think a lot of you will agree. I hate breaking into sports and I hate breaking into evening programming, but that's just what it takes, folks. We want to make sure everybody is safe. And you still have those storms in Randolph and Lawrence County. These are tornado warned, the responsibility of the Memphis National Weather Service. If you were to draw a line, I'm sorry, no, that's North Little Rock National Weather Service, the Jonesboro market. But you draw a line here, Craighead County, Jonesboro, and on down. These counties are responsibility of Memphis, and this is the edge of our viewing area. There it is. This is what, 3 hours?
Mm-hmm. Let me know when you want me to stop it.
Okay, you can stop it if you'd like. Let's go back to White County and track that storm in White County. There you go. Bald Knob, strong storm, potentially some more rotation here. Large power flashes south of Walnut Ridge. Another tornado up in Lawrence County. Man, oh man. There's Bald Knob. Here's Augusta. Storm moving to the northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. And here is our polygon, the warning polygon with that storm. You got White County, and this is where you find the White River, which recently had a lot of water in it. Hopefully it's been dropping off. They've had flooding along the White River. It's one of those rivers that holds a lot of water and it takes a while for it to drain out. Storm here moving out of Jackson County, Newport. Let's there's still a little rotation with that. They haven't fired off a warning on it yet, but the tornado warning is in effect for 11 more minutes. 11 more minutes. Looking for any updates that we can pass along to you tonight. Thank you for watching us on THV 11 and THV 11 Plus, as well as our YouTube channel. Here tonight, Easter Sunday. Thought it would be a long day. It's been a long day. But it's all to make sure that you're safe and you have the information that you need for you and your family tonight. I do hope that everyone had at least a relatively happy Easter.
And had a good dinner.
Yeah, dinner. I wonder what that's like.
I do too.
Yeah, no complaining here. We're here to do our jobs. At least we've got a little something to drink. We can take a little bathroom break if necessary on occasion. Here's Tupelo, Arkansas. Could be an area of rotation here. Now, the area that was south of Bald Knob, Simone, looks like it's kind of flaked out a little bit there. It's broadened out, but this is the other area of concern that will move into Jackson County here in a little while. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues that warning.
And it's really getting to the edge of that polygon, so we're just waiting to see what they want to do with that.
That would beat the timing anyway. I think it's a broader area. It's probably a large, broad area of rotation. It's not really tight. I can still see the difference in couplets here, the difference in color with the couplet, but it's very broad. And they may continue this warning.
Expires the tornado warning.
Ah, wow.
So at 8:30, they will officially expire this.
Yeah. It's 8:21. We'll stick around to 8:30, might as well. We only got 9 minutes to go. Let's hope they don't put out another warning. Let's look around the horn once again there, Simone. Let's go statewide and take a look at the storms that we have. And y'all can open up Brooke's microphone if she's still here in the studio with us, and we can visit with Brooke for just a moment.
Hello, am I on?
Yeah,
okay,
you're on.
Perfect.
I know that you have some memories of Dad covering these marathon events.
Oh yeah, a lot of
for
memories
years.
of this. Yes, I'd always turn on the TV and I knew it would be a long night when he had to go into work on a day he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah,
Similar to you today.
I can't tell you the number of times working mornings and he worked evenings that we would see each other, you know, pass like two ships passing in the night. He would hand it off to me.
Rare occurrence, yeah.
You know, at 2:30 in the morning, and then I would work, and then he'd come in. We had a lot of occasions like that, where you know, really it was the two of us. You know, we have a few more people on staff now. It's one of those things. I think about Ed, and I always think about what Ed. And for those of you that are new to this, Brooke Buckner is the daughter of Ed Buckner.
Surprise.
The legendary
Breaking
Brooke
news.
Buckner.
Imagine
Aw.
that. And there was a time, Brooke, you thought you might be a meteorologist.
That's true. I really did consider it. Some days I still think about it a little bit, but
Yeah. And then you get into these 8 and 9 hour
Yeah.
severe weather marathons, and you go, I'm good.
yeah, pretty much. I know what it takes. It takes a lot to be a meteorologist, and your job is not easy. So much respect to you guys.
Yeah. Well, I know Dad's proud of you. I hope he's watching tonight, and we're going to keep this till 8:30 just in case they do fire off another warning. We're still here at the edge of our viewing area tonight, but Ed would always say, hey folks, turn up the TV and go get in your safe place and follow us there. And now today you can follow us on our app, our THV11 Plus, THV11. You can leave Brooke up. It's all right. We're talking here. And
Lots
Brooke,
of ways to get warnings.
yeah. Let's hope that things settle down so that you can actually get some news written and done tonight.
I hope so.
We
And,
can bring you a forecast at 10.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the plan if things
Yeah.
work out for us. But while I have you, I do
Yes.
have a few things to report.
Please.
Going back to Lonoke County, that's the majority of what we've been hearing when it comes to the storm damage tonight. The sheriff tells us there appears to be some damage to the 16th Section Community Center. And there are no injuries, thankfully, and there are a few homes with damage, unfortunately. But I do want to clarify, earlier we got a report saying there was some storm damage to the Dollar General on Highway 5 there north of Cabot. He's coming back to say there is no structure damage to that Dollar General. So that's good news. And of course, no
Yeah.
injuries.
Hopefully it's just a bunch of trees that were blown over. And I'm familiar with that area of Lonoke County. You know, growing up in Cabot, we'd go to Indian Lakes to go swimming in the summertime. That's the area, the roadway that we'd go, Highway 5 and 319 out there. So good. Hopefully that the tornadoes that touched down tonight, I think there's probably at least a couple or three. And I just saw the National Weather Service, you know, they're, again, Northeast Arkansas is getting pelted once again with large hail and tornadoes. Let's
They
hope
just keep
that it's,
getting hit.
yeah, let's hope that it's minimal damage. Let's hope that it's just some tree damage and power lines, and that can be repaired quickly.
Absolutely. Hopefully the same out in Lonoke County. We're going to have a crew check it out for us and see just how bad it is.
Yeah, they just sent across Weather Service continuing that severe thunderstorm warning in Lawrence County. And the severe thunderstorm warning continues for Washita, Dallas, and Calhoun counties. So, all right.
While we're sharing important thoughts, I just want to say thank
Go
you
ahead.
to our viewers. We really have some dedicated viewers. Some of y'all I know
Ticker full.
have been on our YouTube, tuned in since the beginning of this, even if it's not necessarily in your location where we've seen the impacts. All of you that continue to support us through these marathon events, you know, all of the text and messages you send with kudos and thank yous to Tom and the rest of our team. You know, we don't see every single one of them, but we know they're coming in. So we just thank you for trusting us, especially on your holiday. I know that is sucky for some of us, but you know, we're all in this together. So we just thank you for, you know, being here. We've been being here, and hopefully we get to 8:30 without any new warnings.
That is the goal, Simone, to get through the next few minutes, 4 minutes or so.
That was all I wanted to add, a little sentimental moment.
There you go. There we go. Thank you. Let's go back to radar and track those storms once again in White County. The severe the tornado warned storm in White County, and fingers are crossed. I know that Simone's fingers are crossed that we see this just go severe. Now that doesn't mean we won't have a threat of severe weather. We will have hail threat and severe wind threat in and around this line as it continues to move to the east. You know, my policy is this: if we have tornado warnings within our THV11 viewing area, we stay on. If we don't, then we try to get off as quickly as we can. Unfortunately, tonight, we did have a number of tornado warnings, and a lot of them were within the central part of the state. And now the last one that we have right now Tornado warning remains in effect for Randolph County. This is not our viewing area, but this is White County over to Woodruff, Independence, and Jackson. I feel like in some ways I need to explain to you as a viewer why we do what we do. If we've got a tornado warning in Polk County and we break in for that, you know, you would want us to do the same if it were you in Faulkner County or Pulaski or even down in Lincoln or Cleveland County. So we try to do what we can. We want to make sure everybody is safe, and that's just my policy. And when the tornado warnings go away, we go away for a little while.
Just
and
for a
they don't
little
come
while.
back.
You
and
won't
hopefully
get
they
rid
don't
of me
come back.
that quickly.
Simone, we'll see you at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, you can't get rid of me that quickly.
There's White County once again. Cell is going to be moving out of White into let's go ahead and go here.
Okay.
Let's go a little closer to that tornado warning, just to give folks in White County a bit of an update. Got some buddies up there that have a lodge up there, and they battle back the water, and then they had this potential tornado coming at them. Here is the White River. That's also the border of Woodruff and White counties and Jackson counties. And this is where we're finding the tornado warned storm as well. If we look at live wind mode, maybe we can tell if there's anything rotating here. If there is, hopefully it's still broad enough. Now this in Jackson County might warrant them to extend that tornado warning. I certainly hope not, but that appears to be out of the polygon.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
That continues to be out. Did I miss something? Did they cancel it or expire it and it just went by?
They expired it on our Storm Track 11. That already took the polygon down, but here the polygon is still up. But they did confirm that they're expiring it at 8:30.
Okay. Well, I didn't remember that. And I said, okay, we're going to carry it through 8:30. Okay. Yeah, that's how you can tell it's been a long day. I do remember that part now. It's 8:29. Fingers crossed, folks. We're gonna, we're not ignoring. Let's go back real quick to radar, the statewide mode here.
Okay.
I do want to take a break, and with no more tornado warnings, but we still have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, and here they are. This expires, or they expired it. It's out of the way. If we do have another tornado warning, we will be right back, and of course we'll be on THV 11 Plus. It's 8:29:33. Line of storms continues in southern Arkansas. These could have some wind damage. The storms in east central Arkansas, wind damage, possible tornado. But I feel safe enough now, confident enough now that we've gone 9 minutes without a new tornado warning, that we are going to send it back to network programming. And we will see you tonight at 10 o'clock, if not sooner, if we get another warning. For Symone Thomas, Tom Brannon, have a good evening.